Fang Zhao's move caught the both by surprise. This wasn't part of the plan. The man blocking the apartment door secretly cursed their employer. Didn't you say this kid was an artist type? An assassin, no question. A composer? Hell no. His temple pressed against the barrel of a gun, he swallowed the comment he was about to make and lowered his hand carrying the electric rod. The two of them had been working black streets for some time. They had completed quite a few jobs, so they knew who was faking it, who was a paper tiger. They could deduce from a single move or look. The way Fang Zhao handled his gun and the look in his eyes scared the man blocking the door sh*less. He could tell Fang Zhao's composure and proficiency weren't faked. He knew that if they made the wrong move, Fang Zhao would pull the trigger. So the man trailing Fang Zhao also halted. He couldn't risk making a move before gauging the situation. Otherwise, he'd be returning with a body bag. But the good thing about professionals like themselves was that they were flexible. Big brother, this is all a misunderstanding. No need to get worked up. The man blocking the entrance to the apartment mustered a smile and turned off his electric rod. The sound of the current disappeared. He raised his hands up high. He had no qualms about addressing a man younger than him as older brother. I'm not worked up. Let's go inside and have a proper chat, Fang Zhao said. No. We better not intrude. We'll leave right away. Right away. As soon as he lifted one leg, he noticed Fang Zhao's finger on the trigger tighten. He stayed put, wearing a pained expression on his face. The snarling beast tattoo looked like a joke. It's okay. Head on in. I just want to ask you a few questions. Unlock door. On Fang Zhao's command, the apartment door opened automatically. Fang Zhao had upgraded the security settings on his door to a dual ID check, detection of his bracelet and voice recognition. Staring down the barrel of the gun, the first man walked into the apartment with a gloomy look on his face. The other man was about 2 meters tall. His neck was exposed, despite the cold weather, revealing a blanket of tattoos. His muscles were firm and chiseled. Fang Zhao could also tell from the sound of his approaching footsteps that he wasn't as slow as he looked. Stand over there. Fang Zhao gestured to the big guy. Make yourself at home. Find a place to sit down. I'll let you go after asking you a few questions. Fang Zhao pulled up the only intact chair in the room and sat down. The two men scanned the tiny room top to bottom with one quick look. The only places to sit were 2 stools. Even though the stools were a bit low, they were better than sitting on the floor. The 2 20-centimeter tall stools were used to reach higher shelves. Curly hair also liked to sunbathe on them. Now they looked completely undersized as they held 2 grown men, one of them a big fellow. Forget about the knife behind you, Fang Zhao interjected. The man with the red crown hairdo had felt the knife behind him when he sat down. Fang Zhao's comment caught him by surprise, almost prompting him to jump up. Damn, we've met our match. Crownhead lowered his head and cursed quietly as he withdrew his hand. Fire away. It's our own fault that we got caught red-handed. We took the job without doing our research, Crownhead said. But we're not sure who our employer is. You're not clear, but you have a good idea. Fang Zhao was in no mood for fudging. Tell me, what has Fang Xing asked you to do? Crownhead raised his eyebrows when Fang Zhao uttered the words, Fang Xing. Now that all the cards were on the table, there was no point in bullsh*ting. You should know we are hired guns. We do what we're paid to do. Someone offered us 30,000 to steal your bracelet. The client only sent us a text message, and the number he left is a burner number. But I'm guessing he is probably the Fang Xing you speak of. He hired a friend of mine to monitor your movements. Crownhead stared at Fang Zhao and tried to glean a response. Nothing. Crownhead had revealed what he knew of Fang Xing's recent moves, but the two of them didn't know that Fang Sheng had stolen 3 songs from Fang Zhao. Fang Sheng was very cautious. He didn't tell a soul. Anything else besides the bracelet? Fang Zhao asked. Crown Head was going to say no, but he cast a glance at Fang Zhao and decided to tell the truth. He said if we taught you a lesson he would pay us an additional 10,000. He didn't ask you to kill me. No, no, no. We don't do murder. Crown Head was quick to explain. He raised his now silent electric rod slightly. This is just for show. Really, we never take kill assignments. There are only a handful of assassins working the black streets. And they are extremely selective. You can't contact them directly. Their pricing is also through the roof. They earn on one job what takes us dozens of years to make. Electric rods were strictly regulated, but these types of things were easier to come by on a black street. The big fellow sitting next to Crown Head kept nodding. They most definitely stayed away from kill jobs. They didn't want to die. All they wanted to do was make a living. Why risk their lives? As long as they stayed within bounds, no one would waste time hunting them down. But taking a human life was different. That wasn't something you could hide from. Fang Zhao watched as the two thugs justified their actions profusely and shifted all the blame to Fang Sheng. But he wasn't fooled by their cowering act. If he lost focus for 1 second or showed any sign of weakness, they would take advantage and turn the tables on him. These two weren't greenhorns. They were too experienced to intimidate with mere violence. That's why Fang Zhao went straight for his gun. It was easier to talk once he seized control of the situation. And it would dash any ideas of a comeback. Our typical job is collecting debt. We've done no wrong. Crown Head wailed. Then what are you doing here? Fang Zhao asked. Crown Head noticed Fang Zhao glaring at him, so he stopped wailing and rubbed his hands. The new year is around the corner. We just wanted to earn a few extra bucks. 30,000 was indeed decent pay for Black Street thugs. They were tempted. Plus, Fang Sheng had hired someone to watch Fang Zhao. They'd thought it would be a straightforward gig. Once they had gotten word that Fang Zhao was back, they had scrambled to set up in front of his apartment. Little had they known they would end up in this predicament. As Crown Head spoke, the doorbell rang. It was Yu Qing. A customer had told Yu Qing that he saw a man with a beast tattoo on his cheek head up to the 2nd floor, so he had rushed upstairs to make sure Fang Zhao was okay. I heard a man with a beast tattoo on his cheek showed up. Yu Qing hadn't finished his sentence when he noticed the 2 men with beasts inked onto their faces kneeling, or sitting, rather, inside Fang Zhao's apartment. These 2 are. Yu Qing pointed to the 2 men with a look of surprise. Guests, here for a cup of coffee, Fang Zhao said. The 2 men sitting on the stools played along, lifting their plastic cups filled with room-temperature tap water. The 2 thugs grew up on the Black Street, so of course they knew of Yu Qing. They had bypassed Yu Qing's shop on purpose, but here he was anyway. Were Fang Zhao and Yu Qing close friends? Crown Head closed his eyes to conceal his sense of doom. Fang Zhao alone was enough trouble. Even if they snatched Fang Zhao's bracelet, would Yu Qing seek revenge for his friend? They hadn't researched their target properly. If they had known, they would have turned down the job. Fang Sheng screwed them over. But when he lifted his head, Crown Head was already flashing what he thought was an honest smile in his rows of neon green tinted teeth. Yu Qing gave both men a careful look over. They sat obediently on the 2 stools like primary school students listening to a lecture. If you ignored their build and beast tattoos, Yu Qing would have thought they were victims. He was baffled. Did Fang Zhao really know them? These 2 were familiar faces on the Black Street. They weren't from this building but the one 2 blocks away. They had shopped at Yu Qing's store before. Yu Qing remembered them. He took another glance at Fang Zhao, who did not seem threatened. Someone had to mind his shop, his wife hadn't left work yet, so he couldn't be gone for too long. His customers would start getting antsy after a 5-minute absence or so. Then, just holler if something goes wrong. I can hear you downstairs, Yuqing said. Got it. Thanks. Great. Then, enjoy your coffee. Yuqing was still confused when he headed downstairs and shook his head. He could no longer read youngsters these days. Crownhead kept defending himself after Yuqing left, all but calling Fang Zhao their daddy. Anything so that Fang Zhao would let them leave. Fang Zhao listened quietly as Crownhead wrapped up his spiel. He responded, there's a saying from the Black Streets, live in the present. Let bygones be bygones. In a Black Street context, that didn't mean you left grievances unanswered. What it meant was that you had to exact revenge right away. Crownhead understood right away, saying, we'd love to look up Fang Sheng for a chat, but we don't have his address. I do, Fang Zhao responded. When Fang Zhao had received his first paycheck, he had hired someone to follow Fang Sheng. He knew that once Fang Sheng had money, he would move out of the company dorm. Fang Sheng also liked to party at night. He told the two thugs Fang Sheng's address and let them go. It was going to be an exciting night at Fang Sheng's place that night. Fang Zhao stayed in the chair after the two men left. He sat quietly for some time, fondling his gun with his fingers and taking deep breaths. He was trying to suppress his instinct to kill. He had nearly pulled the trigger just then. He knew his opponents weren't out to kill, they just wanted to send a message, but he'd had the urge to shoot. Even though he was reborn into the new era, Fang Zhao had spent most of his previous life in the apocalypse. He was still adjusting to his new surroundings. Even though he looked no different than anyone else and blended into the new era well, he himself knew that he was suppressing a mean streak that was born during the end of days and had snowballed for nearly 100 years. The two thugs had noticed his inner turmoil. That was why they'd been so obedient. Fang Zhao didn't know how much longer he could control the mean streak. He didn't know if it would dissipate over time or accumulate like it had during the end of days. All he could do was keep repressing it and try not to act violently. When he'd been mugged on the street corner, he had nearly killed the little punk after snatching his gun. He had fired the shot that Yuqing had heard. He'd fired against the ground right by the kid's skull. After that, Fang Zhao could sense his mean streak swell. The new era was a world regulated by laws. Even black streets had their codes of conduct. Fang Zhao didn't want to break the rules. All he could do was vent his anger over time when he had the chance. That was why Fang Zhao was looking forward to having gaming equipment installed in his office. New era games allowed players to communicate their thoughts and feelings. Whatever mean streak he couldn't vent in the real world, he would do so by gaming. Just when Fang Zhao was wondering when he could game and vent his frustrations properly, Fang Sheng, who was waiting for an update at home, was paid a visit and badly beaten. He was also forced to fork over 500,000 as compensation. He was robbed of 500,000 just when he'd received his severance pay of 1.5 million from Neon Culture. Luckily, he was cautious and deposited the 1.5 million into 3 accounts. Otherwise, he might have lost it all. Fang Sheng didn't report the robbery or the beating. Investigating the matter would do him no good. He also wondered how the two men had found out his address. Weren't they supposed to steal Fang Zhao's bracelet? Why the hell did they beat him up instead? Fang Sheng also remembered one of the men flashing his neon green teeth and accusing him of setting them up. How had he set them up? Fang Sheng was hospitalized for 5 days, and that was thanks to the fact that medical technology in the new era was far superior to what it was before the end of days. If he were being treated before the apocalypse, he would have been hospitalized for at least a month. Indeed, the two thugs had given Fang Sheng a rather heavy beating. They'd cowered before Fang Zhao because their well-honed instincts told them that he wasn't a pushover. It would have been a tough battle. They would have had to go all out. But they were just in it to earn a living, they had no intention of risking their lives. So they chose to play terrified. But matched up against Fang Sheng, they showed their true colors. They wanted to let him know what a Blackstreet thug was really like. Fang Zhao read the new messages on his bracelet. Fang Sheng had moved into a new place after leaving the hospital. He'd probably realized his old flat wasn't safe anymore. He also wanted to avoid the two thugs. After sending a message to his hired guns, Fang Zhao headed to an apartment block near Qian's 3rd Ring Road. The black streets were located beyond the 6th Ring Road. The 3rd Ring Road was considered the outer limits of downtown Qian, although it was populated with mostly residential buildings, not commercial ones. Fang Zhao had gotten word from Duan Qianji that the elderly composer looking to sell his home was back in town. He wanted to meet Fang Zhao and discuss the possible sale. Fang Zhao located the building based on the address he was given. It was a 120-story, pyramid-shaped building about 600 meters tall. The lower floors were thousands of square meters in size, but by the top floor, the floor area was only around 200 square meters. The apartment number Fang Zhao was given was the top floor penthouse. The owner of the penthouse was an old man some 160 years old. He was older than Fang Zhao's previous incarnation had been. He was a composer who edited and co-wrote quite a few composition textbooks used by local music schools. Fang Zhao could instantly recall a few. Xue Jing was a well-known name in the music industry. Xue Jing's assistant was waiting when Fang Zhao arrived. "Please. Teacher Xue is inside." The assistant brought Fang Zhao to a room but didn't enter with him. Without Xue Jing's permission, the room was off-limits. When Fang Zhao entered, Xue Jing was sitting on a sofa with a wooden frame. Few sofas were made of natural wood these days. The bookshelves, tables, and other pieces of furniture were also made of wood. The room had a distinctly antique feel to it. The sofa and the chairs in the room were covered with cushions with a wood grain pattern. The room temperature was moderate. "How do you do, Teacher Xue?" Xue Jing was much older and a veteran teacher. The teacher honorific was appropriate. Xue Jing put down the score he was reading and pointed to the single sofa chair across from him. "Sit." Xue Jing was some 160 years old, which was equivalent to 60 or 70 years old before the end of days. He had quite a few gray hairs but seemed quite energetic. "What do you think of the decor in this room?" Xue Jing's scrutinizing gaze swept across Fang Zhao and met his eyes. "You definitely don't have any pets," Fang Zhao responded. The assistant who had Xue Jing's permission to enter the room to serve tea heard the response and glared at Fang Zhao. The aspiring musicians who had sat in the same chair typically lavished praise on the interior design, gushed at the painting on the wall comprising musical notes, which Xue Jing himself couldn't quite decipher, and kissed ass. It seemed that Fang Zhao's brain was wired differently. Pets? The assistant reviewed his entire tenure with Xue. The elderly musician indeed had never had a pet. The sofa and bookshelves would have never survived. The response also caught Xue Jing by surprise. He laughed, responding, "Indeed. You have a pet. I have a dog. I found it on a black street," Fang Zhao said. Most people would have avoided associating themselves with potentially self-demeaning references like Black Street, but Fang Zhao didn't think it was a big deal. It was a fact that he lived on a black street. There was no need to lie. There was no point in lying, either. Xue Jing had most likely gotten a detailed lowdown from Duan Qianji. "That's a shame. I was going to leave you the furniture," Xue Jing said with a sigh. The furniture was handcrafted by a master carpenter, not machine-made. The same score in the hands of different arrangers will turn out differently. "It's not a big deal," Fang Zhao said. "Indeed." Xue Jing laughed gently, a few deep creases forming on his face. Nowadays, few young musicians can find the inner peace to compose. If Duan Xinji didn't assure me that you'd written the two movements, judging from the two pieces themselves, it would have been hard to believe the composer was so young. But now that I have met you, I have no doubt. Xue Jing couldn't explain why, but when he laid eyes on Fang Zhao, he felt that this was someone who could produce those two movements. Age is not a good predictor of musical quality, Fang Zhao said. Indeed. Xue Jing gazed out the window quietly, exuding a sense of peace honed from an abundance of life experience. He could see quite a few taller buildings. There used to be a 100-plus-year-old building nearby, but it had been torn down recently. A new building was taking its place. It was going to be taller, prettier, and attract more eyeballs. Xue Jing only wanted to sell to someone that gave him good vibes. Good vibes were hard to define, but somehow, he felt that he wouldn't be upset if he sold his flat to Fang Zhao and the apartment was completely renovated. Just as Fang Zhao put it, different arrangers would handle the same song differently. Different styles would come out. Everyone was equally entitled to leave their mark. Any buyer was simply a temporary custodian of the property. Property prices in Qian were quite high, especially in this neighborhood. Flats that were located on the 100th floor or higher usually cost at least $10,000 per square meter. There was only one penthouse apartment in the building. The entire property took up some 200 square meters, but the flat only accounted for half of it. A garden and a parking space took up the other half. The price tag was 10 million, which was cheap compared to similar properties in the area. The market value was no less than 20 million. One of the reasons why real estate in that neighborhood was expensive was the presence of security guards and regular patrols. Quite a few Yenzhou celebrities bought homes in the area to avoid media attention. Xue Jing had bought this place back then because he'd wanted the peace and quiet. He was no celebrity, but he was quite influential in the music industry. Many people sought him out for favors, hoping a word from Xue Jing would translate into shortcuts. Xue Jing got so fed up he moved here. There's another reason I invited you here, besides selling you my apartment. It's entirely up to you. No pressure, Xue Jing said. Fang Zhao had thought a favor might be attached when Xue Jing had announced his asking price. Given Xue Jing was so generous with his pricing, Fang Zhao would comply as long as it wasn't too big of a favor. Please continue, Fang Zhao said. As you know, I'm not teaching these days, focusing instead on editing and writing textbooks. Xue Jing looked at Fang Zhao. I'm working on a book about symphonic works. I'd like to use your songs as an example. Xue Jing was writing a textbook that analyzed symphonies and served as a how-to primer. Symphonies were an offbeat genre. Music students tended to avoid the specialty. Even though symphonies enjoyed greater prestige within the industry, they weren't too popular. Xue Jing wasn't only concerned with turning a profit. The elders in the industry didn't bother with symphonies, but the genre had to be preserved. Xue Jing didn't want to cut and paste like previous authors. He wanted to present contemporary examples. This would require Fang Zhao to discuss his creative vision, his sources of inspiration, and some memorable moments from the creative process. In short, Xue Jing wanted Fang Zhao to pass on his knowledge and expose more students to the genre of symphonies. It would be the equivalent of a master class in written form. Of course, it was up to Fang Zhao to decide how much to reveal. As you know, this isn't a hit single. There won't be much money in it. Xue Jing was frank. Fang Zhao's emergence gave Xue Jing hope. The 100-Year Period of Destruction series probably made for the most memorable symphonic pop songs in the past century. More importantly, the series was not condescending. It took the accessible form of pop music and reached a broad audience. Many young composers were reluctant to share their creative insight, so Xue Jing thought Fang Zhao would take his time to consider the request. Little did he expect Fang Zhao to agree immediately. No problem. But Fang Zhao wasn't actually that young. He was happy to share his knowledge and pass on the lessons he'd learned from the end of days. Human life was finite, but there were no bounds to shared experience and knowledge. Xue Jing was delighted. Terrific. Terrific. I'll add your name to the list of consulting editors. Textbooks in the new era, whether in print or electronic form, identified their authors clearly. University regulations also required them to identify their editors and consulting editors. Normally, protocol dictated that if the length of your contribution was brief and the content wasn't essential to the book, you weren't listed as a contributing editor. Xue Jing was thinking Fang Zhao probably wouldn't share at length, but the fact that he was willing to open up and share was worth applauding. Xue Jing was glad to give him credit. My assistant will brief you on the mechanics of contributing to the book. You could also organize your thoughts ahead of time. As for the apartment, I'll send for packers right away. I'll have all the paperwork completed and the flat vacated in 3 days. There's no rush in paying me. If you can't pay the full amount in one go, you can pay in installments over a few years. No hurry. It's okay. I can pay in full now, Fang Zhao said. Fang Zhao left the apartment after the conversation ended. Xue Jing had him chauffeured back to Silver Wing. Fang Zhao got a call from Zhu Zhen, Duan Xianji's assistant, while en route. Fang Zhao, someone from Lizhou wants to use the third movement in a movie soundtrack. They don't want to buy the song outright, just license it for 30 days. In other words, there would be a moratorium on the song's release in other formats for 30 days after the film began screening in theaters. Orders like this from another continent were rare and often translated into new opportunities. We haven't discussed the price yet. Chairman Duan wants to get your okay first, Zhu Zhen said. To use on a soundtrack? It's a production company from Lizhou? Yes. The deal will help promote the song, but the production company doesn't have a great reputation. Every continent had protectionist measures in place to shore up their own music and film industries. Cocoon Breach was a good example that illustrated this trend. After the song was proven to have an impact on whole virus patients, the publicity on other continents glossed over the title of the song or made brief mention of it. The focus was on its effect on whole virus carriers and related topics. The medical discussion took precedence, obscuring any talk of polar light or details about the first and second movements. It was one thing if the two songs were merely released as songs. But the two movements were inextricably linked to a virtual idol, so they were heavily censored in Lizhou. Media coverage of the songs in Lizhou not only buried the title of the songs and the names of the composer and production company, Polar Light wasn't mentioned at all. Few people who read the news reports searched for the songs. The first two movements also weren't available for download outside of Yenzhou. So what Duan Xianji had in mind was using the Lizhou film as an alternative platform, even though it might be a crappy production. Given the fact that the two songs were not available for download outside of Yenzhou, they could license them for placement in films. This didn't affect their marketing plan in Yenzhou. But Duan Xianji was worried that Fang Zhao would find the placement degrading if the film was a mediocre production just judging from appearances. He might be turned off. That was why she had asked Zhu Zhen to run the plan by Fang Zhao first before entering into negotiations. After being briefed by Zhu Zhen, Fang Zhao thought for about 2 seconds. I'd like to get a sense of the plot of the film and where exactly the song will be placed. I'm not entirely clear on either. Let me get back to you. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhen sent Fang Zhao an encrypted file that outlined the plot and where the third movement would be placed. The document also listed the names of the production company and key investors as well as the main actors. The credits would have meant nothing to someone outside the entertainment industry in Yenzhou. But anyone from Lizhou could tell from the names of the production company and investors that the film was a shameless ploy to promote a certain star. What was funny was that, despite their corny storylines and **TTY acting, films like this did okay at the box office. People usually be **ched as they watched these movies online. They knew they were crap but they couldn't resist watching. Maybe it was a form of venting. Fang Zhao spent an afternoon watching previous releases backed by the same production company and investors. He had his answer by sundown. I'll sign off on this. My only request is that the third movement only be used for the scene specified. There is no leeway on this. It can only be played then. The continent of Renault, or Lijiao, was named after the New Era General Harman Renault. In Renault, the last name of Renault was a status symbol. Renaults frequently popped up among the top names in politics, military, and finance, but what captured the public imagination the most wasn't these men in positions of power, but young Zéro Renault, a regular in the paparazzi pages. Zéro Renault was the youngest grandson of the current governor of Renault. Even though the governor already had great-grandchildren, his favorite was still Zéro, who was rather spoiled. Zéro Renault was the prototypical impulsive rich kid. Born into royalty and wealth, he'd never worked a day in his life and spent most of his time partying and chasing skirts. After graduating from university, he had launched the movie company Wireless Media. But even people who paid scant attention to the entertainment industry knew that the company was a joke. Every movie project it backed was a vehicle for his current girlfriend. So far, Wireless Media had 7 films to its credit, and Zéro had cycled through 7 girlfriends in the past 2 years. People jokingly dubbed Zéro Senior Master, and not because of seniority. He was the youngest Renault in his generation. Senior Master was a reference to his excess, indulgence, and incompetence. Anyone who lived in Renault knew that any Wireless Media production was crap plot-wise. Every film had a simplistic story. You could figure out the ending by reading the synopsis. Utterly unoriginal. Sometimes the movies barely made sense. Given the level of technological advancement in the new era, film production was quite straightforward. The number of films made had grown exponentially. Still, some of the major online portals screened their offerings. Yet any such restrictions were amenable to political and financial influence. Take Zéro's Wireless Media, for example. Its releases were nearly universally panned, yet they were promoted vigorously on the most prominent platforms. They drew a significant viewership and did okay at the box office. Their revenues could never rival hit blockbusters, but they still managed to break even. Viewers also loved to trash the films online because Zéro didn't seem to mind. Gradually, moviegoers became emboldened. Every time a Wireless Media film was released, they would watch it right away and generate tons of reviews. The reviews were still mostly critical. But despite the overwhelmingly negative commentary, the movies still drew a considerable audience. Part of the reason was Zéro's reputation. Everyone wanted to see what kind of crap the notorious rich kid had produced. They got a kick out of it. There was another reason. Wireless Media releases usually boasted huge budgets and realistic sets. The Renaults were loaded, and while Master Zéro set low standards for story development, he was exacting when it came to production design and visual effects. He loved films with epic scenes, so the movies he made were filled with them. Movie technology was in full bloom in the new era. A single digital artist could easily create grand and realistic space shots. But sophisticated viewers could always spot flaws. The proliferation of special effects created a niche audience that preferred big-budget blockbusters that used actual sets and props. And the reason such viewers enjoyed Wireless Media releases was because they often used the real thing instead of props, be they firearms, flying cars, or spaceships. For his last production, Zéro had rented a spaceship and 10 fighter jets from the military. Several scenes were also shot in space. Zéro himself was no expert when it came to production design, but as a Renault, he felt he had to distinguish himself. When everyone used special effects, he would use the real thing. Only lavish budgets and splashy moves would live up to the Renault name. And now Master Renault was on his 8th girlfriend and Wireless Media was gearing up for their 8th production. It was an old-fashioned damsel in distress movie. Usually, Zero would hire a famous actor to star alongside his girlfriend. When he was in the mood, he would make a cameo appearance himself. But this time, Senior Master didn't want to guest star. He wanted to be the leading man proper. So Wireless Media's 8th production had an even larger budget than usual. Zero ordered the filmmakers to rent 3 battleships and nearly 50 fighter jets. Of course, the battleships and fighter jets were steered and piloted by actual soldiers. As impulsive as Zero was, he wasn't stupid enough to let non-professionals man the battleships and fighter jets. If any of them were damaged during shooting, his father would skin him alive. Zero had the perfect excuse cooked up when he approached his father for his military connections. The film would promote the military, boost recruitment, and help clamp down on draft dodgers. In the new era, a mandatory 2-year period of military service was required for both men and women. The length of service was scaled back to 1 year after 200 years. Still, people went to extraordinary lengths to avoid serving. Liuzhou had been plagued by a series of high-profile desertions not too long ago involving several rather prominent celebrities, which generated considerable public discussion. Zero's father didn't buy his son's story for 1 second, but alas, his father, Zero's grandfather, the governor himself, was already on board. Dad had no choice but to comply grudgingly. As a result, he was ostracized within the military and treated like a leper. The insults made in private were even worse. Someone once joked that Zero was born to screw over his father. The latest production generated buzz within Renault's entertainment industry because of the huge budget and the large number of military rentals. Others saw a golden opportunity. No matter how crappy the film turned out to be, people would still flock to see it. It would probably draw a larger audience than Wireless Media's previous 7 movies. Any role in the film offered great exposure. Agents were dying to place their clients. Apart from actors, composers also wanted in. They scrambled to offer their best songs. Many even offered discounts. But Zero didn't like any of the demos he received. Yet his appearance in the film called for the most epic song, so he decided to hire the best composer in town. Just as he was about to shop for composers, word broke of the magical songs that had a healing effect on a whole virus patient. The story piqued Zero's curiosity. He ordered his underlings to obtain copies of Divine Punishment and Cocoon Breach. The songs weren't available for download in Liuzhou, but Zero had his connections. After listening to the 2 songs, he made contact with Silver Wing immediately. He loved the first 2 movements. Judging from the evolution of the songs, Zero figured the 3rd movement would strike his fancy even more. He never used pieces that had been previously released on his movie soundtracks. They were too familiar and wouldn't add to the class of the film. He was starring in this 8th production, after all. His entrance had to be accompanied by a brand new, epic song. Only that kind of background music befitted his status. Most blockbusters hired professional composers to write songs tailored to their plot and different scenes, also known as made-to-order songs. So Zero had people reach out to Silver Wing to see if the composer of the first 2 movements was willing to write a song for his movie. But Silver Wing refused immediately. The reason they gave was that the composer was too busy working on the 3rd movement. That pissed Zero off, but Silver Wing was adamant in their refusal. There was nothing he could do. Zero could make mountains move simply by flaunting his family name in Renault, but people in Yenzhou were less likely to extend a similar courtesy. After pondering the matter, Zero asked Silver Wing roughly when the 3rd movement was coming out. The answer was January, which was when Wireless Media's 8th movie was being released. So Zero decided to buy the rights to the 3rd movement. Zero wanted to buy the 3rd movement outright, which meant it would not be released online in Yenzhou. He was willing to pay extra. But Silver Wing responded with an equally definite no. Zero was so furious he cursed in his office the entire day. Even paying a premium couldn't get them the 3rd movement. Zero's assistants and his agent told him to give up. There are quite a few composers in Lijo who write symphonic pieces. If you haven't found one you like, just sift through some more, Zero's agent pleaded. The movie was already over budget. It was just a matter of commissioning a song. There were so many movie composers in Lijo. All they had to do was find a reputable one. It was going to be a crappy movie anyway. The most important thing was for Zero to get his fix from the starring role. What was the point of being so exacting? The agent was already in a tough spot. Other members of the Renault family were already upset that Zero had made so many trashy, soulless, and critically panned movies. He already been summoned by a few of them, who had asked him to restrain Zero and stop tarnishing the family name. Alas, his words carried little weight. Senior Master Zero didn't care what he said. At Zero's insistence, his people kept negotiating with Silver Wing. They finally reached an agreement. Silver Wing would agree to the placement, but it would only license the song for exclusive use for 1 month. The third movement would still be launched in Yenzhou as scheduled, while in Lijo, the release would be delayed by a month, until Wireless Media's 8th film ended its theatrical run. Silver Wing's price, 10 million. Zero signed off on the deal. His agent wanted to cry. In the first half of the year, the filmmakers behind an expensive Renault space war flick had commissioned a famed music cooperative to write a song. That only cost some 3 million. The filmmakers owned the rights to the song outright, which meant they could keep recycling the song in other movies without paying additional royalties. But now Wireless Media had spent 10 million licensing a song from Silver Wing for a mere month. Where did Silver Wing find such gumption? And yet Zero had agreed to the deal. What was he thinking? Did money grow on trees? He really was clueless about his finances. Senior Master, should we maybe reconsider? The agent pleaded again. There's no need. Let's do it. Let's speed up the shoot. The day the third movement is released in Yenzhou will be the day our movie is released. He didn't want the background music that introduced his character showing up elsewhere first. But the price and the terms. Zero's agent made a last-ditch effort. They're fine. Zero was already fed up. He wanted to get on set and figure out when his first scenes were. His stunt double had been filming until now. Zero's agent was the picture of doom. He wiped his forehead. You had to be nuts to spend so much to license a song. They were bound to become the laughing stock of the industry. He knew there was no room for savings on production design, given how demanding Senior Master was, but not being able to cut costs on music rights and going over budget instead, how very indulgent. I almost forgot, did Silver Wing mention any other conditions? Zero asked. The composer has requested that the third movement only be used for the scene he specified and nowhere else, an assistant standing next to him said. Zero looked at his assistant and smiled. That's what we were thinking all along. That's where I make my grand entrance. Indeed. That's why Wireless Media agreed to the deal, the assistant said. It was just one scene and they couldn't even play the entire song. For that, Silver Wing had demanded 10 million. Only a dumb *SS so loose with his cash like Zero would agree, his agent thought. 10 million. Were they paying for golden bricks? Taking note of his agent's sour mood, Zero chuckled and said, look how stingy you are. It's not that I'm stingy, Senior Master. It's $10 million, for crying out loud. What if the song doesn't work? Then we'll buy another song, the song you picked earlier. We'll use that as backup. So they would splurge on another song. What about the 10 million? Then we'd have to write off that 10 million, his agent said. Then write it off. I can afford it, Zero responded casually. Yeah, you're a Renault, 10 million is like $1,000 to you, but for mortals like us, it's like treading ice, the agent cursed silently. Given the cumulative profits from Wireless Media's first 7 movies, they could break even despite taking a $10 million loss this time. That was also why Zero was so carefree. They were breaking even making the occasional profit. He could keep fooling around in the entertainment industry. Is it worth it? Zero's agent was still in pain. Are you suggesting it's not worth it spending this much on music for a crappy film? Zero looked at his agent askance. The agent flashed an embarrassed smile, thinking to himself, so you realize this is a *T production too? Wanna hear a saying? Zero asked. Yeah. The agent and assistant were all ears. Since the beginning of time, crappy films have generated hit songs. Zero was rather indifferent to the online commentary that all his movies were crap. He knew the movies he produced were shallow and lacked depth, but that was the kind of film he liked: simple, straightforward, epic scenes, and visually exciting. Most importantly, they pleased his girlfriends. He felt good about them too. When he had launched a production company after graduation, he had been in it only for the experience. He hadn't thought that far ahead and was prepared to incur a loss. And yet he was able to break even. So eventually, Zero had become addicted. He did things his way, regardless of how the media and general public trashed him. Who cared what other people said? As his uncle once put it, how are you going to get through life without a bit of thick skin? But now, he no longer wanted to be a spectator. He wanted to act himself, to star in an epic love story and play an invincible hero who saved the world. Everyone aspired to be a hero. Zero actually quite envied the men and women of his generation who joined the military. He wasn't cut out for it and he didn't want to suffer, so he would fulfill his dream through a movie. That was much easier. He was ready to go all out. 10 million for a song, even if it was all for nothing, no problem. It was a movie built with cash. If he didn't like the song, so be it. He had thought about poaching the composer behind Divine Punishment and Cocoon Breach to tailor a song for him, but Silver Wing had done a good job of keeping the musician under wraps. All he could do was wait. If he liked the third movement, then he would make a move on the composer. If not, he would blacklist Silver Wing and the composer and not work with them again. Zero was a big spender, but he wasn't stupid. If the song wasn't to his liking, he wasn't paying a cent. As for the plot of the movie, he didn't care. It was just a movie, after all. It just had to be entertaining. The story didn't matter. This year, it was an ordinary person who saved the world by defeating monsters, next year it'd be a mutant, and the year after the next it'd be a Superman. And then a monster battling other monsters the following year. It was all the same. For his 8th production, he was going to battle beasts in robot armor. How cool was that? His stunt double was doing all the fighting. All he had to do was show his handsome face at some point. Piece of cake. Zero had even named the film himself, God of War. People teased after hearing the title, such hubris. Does his great-grandfather know? Zero's great-grandfather, the father of Lijo's current governor, had belonged to the famed God of War unit when he was a young soldier. He had gone on to a highly decorated career and served as the deputy commander of the Lijo military. Now he was an old man, more than 190 years old. He had stopped wading into family affairs a long time ago, ever since his son became governor of Lijo. Still, the old man wielded considerable influence. Every year, some of his former troops would pay him a visit. While Zero's father was ostracized every time his son loaned military vehicles and equipment for his movies, he was never purged. That wasn't entirely on account of Zero's grandfather, the governor. The top brass also felt they had to show respect for Zero's great-grandfather. As long as Zero's demands weren't too outlandish and he was willing to pay, they were willing to turn a blind eye. But Zero didn't think there was anything wrong with the title. He was starring this time. It wouldn't be worth the effort unless he crafted a heroic image for himself. As he was pondering the title, his agent ducked out to take a call, then scrambled back. The agent looked miffed. Senior Master, we have a problem. What now? Zero asked. King of Snipers has bumped up its release date to January 1st. No wonder his agent was so alarmed. The reason they had scheduled their movie for a January release was because there was little competition, only a few low-budget productions. Considering Zero's ability to generate buzz, they were confident about their box office returns. They weren't aiming high anyway. All they wanted was to break even. Zero himself was a walking advertisement. So many people followed his every move. He was a frequent topic of discussion even on other continents. Zhao Senior Master's new girlfriend revealed. Eligible bachelors on each continent you don't want to piss off. Senior Master Zero named Zhao Male Celebrity of the Year. The headlines never ended. Even though Zero didn't sing or act and had no other talents, the constant attention made him a bona fide celebrity in Zhao. News of Zero's starring role had dominated entertainment headlines for days. Interest was huge, so Zero's agent wasn't worried about the box office. This was the first time Senior Master had starred in a movie, so many people were curious. The movie didn't have to be a big hit. They just wanted to break even. But now, a genuine blockbuster that was scheduled for release in February had bumped up its release date to January. Somehow, this move seemed aimed at Zero. King of Snipers was a co-production by Zhao's two leading film studios. It featured an all-star lineup. Rumor was that it was awards bait. Movie fans were looking forward to it keenly, and films that catered to mass tastes and critics alike tended to have more depth and cultural significance. A great plot, top actors, and a big budget to boot, even outsiders could tell a movie like this was a box office guarantee that would also likely meet critical approval. So when news that King of Snipers was being released in February broke, Zero and company had breathed a sigh of relief. It was such good news that they didn't have to go up against such a Goliath. But now, King of Snipers was being bumped up. What could they do? The good thing was that they had never nailed down their release date. They had announced a January release, but they could still push it back to February. All they had to do was come up with an excuse to feed the press. Zero also started getting calls from members of his family. Yes, uncle. What is it? Zero, have you heard that King of Snipers is bumping up its release date? Why don't you push back your release date by a month? Zero hung up before his uncle finished. He sat on his chair pouting. Less than a minute later, another call came through. Zero took a quick glance at the caller ID and put the call through. What's so urgent, Auntie? If it's about my movie, stop now. Zero, don't be impulsive. Zero hung up again and threw his tablet to the floor. His terrified assistant tiptoed to the tablet and picked it up in case Senior Master wanted to keep using it. Zero was fuming. Everyone wanted him to back down, but he was no fool. The filmmakers behind King of Snipers wouldn't have bumped up their release date so publicly without the tacit approval of the Renault family. Zero was right. The move did in fact have the blessing of the Renault family. The point was to give Zero a reality check, to make him realize that his success was due to respect for the Renault family. The time had come to burst his bubble, to restrain his personality through hardship. Zero had too many enemies. He had publicly trashed several leading actors. In revenge, their agencies had banded together and coordinated with the Renault family. The release date for King of Snipers was advanced after the Renaults gave the go-ahead. Members of the Renault family, including Zero's father, had spoken privately of wanting to teach Zero a lesson, within reason. Just a bit of real competition would do. They didn't want to overdo it. If the Renault family ended up losing face, other family members wouldn't sign off on the move. The Renault family didn't own the continent outright, but it was an indisputable fact that it was still the most powerful family in Zhao. And they were still a prominent force 500 years into the new era. That showed how united they were on key issues. The shrewd operators in business and entertainment knew how far to push things. In the Liezhou capital, several investors that backed King of Snipers were kidding around in an office. It's time to let Zero know that the only reason his movies made money and broke even in the past is because we gave way on account of his family name. We never complained. We even cracked down on the naysayers. But he should be more mature and not just mouth off without regard to our reputations. Let's let him find out what real competition feels like. What else was there to Zero's movies except for buzz and military hardware? They were total crap. Zero was the target of their sniping. The gap in quality is obvious when there's a contrast to Zero's films. People like Zero are a nuisance who poison the industry. It's time we industry elders come out and restore order. News of the earlier release date for King of Snipers generated a massive response in the Liezhou entertainment industry. God of War had also announced a January release, so these two hotly discussed films were going up against each other. Except the quality of the former was guaranteed. You could tell from the names of the director, the screenwriter, the actors, and the production companies. As for the latter, everyone knew what to expect. After King of Snipers announced its release date, wireless media kept putting off a formal announcement on the release date for God of War, leading to speculation that Zero was going to cave and push back his movie. Looks like God of War won't be screening in January, the editor of a local magazine told a friend in private. It's the right move to back down. This is no time to cling on, even if he's a Renault. I'm sure other members of the family have long taken issue with him. Yeah, you need to pick your battles. Being too aggressive and egotistical does you no good. He's in his 20s now. It's time to grow up. Zero has caused too much trouble already. Even other members of the Renault family can't stand him. And it's quite the lesson. Zero is going to get his ass kicked, isn't he? Let's hope that Senior Master can learn his lesson. But given Senior Master's personality, will he back down? Others speculated. Zero acted like he was king of Liezhou. He was used to having his way. Was he going to back down over a slight hiccup like this? Wireless Media Headquarters. Senior Master, should we have someone rework the script? Zero's agent asked. No. We're almost done with the shoot. How can we change the script now? Zero let out an eerie laugh. You wanna mess with me? This mofo isn't going anywhere. Let's check with Silver Wing and see when the third movement will be completed. Sensing Zero's determination, his agent gave up and called one of Duan Qianji's assistants. After being briefed by her assistant, Duan Qianji asked Fang Zhao, "You're positive you'll be done before January?" "Yes." "That's great." After getting off the phone with Fang Zhao, Duan Qianji issued her orders, "We're sticking to our plan. The third movement will be released on January 1st. Get word to wireless media that will deliver the third movement in late December." Zero's agent looked ashen when he heard back. His wistful thinking that Silver Wing might not meet its January deadline was dashed. He didn't want to lie, so he relayed Duan Qianji's message to Zero unfiltered. "That's great. Then let's set our release date for January 1st. I'm not backing down an inch." Zero kicked his feet up and started fidgeting hard. "Have the production team hurry up. Let's wrap things up by the end of December. We'll announce the release date now. I'm going head-to-head with them." The result of the matchup didn't matter. He didn't care about the box office. He just wanted to stick to his guns. This mofo ain't backing down. The movie Zero was starring in was on a tight production schedule. In contrast to the film itself and the buzz it generated, the score was hardly mentioned. No one cared who wrote the score apart from a select few members of the music industry. When the token few music publications did discuss the score, all that appeared was a passing reference that the composer was a non-local and speculation over where the composer was from. No one bothered to delve further. Wireless media simply said they had signed a composer without identifying the person. While the entire Liezhou entertainment industry was following the production closely, so was the entertainment press corps in Yenzhou. Silver Wing had issued a statement saying that the third movement of the 100-Year Period of Destruction series was scheduled to be released at 8 a.m. on January 1st. The first movement, Divine Punishment, had launched on October 1st in the 531st year of the new era. The second chapter, Cock and Breach, had followed a month later. Yet there was a 2-month gap between the release of the second and third movements. The long production cycle suggested Silver Media had gone all out and had high expectations for the single. If the second movement revealed Silver Wing's ambition, then the third chapter would be a testimony to its staying power. Every member of the Yenzhou entertainment industry was waiting to see how explosive the combination of a virtual idol and an epic pop series would be. Many fans left messages on the message boards on Silver Wing's official website. Some were fans of epics, others simply curious. Another group was Polar Light's fans. The latter group was more interested in the music video than the music. What they cared about most was whether Polar Light would star in the video and if Polar Light merchandise would be released. Silver Wing assigned dedicated staffers to monitoring the message boards. They even put 2 staffers on the message board for Polar Light. Their job was to identify the most common questions and post responses. Recently, the message board monitors started noticing a fourth demographic. When is the third movement coming out? It's almost exam time. Hurry up. Hurry, hurry. We have to wait until January 1st. So late. Thank God, it'll be released just in time. Our exams won't have happened yet. I hope the third movement is even better. That way I'll have more motivation. Underscore 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 underscore. Messages of this kind suggested the authors were students. And if you listen to the voice messages, you would notice that many of the voices sounded quite young. Some were clearly prepubescent, others going through puberty. Secondary school students. How come they were all secondary students? Did you guys hire fake fans? The message board monitors asked their marketing and PR colleagues. No. Even if we did, we wouldn't hire that many secondary students. Their colleagues were clueless too. Speaking of secondary students, I think they have final exams in January, a message board monitor said. Speaking of exams, they were reminded of the news coverage back in November about the popularity of the second movement among secondary students. When the second movement, Cocoon Breach, was released, it was midterm time at most Yenzhou secondary schools. Students were looking for inspiration, so they preferred songs that were up-tempo or loud. Cocoon Breach was the most popular choice. The students were still young and lacked professional music training, so they couldn't appreciate the subtle and painful evolution of emotions in Cocoon Breach, but that didn't prevent them from being moved by the explosive parts of the song. This was a psychological process. To put it more bluntly, it was a stimulant of sorts. The climaxes in the song had an awakening effect, dispelling any trace of laziness or weariness. During their midterms, the students used the second movement to stimulate themselves. But they forgot all about the song when they finished their exams. There were too many other things that captured their attention. Other than music, they had video games and other forms of entertainment. Now the term was nearing its end, and the academic calendar showed that finals were imminent. Finals were even more important than midterms. If the students didn't do well, they would be scolded for starters. Winter break and Chinese New Year would be torture. No red packets stuffed with cash, no gifts. They would also be forced to do more problem sets and have their internet access restricted. What a bummer. So how about sucking it up and cramming for a few days? There was little incentive. As exam dates approached, some students tried to seek inspiration in song. They searched for songs that resembled Cocoon Breach. Unfortunately, repeated searches yielded few matches. An online news search revealed that more chapters were forthcoming in the 100-Year Period of Destruction series, but they got tired of waiting. So the students started complaining on Silver Wing's official website in droves. The students could have returned to the second chapter, but listening to the same song over and over again was exhausting. The stimulation effect also diminished. That defeated the purpose of listening to the song in the first place, so now they were hoping that Silver Wing would release the third movement soon so they would have a stimulant for their finals. The third movement became the focus of their attention. Whenever they were free, they would flood the Silver Wing message boards with messages demanding the third movement be released. When Silver Wing finally announced the release date, they still showed up every day in the message boards to count down. So every time the message board monitors spotted a countdown message, they knew it was the secondary students again. The two polar light monitors thought they were just secondary students, adorable in their own way. As former secondary students, they could empathize. Plus, finals were around the corner and the pressure was immense. Finding a way to vent was totally understandable. Let them be. But as the day passed, the two monitors realized they were being naive. The number of secondary students grew, and they showed up at the same time every day, as if by appointment. Leaving a countdown message had become part of their daily routine. Initially, it was only a few people, but as the group grew, it became a nuisance. The message board monitors had to select representative questions and post answers. But now, the questions had been overwhelmed by countdown messages, which had to be filtered. It was too much trouble. The monitors decided to take action to stamp out the nonsense. The students who showed up to leave countdown messages the next day noticed a new announcement: the number of countdown messages would be capped to maintain order. So many countdown messages ended up being deleted. The monitors were relieved to find their message boards less cluttered. Now it was easier to browse fan questions. But in a few days, the two monitors noticed the secondary students had started leaving countdown messages on behalf of entire classes. Second year class number 7 of Chian number 1 secondary school reporting for duty. 9 days until the release of the third movement. Third year class number 1 of Chian number 12 secondary school reporting for duty. Second year class number 4 of Yenshi number 5 secondary school reporting for duty. Fourth year class number 2 of Gong Su number 3 secondary school reporting for duty. Wait, I'm from Yenshi too. Fellow students from Yenshi number 5 secondary school, any sign of our friends from number 6 secondary school. Second year class number 8 of Yenshi number 6 secondary school reporting for duty. Anyone from third year class number 2 of Yenshi number 6 secondary school. Please sign in on my behalf too. Friends from second year class number 7 of Chian number 1 secondary school, we're from class number 8. Underscore 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 underscore. Some of the older fans were amused. They asked in a patronizing tone, "Aren't you afraid of being banned again?" The students thought, they have a point. There were so many secondary schools in Yenzhou. Every school had 6 grades and every grade about a dozen classes, even more in certain areas. The numbers added up. The message board monitors didn't say what the cap was. If the students pressed on, they could very well be banned. So, 2 days later, they tweaked the wording in their messages. Second years at Yenshi number 6 secondary school reporting for duty. 7 days until the release of the third movement. Third years at Chian number 12 secondary school reporting for duty. Second years at Chian number 1 secondary school reporting for duty. Wait, when were you chosen to speak on behalf of second years at Chian number 1 secondary school? Which class do you belong to? Class number 1. What, you got a problem? This M*FO is from class number 8. Yeah, I got a problem. See you at the gym after class. See you there. Don't chicken out. Underscore 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 underscore. Reading the deluge of new messages, the monitors went from surprised to dumbfounded. What's up with these secondary students? Do they have too much free time on their hands? M*FO this, MO*FO that, how old do they think they are? Have you done your homework? Have you finished memorizing your passages? Done with your problem sets? Do you know what you want to do with your lives? The two message board monitors were baffled by the influx of group countdown messages. They couldn't delete one and not the other without pissing off one side. These secondary students didn't have the best of tempers. If they weren't careful, they could spark a war of words. If complaints of unfair treatment were lodged, their pay could be docked. But curious bystanders were mighty amused. An epic lover who was more than 100 years old commented, "It's good to be young." Initially, only students from Qian, Yanxi, Ganguksu, and a few other larger cities left messages. But soon the trend spread. Yandong, Yannan, Yanbei, Jinggang, and even the remote Magu, their secondary students started showing up too. Some students just wanted to join the fray out of mob mentality. And when one grade at a school left a message, other grades followed suit. Rival schools in the same city couldn't leave their voices unheard. Secondary school students from other cities also joined in to prove their existence. 6 days until the release. 5 days. 4 days. 3 days. Underscore 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 underscore. Faced with all the fun the students were having at their expense, the two message monitors wanted time to speed up. Once the third movement was released, the craziness would stop. A day before the release, the two monitors each took a deep breath, looked at each other, and smiled. It's finally time. 532nd year of the new era. January 1st. First day of a brand new year. Silver Wing Tower, 50th floor. Pang Pusong was feeling nervous. He was not even able to gauge how he had performed. When recording was underway for the third movement, Fang Zhao's demands were even greater than before. Over the past month or so, Pang Pusong had been practicing every day, sometimes even taking a week or two just to perfect a single verse. He had not even heard the final product and could only wait for the music video to be released. The nervousness was not limited to Pang Pusong. The entire virtual idol department was jittery. Returning from their vacation after the second movement was released, the team had worked overtime for more than a month. The second movement decided whether they would succeed. The third movement was to see how far they could go. Having experienced the sweet taste of success, even without Fang Zhao's instructions, the motivated team pushed themselves harder. When tired, they would head to the gaming room to relax a little before sleeping, continuing to work the moment they woke. Silver Wing Media had assembled a backup technical team to lend their support should the virtual idol department require additional resources. Therefore, the team needed not worry about being short-handed, lacking funds, or welfare. All they needed to do was complete the tasks that Fang Zhao assigned. As for how the final product would turn out, all they could do was believe in their project head. Zheng Huang was woken up by an alarm. As he emerged from his room, he did not see Fang Zhao anywhere, so he turned and asked Zhu Wen, "Where is Big Zhao?" In his office, Zhu Wen replied. Glancing around the department and seeing everyone, Zheng Huang asked, "Nobody went home yesterday?" "Of course not. Nobody would even be able to sleep," Zhu Wen replied with a yawn. Zhu Wen went to wash his face before taking a seat in the office along with the rest of the team, waiting for the clock to hit 8. Everyone left Fang Zhao alone. It was evident that, during the composition and arrangement of the third movement, Fang Zhao's temperament had not been great. Just as actors needed time to get out of character after a movie, a composer who poured his emotions and soul into his work needed some time to get the emotions out of his system. Thus, all Zheng Huang and Zhu Wen could do was complete the tasks at hand, leaving Fang Zhao with less to worry about. In the newcomer department, Chu Guang was rather unperturbed seeing Polar Light taking the #1 spot of the label's marketing plan for the month. In the final season of the previous year, he had already been crowded out to #5 on the New Pioneers chart. Still, it was a cause for celebration that the third movement had not been released in December. Otherwise, the #5 spot might not have even been his. After Divine Punishment and Cocoon Breach, the third movement, Mission, was also about to be released on public channels. The quantity of downloads would not be lacking either. Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment no longer seemed like they wanted to compete against Polar Light, focusing instead on promoting their two biggest stars, the virtual idols Miyu and Andy Leo. Are they giving up on the newcomer scene? Whatever the reason, for Chu Guang, two less virtual idols to compete against was a good thing. At the top floor of Silver Wing Tower, Duan Quanji and the other senior executives were gathered in the conference room to watch the official release of the third movement's music video on the projection system upon its release. Amongst them, only Duan Quanji had heard the final cut and watched the completed music video. The rest were seeing it themselves for the first time. All the staff from Silver Wing Media already at the office or on the way to work, regardless of whether they were singers, actors, technical staff, or from operations, were eagerly monitoring the development to come at 8 a.m. Alone in his office, Fang Zhao pulled down the blinds to block out the sunlight. Turning on the projection system, at 8 a.m. sharp, it played the broadcast of the music video for the third movement. The third movement diverged from the modulating style of the previous two installments. Right from the start, a combination of string and woodwind discharged the distinct, surging grandeur of an epic. The music video picked up where the second movement had left off. The desolate blue sky full of haze seemed to be mourning. Lightning streaked across the skies amidst the thick clouds. Many silhouettes on the surface were running. Hurried and brief drumbeats perfectly reflected the tense atmosphere. In between the brief drumbeats, a familiar male voice began to sing as symphonic music and an opera combined in the background. Some new era musical styles were blended in as well, giving off a wild and primitive vibe, as if ready to strike. In the music video, the scene of a prelude to battle unfolded with the two sides at a standoff. With the horrific crises everywhere, the building tension was surging and billowing, threatening to overflow. A figure leapt into the sky, like an eagle soaring through the clouds. At a glance, its branches, seemingly knotted with what seemed distinctly like muscles, gave off the impression of raw and explosive power contained deep inside. With one foot, the falling figure trampled on the mutated beast at the front of the pack before brutally raining blows from his boulder-like fist onto the throat of the beast. Explosive drum beats, combined with the crackling electronic music, sounded like the crisp shattering of bone. It was not the sound produced from the instruments but rather the image and temperament that resonated with the viewers who, in turn, produced that bone-crushing sound in their own hearts. Soil and blood splattered in all directions. Some splashed onto the tree man's face in between his eyes. This diverted the attention of the viewers to his eyes. That pair of eyes radiated an immense murderous aura. Akin to the violent fury of a ferocious beast shaken awake from its slumber. A bone-chilling sensation crept down the spines of the viewers witnessing this scene, insinuating doubts in their minds. Who were the mad ones? Was it the savage and violent mutated beasts, or was it the previously peace-loving and gentle tree man that wouldn't hurt a fly? This extreme change was not only limited to the figure of the tree man at the front. Around him, the other figures were emanating this murderous aura too. The shrill blare of a brass instrument signaled a variation as the string melody increased its vigor. The intense and frantic beats of the timpani portrayed an unyielding spirit. Compared to the first movement, the appearance and the temperament of the tree men had undergone a massive transformation. This was how they adapted to the battlefield and this dark age. Becoming what they were most adverse to was their way of resisting the cruel fate that befell them. In line with the expectations of all the people who followed the 100-year period of destruction series, the third movement had a theme of struggle and combat. Frantic alternating of the brass rhythm and woodwind variations set a fierce and intense tone of confrontations and close-quarter combat. The immense and visually stunning images, coupled with the perfectly synced accompaniment, continuously battered the hearts and souls of the viewers. The third movement was in no way weaker than its predecessors. The transformed trees and mutated beasts collided violently against the dark and gloomy sky. Despite it being a virtual image, it brought about a realistic and overwhelming sense of bitterness that transcended time. The timid and gentle tree men were long gone, drowned out by the continuous battle to determine their survival. In order to seek a peaceful land to call home, the tree men were willing to release their inhibitions and fight. From the highest mountains to the lowest valleys, a peaceful land was nowhere to be found, and danger was lurking in every corner. Only this time, in the third movement, they no longer held on to the depressed notion of resigning to their fate. The tree men started off timid and cowardly. Making a stand, they fought against their fate, and after countless battles, they grew numb to war and death. Throughout the journey, they lost some comrades but gained some new companions too. Finally, they found a relatively peaceful place, Polar Land. Blanketed by snow, Polar Land was a frigid and unforgiving place. Most viruses and mutated creatures were incompatible with the climate here. Ironically, this was the last pure land in the diseased world. Devoid of the reddish-brown smog and air pollutants, the sky here was clear. Sunlight shone freely in the day, and at night, the stars that were hidden for quite some time came out to play. On certain nights, the elusive colors of an aurora would flash across the sky. Like the calm after a storm, the intensity of the music receded. Ethereal sounds of a zither interweaving with the soothing flute gave the flustered spirits of listeners a moment to relax. This was a time for peace. Polar Land was a sanctuary for the tree men. A place where they could stay without worrying about dangers and mutated beasts lurking around every corner. This place might have been cold, but it was certainly safe. With slight smiles on their faces, a few young saplings were running stiffly on the snow-covered ground. When they were about to slip, a sturdy branch reached out and fished them up before setting the saplings down on its broad shoulders. The image and score induced a feeling of warmth in people's hearts. With this sort of backdrop, it seemed as if a scene of peace and stability was about to unfold. But for those watching the projection, they understood that Polar Land was just but a brief period in the true history of the period of destruction. Toward the later stages of the period of destruction, a summit meeting was held at Polar Land. Back then, the world had not been divided into the 12 continents, only war zones. Leaders from nearly 100 war zones had congregated for a comprehensive discussion on the war. This temporary period of peace was not the conclusion but a foretelling of the explosive finale that was to come. The music switched to a melancholy cello solo. While not absolutely safe, Polar Land was still a place of peace and tranquility compared to the various regions they had passed through. However, at the same time, this place was not suitable for them to have a normal livelihood. Most importantly, they no longer had to live like wandering nomads and could settle down. In the new era, most books regarding the history of the period of destruction had records and excerpts of the words spoken at that Polar Land summit meeting. Even though the original speakers were long forgotten, their words were passed down. We can end it all in our current generation. There is no need to leave it to the next. Since we are already at this point, what harm is there in staking it all on one last push? We have already become battle-hardened warriors and martyrs, but most importantly, we have also experienced a momentary period of peace. Whereas those born into this era, amidst fire and blood, have never known what peace is. The historical recording of the period of destruction might have been glossed over, but they were not fabricated randomly. Fang Zhao remembered that, back then, similar words were spoken. He himself might have spoken out too. Why are we not able to go back to living in our beloved homeland? Why do we have to give the world up? We are already strong, aren't we? In the projection, a group of tree men in the vast land of snow and ice gazed longingly at the heavens. Under the night sky adorned with stars, the magnificent aurora was like a bright and flickering flame lighting up the dark. The beating of a drum seemed to increase its intensity in layers, as if to emphasize a steadfast conviction. At the head of the group stood a familiar figure. His eyes were no longer clouded by madness and killing. Rather, in that moment of serenity, his eyes were filled with a slight reluctance and longing, as if parting ways with an old photograph. The flickering aurora gradually dissipated as night turned to day. Without any hint of reluctance, the lead tree man turned around to leave. The back of his wide trunk was full of scars. Nobody but himself knew that there was not a lot left in him. The next injury might be the last he could take before collapsing. Such was the burden he had to bear. Many of the other tree men were in the same situation. As long as their injuries did not hinder their movement, they joined in the ranks of the leaving. Some of the tree men were playing with the young saplings. Upon seeing the procession, they lifted the saplings from themselves, carefully placing them on the ground before heading to join the ranks. A tree man lightly pressed his finger against a sapling's forehead, as if to prevent the young one from following. Soon after, he turned to leave, exchanging fist bumps with a fellow treeman heading in the same direction. With a slight smile, he headed out without glancing back. He was afraid that he would lose the courage to leave if he looked behind. The young sapling was puzzled observing the leaving figures. This was a safe place. The world outside was fraught with dangers. Why was everyone still leaving? The departing figures increased, joining the ranks of the leaving. All that was left were those old and weak tree men who were incapable of combat. Polar land was harsh and unforgiving, but at the same time, it was still the safest place to be. A quick-paced string medley played, and paired with a unique sequence of electronic music, it set a tense atmosphere foreboding combat. In that dark period, against their chaotic and unreasonable destiny, they were forced to make a cruel choice. The aerial view of the numerous figures against the background of the snow-covered land formed a long, snaking line. The numbers were so great that it was not possible to see where the line began. A loud horn sounded along with the vigorous beats of the timpani. The increasing tempo and intensity washed away any downcast feelings. Alongside the dampening from the double bass and the woodwind score, the accompanying singing grew in stature. Just like the scene of the leaving procession, it was a display of extreme determination. Contained within was an immeasurable strength and hope. The volume of the chorus gradually increased as the footage left polar land, crossing over mountains and hills. The rustling and flapping sounds made listeners imagine a harsh and chilly wind. In the projection, a grayish figure was rushing across the land in leaps and bounds. In a flash, coming face to face with a mutated beast. He raised his branch arm, as if swinging an axe. Throwing caution to the wind, with an unrestrained fury, he pierced the beast's chest. The combination of explosive sounds and music was a constant barrage to the ears. Freed of any apprehension, the tree men gave into their unbridled and frantic madness and clashed against the beasts as broken twigs, bits of wood, and blood scattered everywhere. A fierce wind swept through the silhouettes of trees and beasts in the fight for survival. Viewers could apparently even smell the fresh blood and chipped wood. The thundering timpani was followed by a frantic clash of acoustics. The arrangement that ensued was complicated. An amalgamation of classical symphonies, new-era music, church music, electronic music, even a military march amongst many other contrasting musical styles. It was as if a volcano that had been dormant for millions of years had suddenly erupted, triggering a tidal wave that could blanket the entire world. The principal color of the footage had gradually changed from a stifling blue to a brilliant yellow glow, the color of the sun shining through a layer of clouds, the brilliance of an intense blaze. The brightness of the projection had doubled since the beginning of the projection and was getting stronger. When are trees able to shine so brightly? When one has a burning desire. The projection faded as the deeply moving symphony came to an end. Lead character, polar light. Species, Longxiang Tianluo. Song title, 100-Year Period of Destruction, Third Movement, Mission, Producer, Fang Zhao. Production Team, Polar Light Project Team, Fang Zhao, Zhu Wen, Song Miao, Pang Pusong, Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, Fu Wing Tian, Stiller, Zhang Yu, Rodney. A Silver Wing Media release. Underscore 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 underscore. Fang Zhao turned off the projection and audio equipment before raising the blinds. He did not check the web for opinions, nor did he observe the number of downloads. Rather, he gazed out the window on the 50th floor of the tower, taking in the view. Reminiscing a conversation he'd once had with an old friend. What exactly is a mission? Who knows? When we are fighting here and there and we suddenly feel like we ought to do something. Without going through hardships, one would possibly never know how much one could change. People could transform into something they absolutely loathed, yet they could also become something worthy. In the beginning of that period of endless struggle, people fought in order to survive. Yet toward the end, accepting that they might not get to see the flourishing world they were fighting for, many still voluntarily participated in the fight, trading their lives so the future would burn much brighter. During that dark age, people were the real miracle. Fang Zhao had attended the summit at Polar Land in person. Ultimately, toward the later stage of the all-out war, he had died during a military campaign. During the period depicted at the end of the third movement, he had lost his life at the Qian war zone, which would come to be known in the new era as Qian City, the center of Yanzhou, one of the 12 continents. Farewell, my old friends. Underscore 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 underscore. At the same time, in the continent of Liezhou, with a 3-hour time difference. 8 a.m. in Yanzhou was roughly 11 a.m. in Liezhou. The first day of a new year was also the highly anticipated showdown of the two blockbusters the entire Liezhou entertainment community had been waiting for. However, wireless media had announced that God of War would be screened at 11 a.m. sharp on the January 1st. This piqued the curiosity of many. Rarely were there premiere screenings in the afternoon. Some believed that this was a disguised form of backing down. However, King of Snipers responded in the same way, pushing back the screening to 11 a.m. as well. Zero's agent had been very busy the past few days marketing God of War. Even though he did not have high hopes for the movie, in order to break even, he and his team had been generating as much buzz as they could. As long as there was enough buzz, lots of people would watch the movie, and when that happened, only then would they be able to recoup the expenditure. As the clock struck 11, all that he could possibly do was done. Whether the expenses could be recouped or not, he left that all up to the heavens. After post-production for the third movement had been completed, Silver Wing Media had sent a copy to Zero. Zero was pleased with the music and was very satisfied with himself for making that decision. However, the score was just an accompaniment for a part of God of War. The movie's plot differed from that of the music video. Under normal circumstances, Zero would have just used it right away. This time, he was under heavy pressure and was taking his work seriously. Therefore, after discussing with Silver Wing Media, he forked up another sum for the composer to make some changes in the arrangement to better fit the movie. Wireless Media had no shortage of arrangers, however, Zero felt that the original composer would do the job better. On Silver Wing's side, the adjustments were done personally by Fang Zhao after Duan Qianji had passed on a clip from God of War. In a movie scene, there would be an abundance of sounds. Should the musical score's arrangement be inappropriate, the sound effects of the movie and the score might affect or conceal the other. Therefore, when Fang Zhao was producing the revised version, he watched similar movie clips in order to blend it with the music. He made adjustments to the tone, pitch, and tempo, as well as the harmonizing and acoustics. Some of the electronic tones were removed and instead made use of the movie's sound effects for a seamless blend. On Wireless Media's side, the soundtrack did not garner much attention. Zero felt that the soundtrack was very suitable for his grand entrance. Zero's agent considered the soundtrack to be decent, but he didn't think it would impact the film much. As the clock approached 11 a.m., the staff of Wireless Media kept their eyes glued to the digital chart, paying attention to the sales for the premiere. Due to advancements in technology, projection equipment and sound systems had improved tremendously. Besides the major movie theaters in the commerce center of every city, most people could catch movies upon their release directly through the internet. Actual cinemas were a thing of the past, with the entire industry moving toward an online and virtual direction. People in every city of Lizhou had readied their projection equipment and prepared themselves. Most just wanted to see what sort of production the famous Zero Renault showcased this time. Some genuinely just wanted to view the film before writing reviews. Zero has specially invited a few of his close friends of the same ilk to watch the premiere in his own luxurious projection room. It's starting. Haha, let's see how Senior Master saves the world. Zero did not bother checking the amount of online marketing done. Although he was hedonistic, he certainly was not stupid. He knew that the movie could not compare to King of Snipers, but he had already made a stand and there was no backing down. Having achieved what he had set out to do, box office numbers and reviews were just secondary. Most people did not have high expectations for God of War. Just watching the trailer would give one the gist of the plot. In the end, it would just be the age-old plotline of the hero saving the damsel in distress and saving the world. According to people online, watching one of Zero's movies was the same as watching all of them. God of War had a simple plot. The male lead was an outstanding soldier in the army. The female lead was a reporter. When a certain metropolis encountered an attack by a monster, the female lead headed to the disaster zone to report. In the time of crisis, the male lead led his team to the rescue, beating the monster and saving the beauty in a happy ending. Movies should be enjoyable. Logic goes flying out the window when the movie is taken too seriously. Perhaps due to Zero himself starring in the movie, compared to the previous 7, every single actor and actress, the female lead, and even the extras acted seriously. Every effort was made for the casting as well. Even Zero, whose acting was not that great, put in a lot of hard work. Unlike the 7 movies before, the 8th move was not just an extravagant and pompous affair. On this note, it was a great improvement. However, some sharp-sighted members of the audience could immediately tell the similarly sized Zero from his body double. These naysayers were quick to point out the parts where the body double stood in. Other than the times where Zero's face could be seen, the rest, including his back profile and silhouettes, were done by the body double. Not professional at all, bad review. Halfway through the story, the film focused on the disaster-stricken area under attack from the monster. Billowing clouds of black smoke and large-scale explosions contrasted with the tiny human figures. The flames threatened to consume as the heavy smoke and dust set a suffocating tone. The whole scene looked so realistic. At this moment, those watching this scene had 2 words popping up in their minds: crappy film. Commercial films laden with special effects and a cliché plot were a dime a dozen. One glance was more than enough to know how it would turn out. Especially in the new era where film and television were thriving, a typical film without much logic would be termed by the public as a crappy film. Having watched how the film played out, most people already had a gist of the plot. It was similar to what they had expected. Great. It was about time for Senior Master Zero's lead character to lead his troops to save the day. Most people treated this movie as a joke, and now it was time for the highly anticipated climax that the masses had been waiting all along to laugh at. This movie that Zero had invested in was melodramatic and lacking in logic, but at least it had a stunning atmosphere and special effects. This redeeming factor made the movie easier to endure. Almost there. In a moment you guys can marvel at how the great master steals the thunder. Zero exclaimed as he lay on the sofa, excitedly shaking his legs. At that moment, outside Zero's mansion, a flying transport was descending slowly. For this kind of detached residence, the large garden out front was the landing spot for flying cars and transportation. Zero's housekeeper was busy preparing food and drinks to be brought to the theater. As he saw the descending vehicle, he immediately dropped what he was doing and called out to the rest of the servants in the house to hurry over and welcome the guests. Even though his hair was in a mess, the housekeeper did not raise a finger to fix it. Instead, he stood rooted to the spot as if he were a statue. When the hum of engines died down, the cabin door opened. The housekeeper and servants dropped their heads lower, afraid to make eye contact. Peeking from the corner of their eyes, all they saw was the boots of a few security personnel. An elderly man with a head full of white hair stepped out from the transport. The personal doctor beside him raised a hand to offer his support but was waved away. The elderly man scrutinized the house in front of him with a faint smile. With a slight smile, he sighed. Seems like it has been more than a decade since I last came. Turning to the respectfully waiting housekeeper, he asked, "Is the young punk Zero in?" "The young master is currently in the theater screening the premiere with 7 of his friends," the housekeeper replied politely, his voice wavering softly from the nervousness. "Great," the elderly man said as he walked forward. The housekeeper took a few large strides and opened the doors. Only after the elderly man had entered the room did he raise his head and worriedly glanced across the room. The housekeeper was not worried that Zero might receive a scolding. Rather, he was concerned that Zero might get annoyed at this old man. He was no ordinary man, he was the head of the Renault family. Even up to today, many of Lijo's top officials paid their respects to the man considered the founding father of Lijo. This was the man Zero addressed as great-grandfather. This old man still held the most seniority in the Renault family. Despite having stepped down from power quite some time ago, all his glory and titles still remained, and people treated him as such. Nowadays, he was no longer involved with the government, but people still respectfully acknowledge him as Old General Renault. As one aged, one's bodily functions deteriorated. Ever since Old General Renault had stepped down, the amount of idle time made it easy to ponder. He thought about his family, wistfully remembered his late wife, and reminisced about his old comrades in arms. That was not a beneficial situation, and thus his doctor had recommended that he should head out more for some fresh air. Staying at home made it easy for him to overthink, which was not necessarily a good thing for someone his age. As for where to go, after some thought, Old General Renault decided to pay a visit to the great-grandson who was always causing trouble for the other members of the Renault family. In front of Old General Renault, the other members of the family only mentioned tactfully that the little brat was lively. The truth, though, was not hard to find out. Although Zero might have been slightly pampered and prone to trouble, as long as his behavior was not out of line, Old General Renault would turn a blind eye. A while back, when Old General Renault went online, he had found that the internet was abuzz with news regarding Zero. Thus, when he went out for some fresh air, he decided to pay his great-grandson a visit. The personal doctor tagging along was a little concerned. He just hoped that Zero would not upset his great-grandfather too much. Originally, the doctor had only planned for 5 members from the dedicated medical team to come along, but after a little consideration, he had decided to increase it to 7 for some added insurance. Of all the relatives he could visit, the old master just had to pick the Zero that could not go a day without stirring up the media. The old master rejected the housekeeper's suggestion to call Zero over. Instead, he walked in the direction pointed out by the housekeeper. He wanted to personally see for himself what his troublemaker great-grandson got up to normally. He also wanted to see the younger generation in their true form. The door to the projection room was slightly ajar. Someone had not closed the door properly after a visit to the washroom. The sounds of rowdy heckling and jeering mixed with the jarring sound effects were seeping out into the doorway. The housekeeper followed behind closely, keeping his head down. His hands were grasped tightly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. In his heart, he was praying, "Young master, you must absolutely keep your mouth shut, do not say anything out of line. Even if you have to talk big, please do not do so now. The old master stood in the doorway, leaning on his crane. Even though his aged figure made him appear hunched, standing there, he seemed like a huge boulder that could not be shaken. His personal doctor was paying close attention to his every expression. He knew what that bunch were like every other day and was worried it would affect the old master. More than 10 people stood outside the doorway, not making a single sound. The tension in the entire house was stifling. The staff in charge of cleaning were shaking with fear and every single action was done cautiously. Thus, the sound of activity coming from the projection room was clear and distinct. Inside, the oblivious Zero was bragging about his own acting experience. I don't mean to show off, but when I was acting, I think I displayed the same demeanor as my great-grandfather back in those days. Aren't they alike? Not everyone can act out the vigor. The others hooted in agreement as Zero continued his bragging. Yet they clearly knew what they had seen. The figure that just leapt into the flying vehicle was obviously the body double. In the movie, numerous troops were heading for the disaster zone. The other movies that Zero had worked on might have lacked logic, but for this movie, with all the real military equipment and weapons, they could not afford to be careless. Of course, the real equipment only accounted for a small portion, as computer-generated special effects made up the rest. Having actual military equipment according to the scale of the movie would have been considered a military operation rather than shooting a movie. The scene now showed all sorts of aircraft and flying vehicles dispatched by the Air Force. As the grand spectacle unfolded, a timpani started beating in the background, gradually rising in volume. A shrill whistle from some sort of horn abruptly rang out, jolting the senses of audiences everywhere. As if an electrical current had just run through them, the languid audience was now alert and excited. The roars of the aircraft, together with an orchestra in the background, created a vast, majestic atmosphere. A brass march frantically alternated with a woodwind score to the clash between humans and monsters. The realism was stunning and, when combined perfectly with the accompanying music, was a non-stop auditory and visual barrage for the viewers. Ha! How is it? Can you feel the God of War vibes? Ah, here it is. I'm exiting the plane. Everyone in the project room straightened up and watched the scene attentively. The door of a transport aircraft opened, revealing the soldiers inside who were armed to the teeth. A close-up of Zero's character followed before he donned a pair of goggles and led his squad to rappel out of the aircraft. And after that? There was no after. Only half of Zero's face had been shown when he was exiting the aircraft. The following stunts of rappelling out of the aircraft had been done by the body double. No matter how badly the others in the projection room wanted to ridicule Zero, all that came out from their mouths was praise. Outside, the doctor could guess what all the flattering was about. Oh, right. The young master's movie was called God of War. How thick-skinned can he get? How could the soldiers in the movie measure up to the real God of War division? Humph. The real God of War is right here. The housekeeper dropped his head even lower, hoping the ground would open up and swallow him. The personal doctor glanced quickly at the old master's face. Any traces of a smile had all but disappeared off his face. However, he did not look angry. Rather, he seemed deep in thought. He was not paying heed to the young master. Instead, the old master was deeply engrossed in the sounds that were coming out. He might have been old, but he certainly was not deaf. Even without watching the movie, he could differentiate the models of aircraft, fighters, and bombers just from the roars of the engines. From the explosions, he could tell the cannon model and the armor plating of the tanks as well as the type of munitions that were being used. Even after leaving the battlefield for a long time, he still kept an eye on the happenings in the military. Expecting to have forgotten all these, the memories that came back were clear as day. Beside him, the equipment for monitoring the health of the old master started beeping out warnings. General. The doctor realized something was amiss. Veins were appearing on the hands tightly gripping the cane. That wrinkled face was trembling slightly as if he was enduring an immense pain. "General? How are you feeling?" The doctor was worried. The old master's recent mental state had not been great, and at his age, even the doctor did not know how such a change might affect him. Old General Renault just stood there, not making a sound. It seemed like he could not hear the doctor's words. He stood gazing into the distance, as if attentively listening to something, as if reminiscing. His eyes were red and watery. As the background music and sound effects reached a climax, he closed his eyes as the tears freely flowed. His entire body started trembling uncontrollably. The doctor was at a loss. Ever since he'd taken over the job from his own father, he had never seen the old master in this state before. F***CK. This is bad. Medical team. Hurry. Only the personal doctor had followed the old master. The rest of the medical team were on the transport standing by. Upon receiving the call, the medical team rushed into the house. As the door of the projection room was not closed, the sudden commotion could be heard by those inside. Zero had a bad feeling about this. Stepping out into the doorway and witnessing the scene, he felt an icy cold wind running through him. His legs turned weak as he knelt down in the doorway. "It's over. I'm finished," Zero thought to himself. He had made the most senior Renault shed anguished tears. In Wireless Media's headquarters, after the premiere of God of War, Zero's manager and a few other senior executives were checking the ratings of the movie online. 5 points. Seeing this, a few of them double-checked to make sure their eyes were not playing tricks on them. Upon further inspection, there were already more than 300 reviews for the movie. After a quick check of their IDs, they found that amongst them were the reviews of some reputable film critics as well. Glancing once more at the rating, they slowly counted each and every star. Their eyes had not deceived them. 5 stars. A full 5 stars. It was inconceivable. How could a movie with a crappy plot receive such rave reviews? A rating of 5 was only half of a perfect rating of 10. Whether the film was good or bad, the rating was only given after watching the movie. Movies similar to God of War, termed by the masses as a crappy film, would normally receive a rating of about 3 stars. That was the average rating Zero's previous 7 films had received. The 5-star rating was still not comparable to the 8.6 rating of King of Snipers, yet when compared to Wireless Media's previous productions, this was an unprecedentedly high rating indeed. In the eyes of Zero's team, 5 stars was very high. This was the highest rating ever received for one of Zero's productions. Screenshot it. Take a photo. This was solid proof. Zero's agent was worried that the system had experienced some errors, hence the high ratings. He trusted the reviews of the critics, but this high rating was just beyond his expectations. Every username was tied to the user's terminal. A large influx of fake fans was also impossible. If there were too many obvious fake fans, an investigation would take place. What called for the high ratings? Are you F***king kidding me? God of War has a rating of 5. There is something suspicious going on. Already 5.1 stars and still rising. Where are the ones who caught the movie immediately after it was released? Shed some light on the truth. I just watched the premiere. How do I put it in words? Rather straightforward with a crappy plot. Yet it was really cool. Especially the stunning spectacle of the final battle. I give it 5.5 stars. The visuals of Senior Master Zero's movies are always more or less satisfactory. Just that this time it left a profound impression on me, perhaps due to the soundtrack. I originally wanted to give it 3 stars, but on account of the amazing soundtrack, I made it 5. Amongst those voicing their opinions, there were also professional critics who were rather famous. My rating is 5.5 stars. The plot deserves only 1 star, as everyone should be able to tell. Production deserves 2.5 stars. Compared to the previous works, there has been an improvement, especially the acting. Although not great, it is evident that they were serious about their craft. I gave 2 stars for the previous 7 movies. This time, based on the same criteria, the movie would have received 3.5 stars on the account of their improvement. Alas, what prompted me to give an extra 2 stars was that short but exquisite soundtrack. I am sure others in the industry have given an extra 2 stars as well just for the music. Indeed. Another reputable film critic chipped in. The soundtrack of a film is an important component when it comes to making a film. Without a soundtrack, a movie is just like an empty shell. Music can accentuate a story, draw out emotions, and shape perceptions. Great soundtracks can enhance a film. Just try remembering all the classical greats. Most people might have forgotten how the plot goes, but the epic soundtracks will remain everlasting. The soundtrack in the climax of God of War was indeed breathtaking. During my university days, I minored in movie soundtracks. Thus, from a professional view, I was unable to detect any flaws. That piece brought out the essence of the joys and sorrows of the battle. The bloodshed and glory were all nicely depicted. I just wish to know which great composer produced this masterpiece. To anyone in the industry who has such information, I will be waiting online for any news. Due to protectionist measures, in Liezhou, music from other continents was not distributed freely. Most people in Liezhou were not familiar with the Period of Destruction series. Even with the big hoo-ha of the second movement, the news here was censored. Therefore, some people did not even know of the existence of the virtual idol Polar Light. As the release of the third movement and the premiere of God of War had happened simultaneously, even though there might have been a minority that followed the music industry in Yenzhou, those that had listened to the song had not watched the movie. At the moment, nobody had deduced the source or the composer of the soundtrack yet. Some people thought that the soundtrack would be under the film's copyright and would not appear anywhere else. Therefore, in order to hear it, they had no choice but to watch God of War. There were also soundtrack enthusiasts who went to watch God of War a second time. A large number who saw the reviews online decided to catch it too. Thus, during the second screening of the movie, Zero's agent and production team realized that the second screening had even more viewers than the premiere. This had never happened before with the 7 previous movies. This was a happy occasion. It called for a celebration. Zero's agent tried calling Zero to pass on the good news. However, Zero was totally uncontactable. Finding Zero uncontactable, he moved on to contacting the members in Zero's social circle. Alas, not a single one could be contacted. Had some sort of accident occurred? Thoughts of kidnapping, blackmail, and hostage situations flashed across the mind of Zero's agent, and he nearly wanted to make a police report, but after remembering that Zero was a member of the Renault family, the agent made a call to an uncle of Zero's. From that uncle, he received the news that Zero and his friends were at home and was told not to worry. Refusing to comment further, the uncle hung up. Zero's agent could tell that something was amiss. Could it be that something had happened? At the same time, in Zero's residence, Zero's friends were seated quietly in the projection room. All communication devices on hand had been confiscated and they were not allowed to leave. Even a trip to the bathroom required someone to follow them. 2 armed security personnel were standing in the doorway, giving off icy stares. No matter which family they belonged to, there would be no such preferential treatment given. The bunch of them sat in fear, afraid to even make a single sound. None of them even knew what had happened. At that moment, nobody had even dared to go out. All they saw was Zero kneeling down moments after opening the door, all hints of his normally insolent attitude gone. Before they even had time to look out, security personnel had already entered the room with their guns raised. In the Renault family, quite a few members were able to boast of having armed security personnel tag along. Yet given Zero's reaction and the tense atmosphere in the house, it was highly likely that the rarely seen old General Renault was here. But why would the old general even be here? To visit Zero? Given the current situation and seeing the gun-wielding security personnel, one of them came to a conclusion: something had happened to old General Renault. The health and well-being of this very important person was an important affair. Before the Renault family had done any preparations, it was important that no information was to be leaked. Therefore, even if Zero's friends had not seen anything, their communication devices had to be confiscated and they had to be confined to the room. Why had old General Renault suddenly encountered a health problem? Seeing Zero's kneeling figure, perhaps Zero had angered the old man and triggered a reaction. At the thought, the friend shivered. All he could do was offer Zero his condolences. If Zero had indeed offended the old general, even if he was the beloved grandson of Lijo's current governor, Zero would not be spared. At the moment, Zero was very pale. He was still kneeling, but at the doorway of another room. He did not know what was happening inside right now, but seeing the situation with his great-grandfather just now, he did not have high hopes. 5 other members of the Renault family were already in the house. They were his uncles and aunts. The Renaults of his grandfather's generation held important positions and were unable to set aside everything and rush over. Zero's father had also rushed over. After confirming that the old master's life was no longer in danger, he proceeded to rip into Zero. In the past, whenever Zero's father had scolded him, there would always be others to intercede. This time, nobody even bothered. Zero's mother sat to one side, her face fraught with worry. When she tried to interject, she was stopped by one of Zero's aunts. The members of the family did not know the entire story, but considering Zero's past actions, they came to the conclusion that Zero was at fault for the old general's current condition. Sporting a bruised face, Zero sobbed silently while still kneeling. Any trace of his arrogant manner was gone. Zero might have been pampered, but he had a conscience. He had not wished for such a situation. Even he did not know what had caused his great-grandfather so much anguish. Could it have been the bragging he had done in the projection room? If he had known that the old man had been standing outside, he would not have dared to say anything. As he knelt there sobbing, the door opened. His father gave him a cold stare and said, "Old master wishes to speak to you." Zero blew his nose, grabbing onto the doorframe to support himself as he got up. After contemplating, he decided to go back to kneeling and, in that position, shuffled into the room. The old master had his back to the door, so Zero could not see his expression. All he could do under the icy cold stares of his elders was tremble. "Gr great-grandfather," Zero mumbled softly. Having prepared himself for whatever punishment might come, Zero instead heard something totally unexpected. "That song. What is its title?" the old master asked. Zero grimaced. The others in the room were bewildered as well. "What Hurry up and answer," Zero's father said as he rasped his knuckles down onto the top of Zero's head. "Oh." Zero relaxed a little and tried to think. At that moment, it should have been the part where he was acting. The soundtrack was titled "Me Mission." That piece was called "Mission," Zero hurriedly said. "Mission," the old master repeated the word with a longing gaze and a light sigh. Translator's thoughts. Beetlebarker. Hope you guys had an epic weekend. If you guys have any queries or wanna call me out, you can just shout out at Beetlebarker in the comments, and if I'm not out fighting crime, I'll swing by and reply. When some people heard the third movement, they felt that the music was cool and pleasing to the ear. Just as when Zero heard it for the first time, he felt the music could heighten the scene's atmosphere, complimenting him in the process. However, when old General Renault listened to it, the music did not lift him, rather, it stirred a sense of sorrow. There was a saying, music only furnishes the ambience. Every listener only hears his own story. This saying was exactly what old General Renault was going through. Regardless of what the composer was thinking about when he'd created this music, when old General Renault listened to the music, all his past experiences came flowing back to him. A long time ago, when old General Renault was still young, he'd taken part in many military campaigns. These military campaigns were not known to the masses because they had taken place on another planet. The 100-year period of destruction had left Earth bare and lacking resources. At the rate the new era was developing, lots of resources were needed. The resources on Earth would have been exhausted before long, and that would have led to the real end of the world. Hence, there had been a need to look for resources and materials outside of the planet. It was no easy task, but somebody had to do it. Few people knew the terrible price that was paid for all the glory of the thriving new era. How many lives had been lost in the unbounded universe, on foreign planets where the remains were never claimed? Recently, he kept remembering his comrades who had traveled to a distant planet together with him. If they had not perished, they would certainly have a standing equal to his. Hearing the familiar sounds of guns and machinery unconsciously brought him back that period. The soundtrack directed his thoughts toward the desperate scenario he had wished to forget. People loved exalted heroes. Movies and films had no shortage of sparkling superheroes, but he rarely watched those. No matter what righteous mission they were given, no matter how valiant or great they were, in reality, heroes would bleed and heroes would die. He had watched and read enough films and books regarding heroes and heard many songs praising heroes. But all of them were flawed. They might have depicted war, but they shied away from the true image of war. The cruelty and irrationality of war, the cost of lives, was all but neglected. Regardless of the glory or destruction, heroes were glorified while the normal man was swept aside. Heroes, whether in real life or real life, were just but a small part of humanity. The other end of the spectrum was overlooked. For every victory, there were always those that went through the sorrow of losing a family member. Because of these reasons, old General Renault could not appreciate real art. Perhaps he was old and was unable to keep up with the times. Maybe the younger generation reveled in the beautiful world without sorrow and anxiety. Perhaps only those who had been on an actual battlefield would understand the implications of war and the cost of lives. With a deep breath and another long sigh, the old master spoke. You did well finding this soundtrack. The kneeling Zero widened his eyes, doubting his own hearing. Was the old master actually praising him? Zero was astonished that the old master was interested in this piece of music. It was at this moment that he realized that it was upon hearing the soundtrack that the old master was so moved it triggered something. That meant the old master's tears were not from anger but rather because of the music. He had gotten beat up for nothing. Still kneeling, Zero glared at his father. Upon making contact with Zero's barely recognizable and bruised face, Zero's father let out a light sigh and turned his head away. The other elders in the room were also slightly awkward. Who would have thought that the old master's condition was a result of him listening to a song? They had nearly hit Zero themselves, but hearing that the old master's condition was stable, they had controlled themselves. Luckily, they had saved themselves from an even more awkward situation. Who is the composer for the mission? The old master asked. Ah. I don't know. Zero felt the piercing stares of the few elders in the room after his reply. He winced and continued on. Really, I don't know. The composer is someone in Yenzhou. Yenzhou's Silver Wing Media. They didn't tell me who the composer was. But that composer has 2 other works before mission. Great-grandfather, let me source them out for you to listen. SSS. At the end, he let out a little sound like a hiss. Zero's father clenched his fist. He could tell right away what that little punk was trying to pull off. As expected, hearing the SSS, the old master turned his chair around and saw the bruised face of Zero. Startled, he asked, "What happened to you? Stand up. What are you kneeling down for?" He had been deeply immersed in his memories and had not noticed his surroundings. Only now was he fully awake. Zero got up, massaging his knee and wincing as if in pain. "Father hit me. It hurts." At his age, old General Renault could have guessed. He laughingly said, "You deserve it." What's similar to God of War? Far from it. He could tell from the look of it that Zero was only suffering some bruises. A little discipline would be all right as a deterrent for the young punk. Zero gave a cheeky laugh. Acting coy and cheeky was what made him so endearing to his grandfather, the current governor of Lijo. Zero's father rolled his eyes. Of all the things to learn, this little brat had learned to act like this. Zero was an expert at currying favors with the elder generation, yet he knew when to draw the line. Too much flattery would make him annoying. Thus, he showed some restraint. "Great-grandfather, do you want to listen to them? I can get the other 2 pieces and a complete mission for you." With that, he glanced at the personal doctor beside the old master. He did not want the old master to lose himself and cause an incident again. The personal doctor chuckled. "No objections. For humans, releasing pent-up emotions was beneficial." The old master tended to bottle up his feelings and regrets, storing them in the deep recesses of his heart. After many long years, the scars and pains deep in his heart were a lot for him to bear. Crying it all out was as if letting his spirit finally relax. Just that this had been a big scare for him. Anyone who had seen the old master in that state would have panicked. Having received approval, the bruised and battered Zero happily ran out of the room. Watching the scene, his mother thought that her child had suffered brain damage from the beatings. "It's all right to be a little lively." The old master chuckled as Zero went out. He meant the words for everyone in the room, and specifically for Zero's father, to hear. What could Zero's father say? He could only flash a smile and nod. That child had already grown up this way, how much could he change? As long as Zero refrained from outrageous activities, they also did not need to keep him on a tight leash. In a short time, Zero brought the full copies of Divine Punishment, Cocoon Breach, and the original Mission to the old master. It is even better when watching the music video. "Let me help you set it up." Although Zero said he was helping to set up, he was actually directing the security personnel and the servants to do the work. After all 3 music videos had been played, even though the old master was not as shaken as before, his eyes were all red and misty. An excellent piece of art. A few of those in the room gave their surprisingly good reviews. Zero's father muttered, "How does this not belong to Lijo?" Whichever continent's composer, being able to produce this sort of music deserves respect, the old master said. Music like this that was capable of evoking emotions could transcend politics and time. Having finished watching the music video, Zero was chased out of the room by his father. The door was closed as the Renaults inside discussed important matters. After Zero exited the room, he did not bother to check on his friends who were still under the watchful eyes of the security personnel. Instead, he called his agent. Receiving the call, Zero's agent immediately relayed the good news regarding the showing of God of War at the box office and its rave reviews. Before he could ask about what had caused Zero to be uncontactable, he was interrupted by Zero. "I don't give a**CK about any of that. Contact Silver Wing Media right away. No matter how much it costs, purchase the copyright for mission. Remember, I want the full copyright." Zero's agent was shocked. Although the soundtrack was great and gave the movie extra points, was it worth it to spend another large sum of money to buy it? He wanted to ask what had happened within the Renault family, but before he could speak, Zero had already hung up. At the moment when Zero's agent contacted Silver Wing Media with the intent to purchase the copyrights, Duan Shenji received a call inside the headquarters of Silver Wing. A rough voice came through the line. "Dear wife." Hearing this, Duan Shenji wanted to sever the call. She knew that every time she heard this tone, there would be a troublesome request. "The new song Mission that your company just released, leave it for me. Don't ever sell it. What? Didn't you have no interest in music? Duan Qinji asked. Ah, I don't have interest in other music. But I really like this series. Especially the third movement. Make sure to leave it. Yenzhou's military is planning on expanding. We have shot a publicity film and are hoping to use the music alongside it. The theme song for a recruitment drive had to project a commanding presence. It couldn't be soft. It also had to be hefty. Naturally, Duan Xinji's husband, Major General Hong Lu, was clueless about music and couldn't tell the difference. But others who belonged to the Yenzhou military command could. They had spotted a gem, and when they noticed it was a Silver Wing release, they sought out Hong Lu. You had to save the good stuff for your own. Even though she stood to suffer a loss, given that Hong Lu had asked for the song specifically, Duan Xinji decided to keep the rights of the song within her home continent. The song was noticed by the Yenzhou military command and slated to anchor a recruitment drive, which meant the series was quite popular. Even if the masses didn't like the song, as long as the military did, that was a good thing. Silver Wing had to borrow equipment and locations from the military for its film productions every year. Now the military wanted something from them. It was good to do this favor. There would be less backlash the next time they wanted to borrow equipment from the military. After hanging up with her husband, Duan Xinji asked her assistant, "Any word on the fiery bird poll?" Voting has started in Huangzhou. Voting in Yenzhou might be held off until Memorial Day. The online poll of virtual idols for the Fiery Bird endorsement deal was actually organized by Rising Dragon, a world-renowned gaming publication. It had nothing to do with Fiery Bird, but it received quite a bit of attention globally. Given that Rising Dragon was a media outlet from Huangzhou, voting naturally kicked off in Huangzhou. The voting order of the other continents was determined randomly by computer. By custom, voting in all 12 continents took 3 months. Fiery Bird was scheduled to finalize its virtual idol endorsers for all continents by May. Typically, Fiery Bird consulted Rising Dragon's online poll before making their decisions. Most of the time, the top vote-getter in each continent was awarded the endorsement deal. Rising Dragon typically completed voting for 4 continents in a month. Yenzhou was the 6th continent on this year's list, scheduled for early February. Send word to Fang Zhao to try to complete the last movement before New Era Memorial Day and aim for a February 8 release, Duan Xinji ordered. January 28 was New Era Memorial Day. The period of destruction ended and the new era began on that day 500+ years ago. It was a day celebrated worldwide, the most important festival in all 12 continents. The occasion was typically marked by a holiday of at least 7 days. The exact length of the vacation was determined by individual companies in each continent. Silver Wing gave its employees a week off, although entertainment industry types could never really take a vacation. They were typically busy hitting the road and attending various celebratory events in different cities. It was the busiest time of the year and the most profitable. Even if you ordered them to take time off, they wouldn't be willing. Celebrities who rested during this period were either ill or out of favor and couldn't swing a single invitation. Duan Xinji wanted to ask Fang Zhao to attend a few events with the Polar Light Project team to boost their profile, but she eventually decided against it because she was concerned about the progress of the 4th movement. The most important thing now was to focus and complete the 4th movement with a flourish. Memorial Day celebrations were secondary. An even more crucial endorsement deal was up for grabs after Memorial Day. That was of greater importance to Silver Wing. As for Ming Tsang, the deputy head of the Yenzhou Music Association, Duan Xinji had given him a heads up. After the 3rd movement was released, Ming Tsang had posted an emotional video on Yenzhou's largest social media website. It was impossible for him to be unbiased because of his son's illness, so he couldn't post comment on the official website of the Yenzhou Music Association. He could only speak in a personal capacity. Ming Tsang was still quite moved, but compared to his response to the 2nd movement, he seemed in better spirits. His cheeks were flush. The jaded look brought on by his son's condition had disappeared. He wore a bright smile. Ming Ye's condition has improved. His medical team is following up. His attending doctor says that the series clearly has an impact on the whole virus, but only the entire series, the 4 movements altogether, qualifies as a full course of treatment. A breakthrough probably can't be expected until the full treatment is completed. I'm looking forward to the 4th movement. Thanks again to Polar Light and the Polar Light Project team. Duan Xinji's concerns had vanished after she watched Ming Tsang's video. Quite a few hospitals in Yenzhou had already dubbed the 100-year period of destruction series the whole virus treatment tune. From a business perspective, once research had proven the series' efficacy in treating the virus, the sky was the limit. Tell Fang Zhao the priority is quality. Now that he has completed 3 movements, the 4th movement will be easier. As long as the quality is there, everything else will fall in place. All he has to do is focus on completing the series. As for marketing and other matters, tell him not to worry about it, Duan Xinji ordered her assistant. Then, what about our client in Liezhou? The assistant asked. Tell them that the rights to the 3rd movement have been sold. Liezhou. Zero's agent relayed Silver Wing's message to his client. What? The rights have been sold. They don't want more money. Zero was furious. The agent nodded vigorously. 10 million for a song could be written off as Senior Master's one-off indulgence, but as for sweetening the offer, he would be cautious. Zero had ordered him to spare no expense in buying the full rights to the song, but as the Senior Master's bookkeeper, he would never spend more than 50 million on a song. In his mind, it wasn't worth it. It was uneconomical and irrational. So he could finally rest easy when he got word from Silver Wing. Silver Wing are adamant about not selling us the rights, the agent said. Then let's poach the composer. We can't. Silver Wing has done a good of keeping him under wraps. Even folks in Yenzhou have no idea who he is. The agent was in a tough spot. Poaching talent was harder than buying a song. Silver Wing was no fool. You could tell by the way they guarded the composer's identity. Businesses acted out of self-interest. Every move was calculated. Silver Wing had to have bigger plans in mind. But that was the purview of the music industry. They were just making movies for fun. They wouldn't be affected. They were also from a different continent. In the worst-case scenario, they could buy another song from Silver Wing next time. Then let's poach him when he unmasks himself. Aren't there 4 movements in total? 3 are already out. The 4th will be released soon. Another thought struck Zero and he started laughing. It won't be long. Silver Wing wants Polar Light in the running for the Fiery Bird endorsement deal. Online polling had started in Huangzhou already. Leveraging his status as a Renault and the favored grandson of the Liezhou governor, Zero had learned from a Rising Dragon source that Polar Light was Silver Wing's candidate for the endorsement deal in Yenzhou. We can afford to wait. Zero kicked up his feet. What's the latest score for God of War? It's 5.3 now. What about King of Snipers? 8.2. Ha 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 ha. Zero started laughing with no regard for decorum. His agent flashed a cynical smile too. Why were they so happy? Because the rating for God of War was rising while the score for King of Snipers was slipping. In 3 days, the second film had lost 0.4 points. It was an alarming rate of decline for the critically acclaimed movie. The following comment had appeared online, I don't know why, but when I was watching King of Snipers, all I could think of was the song that played during the final battle scene in God of War. Actually, the score for King of Snipers isn't bad, but in contrast, after watching God of War, it lacks oomph. It was like having a heavy dish and then trying one that was lighter, of the gourmet variety. There was bound to be a difference. Many fans searched online for the soundtrack for God of War. There were calls for wireless media to release the song played during the final battle as a single, but the studio never responded. Eventually, someone discovered that the memorable song was part of a series performed by a virtual idol over in Yenzhou. Yenzhou? They actually used someone from Yenzhou? What's the name of the virtual idol? What's the name of the song? Let me check. Polar Light, from Yenzhou, and the song is called Mission. It's the third movement of the 100-Year Period of Destruction series. Oh, the first 3 movements are available for download in Yenzhou for $1 a pop. Wow, copyrighted music is actually available for download in Yenzhou. Us music fans in Liezhou can forget about it. There were many jealous fans in Liezhou. Copyrighted music in Liezhou was usually made to order and appeared only in ads and videos. They were not available for download. If you wanted to listen to a copyrighted song, you had to watch the ad or the original video, unless the record label released a single. The quandary made many think about Zero, the senior master with little restraint but plenty of cash to splurge. Have Senior Master Zero buy the rights to the song. Actually, have him buy all the rights to the song. That way we can listen to it. Zero read comments along these lines, thinking, I want to buy the rights too, but Silver Wing ain't selling. While the song generated quite a bit of interest online, not everyone was willing to watch God of War just to hear it. Mission could not be sampled in Liezhou. Even if the Liezhou fans managed to log into a streaming website in Yenzhou, they could only play the first 2 movements. Silver Wing had blocked sampling of the 3rd movement outside of Yenzhou. Just when Liezhou fans thought they would never hear Mission in a context other than the movie, a video started circulating online. It was titled, A Mission Calling, the Earth-Shattering Army of Yenzhou. The Yenzhou Military Command released rare footage of its 3 divisions taking part in drills and engaging in combat. The cinematography was slick and explosive, especially the Air Force footage, which projected power and elegance. And the score was a magical touch. Anyone who watched the video would be burning with passion and inspired to fight. The video generated heated discussion online. Many folks compared it to the recruitment videos in their own continents. They realized that their videos were visually okay, but somehow, they paled in comparison to the Yenzhou video. Folks in Rongzhou were genuinely pissed off. Earth-shattering. Have you forgotten about Rongzhou? The planet's 12 continents were split into 8 main continents and 4 special continents. Yenzhou was one of the 8 major continents, populated mostly by civilians. Rongzhou was one of the 4 special continents, home to the world's largest military base and the headquarters of the Global Military Alliance. The entire continent was under military-style management. Most of its residents were descendants of soldiers. All local schools, from the primary level to university, were structured in the manner of military academies. Rongzhou was widely considered the most powerful continent in terms of military might. That was why people in Rongzhou were miffed after the Yenzhou recruitment video went viral. Mission calling my ass. It's King propaganda video, pure and simple. Just cut to the chase. If you want to brainwash folks, get straight to the point. How can a tiny, crappy military district like Yenzhou shatter the world? Folks from Yenzhou and Rongzhou started quarreling online, while people from other continents took in the spectacle. But everyone knew that online talk meant nothing. Who was willing to actually fly over and fight? That was implausible, so they would battle in a different way. See you in Battle of the Century in October. The world-renowned gaming studio Fiery Bird was launching their new game, Battle of the Century, in October. Yenzhou's military turned a deaf ear to all the questions and debates online. They did not concern themselves with the buzz. All they wanted to do was show off their military might to spur on more citizens of Yenzhou to enlist, instead of coming up with other methods. When the recruitment video was released on the internet and went viral, it brought about a sense of patriotism. Duan Xinji's husband, Hong Lu, also received a commendation during one of the meetings. Just as people needed clothes, a video required accompanying music. Yanzhou's publicity film could not match up with Romzhou's military recruitment video might in terms of the equipment and scale shown, but the other continents' recruitment videos were not as memorable, and this was largely due to their inferior soundtrack. This was the reason companies spent large sums of money to produce custom-made music for their movies, games, and advertisements. The returns were way greater, far more than the average person could imagine. Yanzhou's military had shown itself in a different light, and Silver Wing Media had benefited from it too. On the other continents, protectionist measures and censorship were put in place with regard to film, music and other entertainment. Stringent measures were in place to protect the interests of their own continent's entertainment industry. However, the measures only affected commercial items. Yanzhou's recruitment video did not fall under this category. There were no obstacles preventing it from being viewed by anyone. Silver Wing Media also took the opportunity to announce themselves globally. If not for that short 4-minute soundtrack in the recruitment video, the series by the virtual idol Polar Light would not have spread so quickly. The soundtrack spurred on many people from other continents to search for information regarding Polar Light and the Period of Destruction series. Gaining publicity for his work, and at the same time advertising for his wife, Hong Lu was very pleased. This was a win-win situation. Even Lizhou's own God of War had an increased amount of discussions and attention. Zero's agent and the rest of wireless media grabbed the opportunity and promoted the film with added effort. They even managed to deny King of Snipers the award for Best Movie Soundtrack, and they watched as King of Snipers kept dropping points down to a measly 8. Before the premieres of the two movies, most people were certain that King of Snipers would run away with quite a number of awards at Lizhou's biggest movie awards event. However, when King of Snipers and God of War were simultaneously screened, many people feared that King of Snipers would lose the Best Movie Soundtrack award. Everyone knew that a crappy film like God of War had no way of winning any awards. It was unlikely that Yanzhou's Film Association would give the movie any awards, as they felt it was beneath them. However, if they were to award Best Movie Soundtrack to King of Snipers, it would certainly cause an uproar. Many people could tell that Yanzhou's Film Association would instead hand over the award to a different movie, hence avoiding the head-to-head clash of soundtracks. The investors behind King of Snipers were raging. After all, the soundtrack was one of the top priorities. They had put in a considerable sum to hire a celebrated band to produce their soundtrack. Yet it had all gone to waste, as their plans for the award were wrecked by that imbecile Zero. Some investors had also hired a bunch of professionals to stir and discredit Zero and his team in the media. However, Zero hit back with a public interview. Yes. We may be smelly dogsh asterisk tea. But even a pile of dogsh asterisk tea has its merits. Putting in so much effort on a comprehensive effort to discredit wireless media is a despicable means. Rather, that effort could have been put to a self-reflection of your flaws and faults and finding out where you went wrong. Just being arrogant every day and you expect to be the undisputed best. For all those that criticized God of War and said that the ones who enjoyed God of War were handicapped, Zero shredded them. Just watching and criticizing a movie makes you feel all superior. If you're that capable, why not join the military and embark on a trip to search for new resources? Zero was not afraid of any criticism. No matter how vicious the comments were, he paid no heed. This crappy film he had starred and had a soundtrack that had denied the other side an award. Although not being able to compete in terms of box office sales, ratings, or awards, denying them the Best Movie Soundtrack award was satisfactory and made him happy. It was a heroic deed. He deserved a raise. Zero's agent was equally ecstatic. Not just because they had managed to deny the award but because the film had broken even and made a profit of more than 60 million. Purely profits. The revenue might be a small matter in other companies in the film industry, but given Zero's tendency to splash out cash to make a crappy movie, the target every time was to break even. This time around, after deducting the expenses, promotion fees, and salaries, they had profited more than 60 million. This was a tremendous improvement. Once in a while, Zero's agent wondered if it would have been even better had they managed to secure the rights to Mission. Although he would quickly forget about it and shift it to the back of his mind. In Yenzhou, Fang Zhao paid no mind to the happenings in the global entertainment circle, instead leading his team to work. Even if Duan Qianji had not said anything, he had already decided to complete production for the fourth movement before Memorial Day so the entire team could have a long and relaxing memorial holiday. Since the rights to the third movement already belonged to Yenzhou's recruitment video, for the masses, they could only listen to the third movement by viewing the video online. Television stations, studios, advertising companies, etc. were not authorized to play it. Doing so would be an infringement and the offending party would have to go to court. The rights of the third movement had been sold to the Yenzhou military for its use in their recruitment video. Yet Silver Wing Media did not receive a single cent, because Duan Qianji knew that, no matter how much the military offered, it would not even come close to what Zero was willing to pay. Instead, she used the rights of the song to exchange for other benefits. Some were for the benefit of the entire Silver Wing Media and some were specifically just for Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao was giving Pang Pusong some vocal coaching when he was summoned by Duan Qianji to the top floor office. I have 2 issues I wish to speak to you about. Instead of having her assistants inform Fang Zhao, she chose to speak with Fang Zhao personally, as it was important. The first matter. Yenzhou military's recruitment video's global circulation brought a lot of attention to the third movement. Duan Qianji opened a projection and showed Fang Zhao a screenshot of an online discussion. Now that the third movement had garnered much reputation, more people realized that they did not understand the lyrics of a portion of the song. Does anyone know what it is? What language is it? Preliminary investigations have shown that it is some sort of ancient language. Possibly from an era before the end of days. We need someone to shed light on the matter. Anyone online who has studied linguistics? Please explain. What Duan Qianji showed Fang Zhao was an online discussion where people from every continent discussed the lyrics, and it was even picked up by the media. Many people who studied music knew that songs were mostly expressed in a few globally fashionable languages. Just that, when the languages mixed and got complicated, it was harder to understand the meaning of the song. Thus, not many people would actually try to decipher the meanings behind the many languages. Still, no matter how many languages were used, there still existed music that was beyond the control of languages, using an unknown language to convey the song. To put it bluntly, it was self-created musical language. This sort of language on its own had no significance. Normally, it would just be for the sake of complementing the melody. Alternatively, it could be some sort of ancient language that had died out. No matter the reason, it would not be able to clearly express much. But it could convey the feelings that the artist had in mind. Whatever the reason, when nobody could figure it out, the remaining option was to ask the composer himself. This was the question on the minds of internet users of every continent. Previously, Duan Qianji had not paid much attention. She had felt that with regards to Fang Zhao's composition, lyrics were secondary. The composition was what attracted people. Therefore, she did not find any issue with the lyrics and hence paid no heed. It was only after the lyrics generated much buzz on the internet that it caught her attention. The company plans to keep this matter under tight wraps to deal with the matter. Therefore, whatever the meaning of the third movement, please do not divulge any information. For the time being, do not give an explanation online regarding the lyrics of the third movement, Duan Qianji emphasized in a serious tone. Don't worry about it. Fang Zhao laughed as he continued, even I do not know what it means. Duan Qianji thought to herself, is he messing with me? I heard it before and felt that it suited this part, so I decided to use it. As for the meaning, I can't help you there, Fang Zhao said. After the end of days, many dialects and languages went extinct. When Fang Zhao had been composing the score, he remembered the words and sounds he'd heard during the all-out war. Some were farewells to family and friends, and others were the roars of battle cries. The people they came from no longer existed. Fang Zhao did not know what they meant, but when he was composing, the words came to him as he was writing the score. Thus, during recording, he then instructed Pang Pusong on how to sing them. Duan Xianji just stared at Fang Zhao, seemingly finding it hard to speak. She had no way of understanding what went through the mind of a talented and eccentric artist. Perhaps only such a person could produce such astonishing music. Cough. That's settled, then. Now for the second matter. Duan Xianji scrutinized the expressions on Fang Zhao's face as she said, "Mission belonged to Silverwing Media and the rights were given to Yenzhou Military's publicity division, we did not charge them a single cent." Although the matter of entrusting the rights of the third movement to the military had already been discussed with Fang Zhao and he had given his approval, Duan Xianji still felt the need to explain the situation clearly to Fang Zhao. From the looks of it, Fang Zhao was still young and might not have thought things through and instead held back his misgivings. Duan Xianji did not want such a promising talent to the company harboring any doubts. Of course, it was not entirely free, in a sense. We managed to obtain quite a bit of privileges, some that cannot be bought. Duan Xianji watched Fang Zhao's expression and behavior closely as she spoke. Yet from the start, Fang Zhao had projected an image of cool and calm, as if the two were just engaged in idle gossip. Duan Quanji had been overthinking things. Fang Zhao was not really fazed by this matter. He had already given his approval. All he had wanted was for the few compositions of his to see the light of day. Profit-wise, it was just not as great as the previous installments. Also, Fang Zhao believed that, as a business person, Duan Quanji knew best how to receive the most profit. Thus, he was not worried about losing out. Duan Quanji would also not have any shortage of cash, and receiving privileges, as she'd mentioned, could not be bought easily. There are some things that I am not liable to tell you, but I can tell you this. Duan Quanji chuckled. Other than privileges, I took the opportunity to obtain 10 positions for you. Military positions. In the new era, there were some things that were unavoidable. Military conscription was one. There were different types of soldiers, different divisions, and different vocations. Some would be assigned to a certain squadron and sent to a remote planet to mine for resources, whereas other positions might require doing simple administrative work in a city without the need for active duty. Duan Xianji saw that this had piqued Fang Zhao's interest and continued, I have checked up on the Polar Light production team. The others completed their military service during their time at university. Fang Zhao, only you have not completed the mandatory service. When you decide to enlist, you can select a posting they have given, pick one that has rather light duties and even lets you stay in Qian. During that 1 year of military service, you can continue to compose your music without many disturbances. Of these types of postings, I have obtained 10. This was her preferential treatment toward Fang Zhao and a chance to do him a favor. There were many ways to complete military service. Those enlisting would be divided according to their physical condition. Those with physically weak bodies would be assigned to less taxing places and, as Duan Xianji had mentioned, did not need to leave the planet. For those with poor health, they might be assigned to a city office to help with easier jobs, such as administration. However, these jobs were also restricted by the postings. The majority of people were thus assigned accordingly, and more than 70% of postings required the person to leave the planet. Every year, many military personnel were sent to foreign planets. Not for holidays, they were required to undergo rigorous training and would need to toil hard there. Therefore, most people were unwilling to get sent there, and families with pressing or dire circumstances would try various methods to get a more relaxed posting. This resulted in many underhanded transactions happening on the black market every year, especially so in remote areas. By manipulating the assignments, one could even use this as a means of revenge. It had already been 500 years since the new era had started, and many laws and policies had lost the significance they'd had when they were first introduced. Yanzhou's military was no exception. Officials in the military would sometimes turn a blind eye. After all, the end of days were over, and in order to go on living happily, sometimes corners had to be cut. This situation was not just limited to Yanzhou. It existed in every single continent as well. Fang Zhao had not yet enlisted, yet he already had these postings. He did not need to worry about being assigned to an arduous foreign planet. Duan Xianji also hoped that Fang Zhao would remain in Qian City and be of use to Silverwing Media. After all, the nucleus of the Polar Light team was Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao left the rooftop office and headed for the 50th floor, taking advantage of the afternoon's free time to summon his team over. Wasn't the project meeting scheduled for tomorrow? Zhu Wen yawned. He had been about to take his afternoon nap. This is not a project meeting. I have received a number of military postings, Fang Zhao said. Zhu Wen was snapped out of his daze. Is it what I'm thinking it is? Is it the type that grants preferential treatment? Rodney rubbed his palms gleefully. Everyone else stared at Fang Zhao, awaiting his reply. Fang Zhao nodded. That's right. Ah-ha, Zhu Wen let out a strange sound. Why did I clear my military service so early? I could have been living the life and enjoying special treatment. I wouldn't even have to travel to foreign planets to mine for minerals. Zhu Wen, were you also assigned to mining? Zheng Huang asked. Yeah. Where else? Zhu Wen felt his stomach clenching when he remembered his time in the military. Luckily, my family pulled some strings and spent $1 million so that the person in charge would assign me to a planet with a well-developed base. You had it good. The planet I was assigned to had horrible conditions. The weather was bad, too, and it snowed all year long. Zheng Huang shuddered as he spoke. Zheng Huang and I completed our military service during year 3 of university. During year 1 and 2, we completed the curriculum for year 3 as well, so when we returned, we could directly continue with year 4 and have it not affect our graduation, Wan Yu said. But it seems like Fang Zhao has not served in the military yet. Generally, students would try to complete their military service together with close friends or family. Waiting till after graduation would only serve as a hindrance to their work. During university, the original owner of Fang Zhao's body had been kept busy by composing, dating, and striving for good results and awards. Therefore, he had not completed his military service. I have also completed my service. But, boss. Fu Yingtian paused. He had joined the team through Zhu Wen's recommendation and followed Zhu Wen's way of calling Fang Zhao boss. However, he was still not used to speaking to Fang Zhao in the same easy manner as Zhu Wen. Seeing Fang Zhao glance over, Fu Yingtian got a little nervous. My little brother is in his 3rd year of university. He spends most of his days coding and severely lacks exercise. This year, he and his classmates decided to defer their studies and serve in the military. He is really talented in science and technology. It's just that he loses track of time when he gets busy. He frequently stays up all night and his health condition isn't that good. Last year, he also contracted an illness. Boss, the postings that you have, could you sell me one? Hearing Fu Yingtian's words, Fang Zhao nodded. Fu Yingtian felt relieved as Fang Zhao consented. Having joined the Polar Light Project team, he had saved quite a bit of money. It would be worth it if he could purchase a credible posting. He had asked around on the black market, but there were no guarantees and there was a risk of being conned. He knew his own brother best. If his brother was posted to mine at a planet with poor weather and working conditions like the one Zheng Huang had mentioned, chances were, he would be sent back halfway through due to illness or health issues. Military service was not that bad to the extent that people died, but according to his experiences, he knew how tough it could be. If it was absolutely fair and people were assigned their positions according to the rules, he would have accepted it with no questions asked. However, now that everyone was using their own means and methods, why should he abide by the rules? He had not done so previously, but this time, given the circumstances, he could let the people he cared about suffer less. Struggling hard, was it ultimately to give his family and himself a better life? How much? Fu Yingtian had only intended to ask how much a posting cost, yet he heard Fang Zhao say, you can have one. Anyone else? Fu Yingtian was flabbergasted. The few people around froze like statues as they watched Fang Zhao. A few seconds later, Zhu Wen took a deep breath. You mean you are giving them to us? Still finding it incomprehensible, he added, really, you giving them to us for free? Fang Zhao nodded. Wait, boss. Do you know the market rate on the black market? Zhu Wen rubbed his eyes, struggling to control himself. 10 million. Without giving Fang Zhao a chance to reply, Zhu Wen continued, on the black market, it is 10 million. The lowest it has ever gone was also 5 million. Those are the ones you have where you can choose your own posting. Back then, I would have gotten one for myself, but I just didn't have the money. Fang Zhao replied to Zhu Wen's incessant chatter with 2 words, I know. I know. That was all. Zhu Wen's eyes widened. Fang Zhao glanced at the people in front of him. Zhu Wen, Song Miao, Pang Pusong, Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, Fu Yingtian, Stiller, Zhang Yu, the 8 of you can have one each. Use it on whoever you see fit. Let me know when you've made the choice. Ha! Zhu Wen roared with laughter. I love you, boss. As he shouted, Zhu Wen went in for a hug. Fang Zhao sidestepped and shoved him into a room. You have all received benefits, make sure you give me good work. Yes. I guarantee all the work will be done to perfection. Zhu Wen was no longer sleepy. He was really excited. If not for the fact that this could not be publicly announced, Zhu Wen would have shown it off in front of his friends. Other departments distributed red packets, here they distributed postings. Military postings that were worth millions. Even if there was no urgent need to use them within the family, it would still not be sold. The postings given by Fang Zhao still had value even if there was no immediate use for them. Pang Pusong wasted no time and made a call to his mother. Hello, Mom, I obtained a posting. Let uncle and cousin know that they no longer need to worry. Pang Pusong's cousin was his maternal uncle's daughter who was going to be of age soon. Her body was frail and she was frequently sick. His uncle had recently been borrowing money and asked for favors just so that his daughter could get sent to an easier place where she did not have to suffer. Back when Pang Pusong had been a freelancer looking for jobs, his uncle had been of great help. Previously, having the chance to audition at Silver Wing Media was due to his uncle pulling some strings. If not for his uncle, Pang Pusong would not have met Fang Zhao. Pang Pusong was very grateful to him and hence had no qualms about giving the posting to his cousin. 2 days later, Fang Zhao received Pang Pusong and Fu Yingtian's requests and passed them on to Duan Qianji. Duan Qianji was astonished at Fang Zhao's decision to give the postings to his subordinates, but she respected his decision. I will ensure that this matter is handled properly. Fang Zhao, what about your choice? Have you decided when to enlist? Which position do you want? Duan Qianji paid no heed to others. She was only interested in Fang Zhao's decision. I wish to complete the Polar Light project first, Fang Zhao replied. That's true. If Polar Light wins the endorsement deal, you will be busy. You will probably be unable to serve your duty this year. You are still young, you will still be eligible to serve in the next couple of years. As long as you still have the posting and it is within the time period, you can enlist in the military as and when you want to. Duan Qianji hoped that, when the time came, Fang Zhao would be assigned somewhere within Qian City, in the vicinity of the company. She had not known that Fang Zhao had spent the last 2 days reading up on mining on foreign planets and had taken a special interest in the most far-off ones. If Duan Xianji had known, she would surely have recalled the postings. After returning to the office and informing Pang Pusong and Fu Yingtian, Fang Zhao filled up the self-feeding machine with food for curly hair before deciding to retreat to his office to rest. That was when he received an incoming message. "Big Zhao, what's up?" Zheng Huang asked as he emerged from the washroom and saw the weird expression of Fang Zhao's. "I'm going to drop by Qian police station." "What happened?" Zheng Huang was worried. Why would he be called to the police station for no reason? "Don't worry. It's not a big deal. I will be back in no time." Hearing Fang Zhao's words, Zheng Huang relaxed a little. "All right. As long as it's nothing. Fang Sheng has been arrested, that's all," Fang Zhao replied. Fang Sheng was arrested on account of his song theft and alleged assault. He had been struggling since he'd been kicked out of neon culture. He wasn't a talented composer, so he set his sights on music school students. Qian was home to some of the continent's best music schools. Other than the Qian Academy of Music, there were 2 other decent music academies. Quite a few students attending these schools lived on a shoestring budget. Some worked part-time jobs, but competition for music-related part-time gigs was fierce, so some students chose to cover their tuition and expenses by other means. They would not take credit for their work, instead posting excerpts of their songs online to draw buyers and then selling the songs to the highest bidder. That was how certain pop starlets came by their original compositions. It was an open secret in the industry. Fang Sheng was planning on buying a few decent songs from these poor yet talented students. He was more or less blacklisted in Qian, so he would move to a city far from Qian and sell the songs there to turn a profit. He targeted students who were consumed in the creative process yet clueless about the business side of things, cheating them out of the fruits of their labor with extremely low prices. When he had built up a collection, he would flee to another city. His marks were often students whose personalities resembled that of the original owner of Fang Zhao's body. He really got addicted to stealing. The real reason was that this was such a killer shortcut. When he'd stolen the initial 3 songs, next thing he knew he had a new apartment in a company car. The temptation of overnight riches was too seductive. If Fang Zhao hadn't intervened, Fang Sheng would have done just fine. Yet Fang Sheng's latest ploy had failed. A prospective seller had balked at his offer, but he went ahead and tried to steal the student's song anyway and was caught red-handed. The victim petitioned police to use a lie detector on Fang Sheng. Fang Sheng crumbled under the dual pressure of the lie detector test and interrogation and confessed to stealing Fang Zhao's 3 songs. After arriving at the police station, Fang Zhao had his ID checked and was brought to a conference room. This wasn't an interrogation room, so it wasn't as intimidating. The walls were transparent. You could see the movement in a neighboring hallway. The room was also furnished with snacks and refreshments. A man in his 40s with a square face, sitting in the room, raised his head and asked, "Fang Zhao?" "That's me." Fang Zhao sat down at the same desk to face the man. "Did you bring the items we requested?" the man asked. "I did." Fang Zhao removed a notebook from his bag and handed it over. The notebook was what the original owner of his body had used to compose. In it, he had jotted down all his scores. When Fang Zhao got the call from the police at the office, he was asked to bring proof that he was the actual composer of the 3 songs. A second officer took the notebook for verification. Current-day technology could determine the rough date the notebook was written in and establish the timing of the compositions. Even though Fang Sheng had confessed to stealing the 3 songs from Fang Zhao, the laws of evidence required further proof. Having the actual compositions was even better. The man who stayed in the conference room, the note-taker, noticed Fang Zhao turning his head and looking outside. He asked with a laugh, "Do you recognize the man in the blue checkered shirt and the 2 folks next to him?" "Who?" Fang Zhao responded as he gazed at the surface of the desk. The girl who is crying is called Wei Qian. She's a student at one of the local music academies. Fang Sheng almost stole a song from her. If she hadn't buried a signature code in her score, it might very well have been registered under Fang Sheng's name. The man standing in the middle, wearing the blue checkered shirt, is her older brother, Wei Qi. He's a student at the Qian University of Science and Technology. When he found out his sister had been robbed, he started asking around about Fang Sheng's whereabouts. When he got a tip, he tracked Fang Sheng down. He caught Fang Sheng taking pictures of another person's score, so he detained him and called the police. He also borrowed money to hire a kick-ass lawyer. Multiple thefts and assault. I'm guessing Fang Sheng will be locked up for at least 10 years. You should thank them. If they hadn't requested a lie detector test, we might not have found out about the theft of your songs. Since Fang Sheng's hired guns had failed to steal Fang Zhao bracelet and the attempt backfired on him instead, this time, Fang Sheng hadn't dared outsource the job again. He'd done the deed himself, but he was caught in the act. Hey, how come you didn't sue him when your songs were stolen? The officer asked Fang Zhao. I had no proof. I had no case, Fang Zhao responded. True. This kid's a sly bastard. He never left any concrete proof. Typically, the lie detector isn't used before a conviction. The man gave Fang Zhao a sympathetic look. Knowing your work had been stolen but not being able to do anything about it, seeing someone profit from the fruits of your labor, that had to have been a horrible feeling. There were strict rules governing the use of the lie detector. They could only be used in certain types of cases and the scope of questioning was limited. The officer who processed evidence returned to the room and returned the notebook to Fang Zhao. After the notebook was deemed legitimate evidence, Fang Zhao proceeded to fill out a bunch of paperwork that reverted ownership of the 3 songs from Fang Sheng to himself. Neon Culture had immediately recalled the 3 songs that Fang Sheng had stolen when they got word from the police, transferring their rights to Fang Zhao. Can I see Fang Sheng? Fang Zhao asked. Certainly. Fang Zhao was led to a temporary detention center. There are headsets on the wall. The officer who'd brought Fang Zhao to the detention center showed him where the headsets were located and left. The Qian police were quite careful about privacy issues. Fang Sheng looked skinny and downcast. He didn't know what had gone wrong. He didn't get it. Was it simply bad luck? Everything was supposed to go according to plan. How come things always went south at critical moments? Fang Sheng had intended to buy Wei Qian's song for 50,000. 50,000 was a bonanza for someone like her who didn't know the market and wasn't calculating. It was enough to cover her tuition for 6 years and obtain certain luxuries. But just when she'd been about to sign the contract, a call from her older brother sowed doubt in her mind. But Fang Sheng hadn't wanted to wait, so he'd stolen Wei Qian's score instead. Who knew that it was planted with her own signature code? What was worse was that, after he stole Wei Qian's score, he'd moved on to another school where he got a student drunk and was about to steal his score. He had wanted to buy it for a bargain, but this student was more business savvy and asked for at least 150,000. Fang Sheng had no intention of shelling out that much money, so he decided to steal again. He had even planned on fleeing Qian that very night, yet Wei Qi had caught him red-handed. If he'd had a choice, Fang Sheng wouldn't have confessed to stealing Fang Zhao's songs, but he'd known he couldn't beat the lie detector test. And if he'd stonewalled, he would have faced an even heavier sentence. After weighing his options, he'd decided to come clean. There was no escaping jail time now. But in the worst-case scenario, he would be locked up for 10 years, no big deal. He might be released earlier on good behavior. In the end, he would have served 6 or 7 years. He would be only 30 then. There was plenty of time left. Even though he had depleted his savings, he could still mount a comeback. Fang Sheng plotted his next move. He wasn't feeling great, his face was still swollen and he was missing a few teeth. As he pondered, he saw an officer bring in Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. Big Zhao. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have stolen your songs. Please forgive me on account of the fact that we grew up together. If Fang Zhao forgave him and spoke on his behalf, he could apply for parole. Even if he couldn't shave a few years off his sentence, a few weeks or a few months was still something. After shouting for about a minute, Fang Xing realized they were separated by a transparent barrier and Fang Zhao couldn't hear him. He scrambled to grab his headset and indicated Fang Zhao to do the same. He thought Fang Zhao didn't know he had to use them. But Fang Zhao stood there motionlessly and stared at him coldly, as if observing a stranger. That reminded Fang Xing of the look on Fang Zhao's face when he'd returned to his black street in a company car to move after signing with Neon Culture. A lightning bolt flashed through his head. Fang Xing raised his head and stared at Fang Zhao blankly. It was you? Fang Xing looked like he'd seen a ghost. When he'd hired thugs to grab Fang Zhao's bracelet and was robbed instead, he'd thought that was on account of Yuqing. He thought the thugs had been afraid of Yuqing, so they turned around and robbed him instead. Now, he realized. It was Fang Zhao. It was Fang Zhao all along. He was the one who had turned the two black street thugs against him. He was the one who had played saboteur every time he was on the cusp of success. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Fang Zhao, mumbling the words. It was you. He finally got it. He'd never suspected because he had always based his thinking on Fang Zhao's old personality, but the Fang Zhao standing before him struck him as a completely different person. Coincidence or luck, that was all irrelevant. Fang Xing turned pale, his eyes became bloodshot, and he gripped his fingers tightly, as if he was getting ready to rip his headset to shreds. But soon, his gaze went from projecting hatred to fear, because he noticed Fang Zhao laughing at him. It was a casual laugh, but it sent through Fang Xing a deep chill. He felt frozen all over. If Fang Zhao had set everything up, what awaited him in prison? The more he thought, the more panicked Fang Xing became. Let me out. Let me out. Fang Xing yelled at the top of his voice. On the other side of the divider, Fang Zhao had stopped looking at him and left. After leaving the detention center, Fang Zhao picked up his documents and left the police station. He walked along the street and made a right turn, where he met up with Wei Qi, who had already been waiting. I've received your last installment. I've taken care of the legal fees, Wei Qi said. Fang Zhao had eyes on Fang Xing all this time. When he had found out that Fang Xing was targeting Wei Qian, he reached out to Wei Qi and struck up a partnership. Fang Zhao funded the operation while Wei Qi was in charge of entrapping Fang Xing. You're not going to tell your sister? Fang Zhao asked. Wei Qian did not know that Wei Qi had set a trap for Fang Xing so he could steal her song easily. Later on, Wei Qi had seized the moment and caught Fang Xing while he was stealing another person's score. I'll definitely tell her at some point, but not now. The whole point of this plan was to make her more guarded. As the saying goes, never set out to screw people, but also never let down your guard. She was too gullible, all set to pounce at the bait. Creative types like her don't know how to watch out for schemers. She's only going to be taken advantage of when she enters the real world. I won't always be around to protect her. Thanks for your help, otherwise, I wouldn't have come out of this unscathed. Fang Zhao always carried a knife with him and he'd had someone protect Wei Qi in secret. Otherwise, Wei Qi wouldn't have emerged unharmed after detaining Fang Xing. Fang Zhao looked at the time. I gotta run. They're still waiting for me. Next time you want a scam, no, I mean deliver justice, remember to count me in. Fang Zhao watched Wei Qi leave and kept walking. For him, Fang Xing was only a sideshow. He had simply wanted to reclaim the 3 stolen songs as a gesture for the original owner of his body. Zap. A flying car appeared in front of him. Fang Zhao checked the license plate. It was the cab he had ordered. He boarded the car in a hurry. Headed to Yenzhou Cemetery for Martyrs? The driver asked. Yup. It's almost Memorial Day. The cemetery is getting a lot of visitors. I've made 2 runs already. Is it always crowded this time of year? Fang Zhao asked. Of course. You've never been. The Yenzhou Cemetery for Martyrs in suburban Qian is the biggest such cemetery in the continent. It's also one of the world's 12 major cemeteries for martyrs. Word has it that everyone who died in Qian during the period of destruction is buried there. Yenzhou Cemetery for Martyrs mainly housed the bodies of martyrs who died in the Qian war zone during the period of destruction. After the new era was established, many graves were shifted over from other areas of Yenzhou. According to official estimates, there were tens of thousands of graves here, and most of the corpses had been cremated and compressed, taking up very little space. There were some without even a corpse, just leaving behind personal belongings or a personal record with their names. The people of the new era had a custom where, every Memorial Day, they would head to the cemetery for martyrs to pay their respects. Some people felt that paying their respects to the large congregation of martyrs would bless and protect them and make their wishes come true. Others just felt obliged to follow tradition and just came for a walkabout. As it was approaching Memorial Day, there were quite a lot of people visiting the cemetery for martyrs. During the journey there, Fang Zhao took the advice of the driver and got a queue number online. The cemetery for martyrs had a place set up specifically for people to pay their respects. However, the space was limited. Thus, it was always full during the few days around Memorial Day, hence the need for a number. There were too many people here to pay their respects. Fang Zhao's number was quite far back and he had to wait approximately 2 or 3 hours before it was his turn. However, before it was his turn, Fang Zhao had decided to take a stroll through the cemetery for martyrs. As he was approaching the cemetery, from a distance, Fang Zhao spotted the landmark of this area. A huge tombstone exceeding 500 meters in height. The cab driver drove Fang Zhao somewhere close to the cemetery. There were too many people and the parking lots were full. Occasionally, gun-toting police officers could be seen patrolling. At this time every year, there would be large numbers of police officers situated here to maintain peace and order. Seeing this, Fang Zhao alighted and made his way in by foot. No fees were needed to enter the premises. All visitors were subjected to an identity check. As long as there was no issues with the identity and the number of people inside was still within the limits, the person was allowed to enter. The path toward the cemetery was congested, but after entering, it was wide and spacious. This cemetery was huge and there were many different areas. The core cemetery, the period of destruction memorial hall, the plaza, loose graves, public worship area, etc. That huge tombstone belonged to the core cemetery area and it had restricted access. Most people would head to the public worship area to pay their respects before heading to the cafes beside the plaza for some tea and chit-chat. Descendants of martyrs would head to the loose graves or the core cemetery to pay their respects. On both sides of the main street were 2 sidewalks sheltered by trees. The variety of the tree was Longxiang Tianluo, a tree that stayed green all year round. Even if a frigid winter season arrived at Qian City, the trees would still maintain a green glow full of vigor. Ahead of the main street was the cemetery's plaza. It was teeming with people, and the shops beside the plaza had a steady stream of visitors. Only when they were paying their respects did people have solemn expressions. Everywhere else, be it walking through the plaza or taking a rest in a cafe, most people were in high spirits. This was by no means disrespect for the martyrs. At the beginning of the new era, a solemn and respectful attitude was the norm when visiting a cemetery. However, it all changed sometime later. There was a high-ranking veteran from the period of destruction who had been approaching the end of his life. Before he died, he had instructed his children and grandchildren to smile and laugh more when they came to pay respects to him in the future. The new era that he and his comrades had fought so hard for was one where he did not want to see his descendants sullen and crying. Little by little, people became less solemn when it came to paying their respects. Memorial Day was, after all, a celebration. Since people came to pay their respects, they brought the same jubilant and festive spirit to thank the martyrs from the period of destruction who had fought for and secured a peaceful new era for them. Having experienced the end of the period of destruction, people of the new era firmly believed that those lying here were their saviors. When paying their respects, the elderly would pray for blessings for the younger generation. The younger generation would hope their wishes came true, hope for peace, hope for fortune, and hope for love. It was still too early for Fang Zhao to head to the public worship area, so he headed in the direction of the huge and tall tombstone toward the core cemetery. "Are you a descendant of a martyr? Can I verify your identity, please?" the receptionist at the core cemetery asked Fang Zhao. "Nope. I'm not. Sorry, sir. Since you are not a descendant of a martyr buried inside, we require a thorough screening of your identity as well as a $1,000 deposit. May I know whether you still wish to enter?" the receptionist asked politely. The deposit would not be returned. This restricted most people. The core cemetery held a greater importance and it was not a place where anyone could enter. Thus, this rule was carefully drawn up by the managing board of the cemetery after much consideration. The deposit money collected would not be channeled to anyone's personal pockets but would be used for the maintenance of the cemetery. Yes. Fang Zhao handed over his identification information, and after the screening of his identity, paid the 1,000. The receptionist helped Fang Zhao put on a blue bracelet that would track his position at all times to ensure he did not enter any restricted areas. Most of the people entering the core cemetery area were wearing bracelets of different colors. Blue was for normal people paying their respects. Red bracelets were for descendants of martyrs. White ones were government officials, and black indicated that person was special. Although normal visitors were required to pay a rather large sum, Fang Zhao observed that there were quite a number of people sporting blue bracelets walking about inside. However, under the watchful eyes of police officers and monitoring devices, the people had to think twice even if they wanted to do anything. The huge tombstone was the most prominent landmark in the core cemetery. The people standing next to it appeared tiny in comparison. The gigantic ash-colored tombstone seemed like a pillar supporting the earth. Steadfast and silent, it had braved the weather for more than 500 years, a figure of pride and sorrow. Fang Zhao spent quite some time standing before the huge tombstone. After he had his fill, he went around and headed to the back. Behind the huge tombstone, hiding in the shadows, were a bunch of neatly arranged smaller gravestones. With the huge tombstone as the apex, the smaller gravestones extended behind in a circular manner. Each of these gravestones represented a deceased person. The first row, which was closest to the huge tombstone, had 10 gravestones. These gravestones were larger than the ones behind. The closer they were to the front, the larger they were. The larger ones had more words carved on them and held a greater significance. From the left, the first gravestone belonged to a man known by everyone. General Wu Yan, who helped create the new era. The yen in Yenzhou was obtained from his name. Other than Huangzhou, where the Alliance headquarters was located, the 11 other continents got their names or dubbed them from the 11 generals who had founded the era. For example, the continent of Liezhou got its name from General Harman Renault. Since then, the Alliance had abolished the rank of Great General as a mark of respect. Wu Yan, 17th year of the period of destruction, 56th year of the new era. A founding era general, second in command of the 5th Corps. Recaptured Yenzhou. Wu Yan's gravestone had a brief write-up on his lifetime achievements, mostly on how he ended a period of disaster and helped found the new era in an awe-inspiring and domineering manner. Reading the words that the government had carefully sculpted, Fang Zhao broke into a little grin. Probably no one knew that little brat Wu Yan was actually a scaredy cat. All he was really good at was hiding himself. Continuing forward, the smile on Fang Zhao's face was extinguished. The words on the second gravestone were, Fang Zhao, 99th year of the period of destruction, commanding officer of the 5th Corps. The 5th Corps was the predecessor to the Yanzhou military. Created toward the later stage of the period of destruction, the 5th Corps had become the Yanzhou military in the new era. Using the system for tracking time in the new era, from the year the period of destruction had started to the founding of the new era, in total, it had lasted for 102 years. 99th year of the period of destruction. In the historical records of the new era, after the difficult first 99 years of the period of destruction, by the 100th year of the new era, the fighting had more or less ceased. Most of the 2 years that followed was disposing of the remnants and, at the same time, rebuilding their homeland. Literally just a step away. Fang Zhao's gaze fell from the gravestone to what was underneath. He was really buried under this gravestone? Fang Zhao was in a complicated frame of mind. He did not even know what background music to play inside his head. Paying respects at his own grave left Fang Zhao with mixed feelings. A sense of sorrow as well as a bit of rejoice. He might not have survived to see the founding of the new era, nor had he become one of the 11 legendary generals. Yet, he got to live all over again. Even though he never got to see the founding of the new era, he got to see the rewards of what they were fighting for. The glorious new era over 500 years into the future. If not for his retained memories from his past life and seeing the records on the gravestones, he might not have believed he was still on the same planet. The changes had been absolutely revolutionary. As for the meritorious deeds and eulogies of his past life on his gravestone, Fang Zhao did not give more than a passing glance. He was sure that whoever wrote it down had not been familiar. That was because composer had not been written there. That had been his original job, and anyone close to him would never have forgotten that. Fang Zhao spent a long time deep in thought by his own grave. He thought about the end of days and he thought about the records that were written in books about that period. He thought about the world in the new era and wondered what belongings he would find if he dug up his own grave. As Fang Zhao bent down to gaze at his grave, a man walked by. "Sorry to bother you, I have to see your ID." Fang Zhao raised his head. A youthful police officer had come over. The police officer showed Fang Zhao his badge and at the same time his white bracelet, which meant that he was on official government business. In the distance, a few other police officers were also watching. They had been assigned to situation response teams. Every year during this period, a number of these teams would be assigned to various locations throughout the cemetery to keep an eye out for suspicious persons. The officers assigned here were all experienced and were experts when it came to catching criminals and maintaining order. Although there had already been a screening at the entrance of the Corps cemetery, if the officers noticed any suspicious behavior, they had the right to do a second investigation. There were some people in the Corps cemetery area who were walking over to pay their respects. Seeing the situation, they immediately turned back and walked away, and when they were far enough away, they glanced back and discussed something in hushed voices. Fang Zhao raised his eyebrows. Had spending too much time in front of his own grave made him look suspicious? Acceding to the officer's request, Fang Zhao used his bracelet to transmit his identity information over. The officer studied the information on his display and checked whether his appearance tallied and he was not an imposter. Fang Zhao. Sounds familiar. I think there is someone here called. The police officer caught the name on the gravestone, Fang Zhao. Glancing from the name of the tombstone to the name on the display, the officer was a little surprised but quickly broke into a smile. That's a great name. Among the billions of humans, there were many people who had the same names as heroes and martyrs of the period of destruction. Every year during this time, it was not a rare sight to see people paying their respects to their namesakes. Thank you for your cooperation, please continue. The police officer replied politely after checking Fang Zhao's identity. With that, he turned around and walked away, signaling to his colleagues in the distance that everything was in order. After the inspection, Fang Zhao no longer lingered on his own gravestone. Instead, he moved to the others. Names both familiar and unfamiliar showed up, evoking a number of memories. Fang Zhao could still feel the gaze of someone on him. It was those police officers. He paid them no heed. Every year, these people guarded the cemetery and ensured the safety and order. Unless there were people with malignant intentions, they normally did not need to worry about the gravestones being damaged. In the 500 over years, the gravestones and garden had not suffered much damage. On normal days, the cemetery workers guarded the place, while during crucial times, these people were called in to stand guard. The younger generation is pretty impressive, Fang Zhao thought. The group of officers watching Fang Zhao did not know what Fang Zhao thought of them. "Lian Jie, are you sure that person is all right?" a young police officer asked. Lian Jie was the officer that had previously gone to investigate Fang Zhao. "Yeah. No issues," Lian Jie replied, eyeing Fang Zhao who was strolling amongst the gravestones. "Then why did you go over and check his identity?" another officer asked. "I don't know, I just had a strange feeling that he seemed like he wanted to dig that grave up." Lian Jie continued, another one with the same name as a martyr. Hearing this, the rest of them came to a sudden understanding. "So what was his identity?" one of them asked Lian Jie. "A composer," Lian Jie said. "There are three types of people I don't understand. One kind are philosophers. Another kind are artists. The thoughts and ideologies of philosophers are too profound for someone with my IQ to understand. As for artists, they are a fusion of crazy and calm. Unlike politicians who are able to have a firm grasp on the mundane world, an artist is like a narcissistic person living in their own world. I have no idea what goes on in their brains either." "What about the third type?" the officer beside Lian Jie asked. "The last type are perverts. So do we still have to keep an eye on that fellow? Let's just watch him. Although I doubt he is going to do anything that would pose a threat to public security at the moment, who knows what would happen later. Keeping an eye on him would be better," Lian Jie replied. Fang Zhao paid no mind to the gazes of the officers and continued walking by the gravestones of the first row one by one. After he was done, he looked up at the densely packed gravestones arranged on the uneven earth. There was no end in sight. The area was too wide. Fang Zhao could not hope to cover the entire area within such a short time. His turn at the public worship area was coming up. Thus, Fang Zhao followed a trail and headed out of the core cemetery area. Raising his head, he realized he was in another cemetery area with a boundary that was indiscernible. Behind the core cemetery area was the loose graves area. Some were moved over after the cemetery was completed. Others were slowly added on later and were all martyrs of the new century. Although this was called the loose graves area, they were not disheveled or in a bad condition. There were more people paying their respects at the loose graves area. The security here was not as high as the core cemetery area. Here, there were parents bringing their children about, respectfully bowing, placing flowers, and then giving a long-winded talk about who knows what. They were most likely family or descendants of martyrs. The cemetery was really big and it would take quite a while to travel the area on foot. Running was not permitted in the park, so those in a rush had to ride on the train within the cemetery. Train tickets were not expensive, only costing $1. Fang Zhao boarded the train and found himself a window seat. He watched as the train departed from the loose graves areas and the train passed by the core cemetery area. However, as the train passed by, the buzz and chatter of the passengers aboard got louder all of a sudden. Fang Zhao saw a lot of people gathering at the core cemetery area. However, something was blocking their way, so they could only stand at one side tiptoeing to see what was going on. 5 black flying cars descended from the skies into the vicinity of the core cemetery area, followed the pathway, and drove in. Vehicles were not permitted inside the cemetery. The airspace above the cemetery was restricted to private cars. Private vehicles seen in the cemetery were special enough. Vehicles that could be driven straight into the core cemetery area were special even amongst the privileged. Looking at the number plate, it belongs to the Wu family, a male student holding a pair of binoculars at the front said. A bunch of girls who were beside promptly came over and asked, "Was Wu Yun there?" "Fellow student, could we borrow your binoculars?" "There is nothing to see, the car has already gone in," the male student replied. Wu Yun was a famous film star in Yenzhou. He did not belong to any of the three big media conglomerates. He had the wealth to engage his own business team because he was a member of the Wu family. Yenzhou got its name from the great general Wu Yan. But unlike the Renaults of Liezhou, the Wu family had experienced civil war after Wu Yan passed away. This nearly led to the extinguishing of the Wu family. This was the reason why, in the history of Yenzhou governors, there were very few that had the Wu family name. However, even though they had not become the ruling family like the Renaults of Liezhou, they were not to be taken lightly. Especially in recent centuries, the Wu family's businesses had been thriving. Even if they were not Yenzhou's number one, they were easily amongst the most influential families. What about the younger generations of the Wu family? Looking at the crowd gathered outside the core cemetery area, he remembered that, when he had received his new life, he had read up on the Wu family's history. He had wondered, back then, if Wu Yan was still alive, would he have shot his unworthy children who had thrown Yenzhou back into a period of internal strife? Wu Yun, who was mentioned by those students, could only be considered among the younger generation of the Wu family. In those 5 cars, other than Wu Yun, there should be a few other members of the Wu family. Fang Zhao felt it was unfortunate that he did not get a chance to meet the younger generation of Wus. However, he still had a long time to live, so he was bound to run into them in the times to come. The train had already left the core cemetery and was headed in the direction of the public worship area. At the same time, the 5 lengthened black cars of the Wu family had entered the core cemetery. The most senior person was at the front, with the young generations following behind. Every year before Memorial Day, the Wu family would visit the cemetery once to pay their respects. This was their own custom. On the actual Memorial Day, they would join the Yenzhou governor as well as other officials of importance to take part in some memorial activities. Whatever the younger generation was thinking, at this time, they had to put on the same expressions as their elders. Facing the gravestones, they put on an expression that was 30% respectful and 70% solemn. It had been so long since then. There were not many sentiments. After all, the people they were paying their respects to had already been gone for over 500 years. However, there was still a little sense of respect. After all, without Wu Yan, there would not be the Wu family of today. According to Wu family customs, after they had paid their respects in front of Wu Yan's grave, the Wu elders paid their respects to the grave beside it and place a bunch of fresh flowers down. Every generation of Wus would feel an unbounded sorrow upon seeing the grave that was after Wu Yan's. If this person had not left first, Yenzhou would not have been named Yenzhou. However, today, upon seeing the name on the grave, a few members of the Wu family felt a little puzzled. Fang Zhao. Where had they seen this name before? Fang Zhao did not get to see anyone from the Wu family, nor did he return to the core cemetery area. It was almost his turn at the public worship area, and if he missed his number, he would not have the time to queue again. Paying his respects was more important. Compared to the core cemetery area and the loose graves area, the public worship area was much more lively. There were a number of large and grand halls. The color theme was a solemn and ashen gray. Sculpted on the outside of the walls were murals depicting battles during the period of destruction. The main hall was obviously more grand compared to the side halls. At the entrance were 2 30-meter-tall statues. The first being Yenzhou's most famous character, Wu Yan, and the second, was Fang Zhao. The words carved on the base of the statue were the same as the ones carved on the gravestones. Back when Fang Zhao had been looking up the cemetery for martyrs online, he had already found out that he was a door guardian of the place. However, seeing the statue personally gave him a complex mood. The statue was molded after his image during the latter stages of the period of destruction. Just that, during the sculpting process, it was beautified. His facial features were made sharper and his muscles more defined. His cheekbones were raised and his eyes were enlarged. Although there were wrinkles and scars on the statue, it made him look like he was from the Middle Ages. Clad in his uniform, he looked bold and imposing. His head was raised, as if gazing at some far-off battlefield, and he seemed as if he was watching over the land. The expression on Wu Yan's statue seemed milder and had more warmth. That image was quite similar to the Wu Yan of stories that were passed down from people that had actually seen him in person. During the period of the founding of the new era, Wu Yan was smiling most of the time and gave off a friendly and amiable vibe. Even though the statue was not as sharp, it did not lose to its neighbor in terms of being imposing. This was the great person who had brought Yanzhou toward the new era and had rebuilt their homeland. The two statues silently watched over the people visiting the memorial halls every day. Qian City had many statues. Some were a means of signifying something, whereas others were meant for fun. Here, people respected these two statues that were a tribute. Unlike music, sculptures had a sort of ability to inspire and impact people, and also they had the power to immortalize something. Nothing was truly immortal. Immortality was just a relative concept. Every era would give rise to a few immortal characters. Through events that were worth remembering, commemorating those times would immortalize those characters. Never in his wildest dreams had Fang Zhao dreamt that he would become one. Gazing at the statues for a while, Fang Zhao then headed over to the open-air waiting area. Paying of respects was done at the main hall. The side halls were meant to serve as a place to rest. If there were many people, those who had obtained a number and were waiting for their turn could have a room to rest as they waited. At the waiting area, seated next to Fang Zhao was a middle-aged couple. They were discussing which methods to use for paying their respects this year. From their conversation, Fang Zhao found out that they were mainly praying for their children, especially their eldest son who was in the midst of his military service. Hi. I wonder if they are still digging now. Do you think they get a holiday on Memorial Day? The lady kept repeating in a low voice. It has been a while since we last heard from him. Has he been eating well? How is his health? Hopefully he gets a break on Memorial Day. The man patted his wife's hand and comforted her. It has only been 5 days since we received his video call. There are still 5 more days till we get his next video message. They will get a break on Memorial Day. Just that it is not going to be as extravagant. Most likely, they just take it as a day of rest. During the period of military service, service personnel could not communicate with their family freely. They were limited to sending a video message to their families every 10 days. Even if it was Memorial Day or any other holiday, they were not allowed to go home. All they could do was wait till their service came to an end. On his way here, Fang Zhao had encountered many families in the same situation who were praying for the blessings of members in the military. Every year, there were lots of enlistees and thus lots of families who came to pray. At the back was a group of youthful-looking students discussing which posture they should pay their respects in so as to not fail in school. For people in the new era, all sorts of patterns had emerged from the simple custom of paying respects to the martyrs. There were even some people who believed that, even though the previous year's wishes were unanswered, by changing the method, posture, materials, or even circumstances, their wishes might come true this year. As he was watching his surroundings, Fang Zhao's bracelet reminded him that his turn was up. Following his reminder, Fang Zhao collected his ticket and entered the main hall. The hustle and bustle from outside died off all of a sudden. The atmosphere inside the main hall was more tense and solemn. In the same area were many sculptures and projected images pertaining to the period of destruction. Some were photos of people, and others were scenes of events. These provided a brief introduction to the martyrs. Fang Zhao spotted his own image. The photo was taken toward the end of the period of destruction. Fang Zhao appeared quite aged and sported many scars. He looked a little scary even though the photo had undergone some embellishment. Fang Zhao doubted that he would be recognized even if his body from his previous life was standing right beside. He was different from the people who had survived till the founding of the new era. He had not left many images, and those that he had left were not meticulously taken. During the period of destruction, there was no time to pick out clothes or choose suitable lighting or backdrops or even to pick a pose. Photographs back then were taken when they were in a situation where they could head out to battle at any time. Looking at the ticket in his hand, Fang Zhao headed to Area A in the main hall. In the public worship area, Area A contained smaller rooms. As Fang Zhao was alone, he was allocated to Area A. Following the number shown on the ticket, Fang Zhao found his assigned room and slotted his ticket into the machine at the door. This was the first time Fang Zhao was paying his respects according to the customs of the new era, and the experience was rather fresh for him. To ensure privacy, there were no monitoring devices or other people. The only thing in the room was a screen. Displayed on it were a few popular methods and recommended packages to pay one's respects. Also on the screen was a guide on how to do so. Fang Zhao overlooked all of these and just selected an altar, a 500 milliliters bottle of wine, and a retro wine bowl. Although people had different practices and methods for paying their respects, they could purchase different items here at a cost. The screen was just like a self-service shopping machine. Whatever items were to be used as offerings or donations, all proceeds went to the yearly maintenance of the cemetery. Fang Zhao did not change anything in the room. He had not even requested a cushion for kneeling. He held the wine in one hand and the wine bowl in the other. In the room was a holographic projection of a smaller core cemetery area. The giant tombstone only appeared 2 meters tall here, and the rows of tiny gravestones behind were glowing like stars. Standing in front of the holographic projection, Fang Zhao knew that he was facing the huge tombstone of the core cemetery area. He stood there gazing at the projection of the giant tombstone followed by the rows of glowing gravestones behind it for 2 minutes before pouring the wine. Fang Zhao poured the first bowl of wine straight onto the altar. A toast to all who had lost their lives during that period. Fang Zhao drank half of the second bowl and poured the other half onto the altar. A toast to all the old comrades he would never get to see again. Fang Zhao downed the entire third bowl in a single mouthful. A toast to himself. After the 3 toasts, Fang Zhao put down the wine and bowl. Taking a last look at the projection of the tombstone, he turned and left. Before leaving, he donated $1 million. He did not need to purchase any of the virtual items to use as offerings. Directly choosing to donate was easier and more straightforward. Other than the room, Fang Zhao did not take a look at any of the other furnishings in the main hall, instead just leaving and passing by the plaza on his way out. Many people were walking about in the plaza. Children were playing under the sun with bright smiles on their faces. In the plaza, a shopping area had been specially set up. A few small shops were lined up and people who were passing through would stop to browse through their wares and purchase a few souvenirs. It has already been more than 500 years. Fang Zhao once again was clearly reminded of this fact. He was no longer the Fang Zhao of that apocalyptic period. Now that he was a person from the new era, he should no longer cling on to the past. No matter how hard others wished, they would not get a second chance like him. He should look forward and appreciate the new and prosperous world. Looking at the atmosphere in the plaza, Fang Zhao uncontrollably let out a smile. He might not have gotten to see the day the new era was founded, but he got to experience and live in the glorious new world 500 years later. "Hey brother, 2 commemorative paintings for you." A shout from a nearby vendor woke Fang Zhao from his daze and he glanced over. This temporary stall had many paintings of all sizes on display. This small stall specially sold paintings. These vendors were the staff in charge of cleaning and maintaining the cemetery on normal days. Every year during this period, they would double up as vendors and peddle items in a designated area of the cemetery. There was only one main religion in the new era, and that was believing in the martyrs who founded the new era. The people did not believe in gods, and yet, whether it was due to common folk coming up with the practice or merchants finding the opportunity to push their sales, the people adopted the practice of pasting 2 paintings beside their doors. It was to commemorate and also to pray for blessings at the same time. What was there to paste? Of course it was the portraits of the heroes from the cemetery for martyrs. Noticing Fang Zhao's interest in the commemorative paintings, the vendor's smile widened. Come take a look. This year's latest, drawn by a famous designer. Waterproof and dirt-resistant. We are the only place in the entire world selling this new design. You can buy one to stick in your office or home. Even if you don't use it, it makes a good gift for relatives and friends. The vendor rattled on trying to market his goods. Fang Zhao was a little distracted. Pointing to the 2 paintings in the vendor's hands, he asked, "Who are they? You don't recognize them?" The vendor exaggeratingly dropped his jaw before breaking out into an earnest smile. He thought that Fang Zhao had bad eyesight. Pointing to the 2 paintings, he exclaimed, "The 2 heroes guarding the doors of the main hall, the great General Wu Yan and Commander Fang Zhao." Fang Zhao felt as though he was choking on a glutinous rice ball. Unlike ordinary people, the staff of the cemetery had to be familiar with information pertaining to the martyrs. Closing their eyes, they could recite at least 100 names, and not just the more famous characters. This was a test the staff of the cemetery had to go through every year. Who would even work in the cemetery if the staff could not even recognize the martyrs? Once the vendor's lips started moving, they would not stop. Other than introducing the main hall heroes, he went on to talk about other heroes and elaborated on their glorious feats that were recorded in history books. He went on and on passionately as if buying a painting was like bringing back a god of war. Fang Zhao looked through the vendor's other paintings without a hint of expression. The art that was made into commemorative paintings, although slightly exaggerated, still brought out the features of the person, for example, a large mustache, a clean-shaven head, or a mole, as long as it suited them. As for Fang Zhao's portrait, the scars on his face were still there. But under the watchful hands of the artist, he looked less menacing. Fang Zhao admired the artist's ability to be able to accomplish that. Just that. What the heck was that red cape? Since when had he worn it? Watching Fang Zhao eye that painting, the vendor went on. This year, there are a few new painting styles for the main hall heroes. Lots of people have bought them. Even if you don't intend to paste them somewhere, they can be kept as a means of commemoration as well. Oh, there are others too, all famous heroes from our very own continent. Both from the period of destruction and the new era. All these are also the year's latest designs. Take a pick if you have any family members who are descendants of martyrs. Using his fingers, Fang Zhao browsed through the stall's entire collection. These paintings of heroes, regardless of the styles, I would like to have 1 set each. As for Fang Zhao, give me 10 each. Sure thing. The vendor grinned and diligently proceeded to pack his order. Fang Zhao brought his pile of commemorative portraits and left the cemetery, heading to his new home, the top-floor penthouse he had bought from the elderly musician Shui Jing. After moving in, the renovations had been completed quickly. Fang Zhao had only added a few newly bought pieces of furniture and did not change much else. After all, most of his time was spent in the office. He left all the other commemorative portraits at home and only brought the Martyr Fang Zhao series back to the office, distributing a set to each member of his staff. One set contained 6 styles. Boss, what is this? Ing Futian was a little dumbstruck when he received the portraits. He did not really have any interest regarding commemorative portraits. Contrary to him, his parents liked them a lot, and every year, they would buy a few martyr portraits from the period of destruction to stick outside their doors. Sometimes they would even stick them outside the individual rooms in their house. He did not know whether they did so because of custom or if they believed in the blessings of the martyrs. "I know who this is," Wan Yu exclaimed. She immediately recognized the person upon seeing the scarred face. "Who is it?" Zhu Wen and the others looked over. Glancing at Fang Zhao, Wan Yu said, "Big Zhao, what made you buy portraits of your namesake now?" In the past, Fang Zhao had showed no interest toward commemorative portraits. "Namesake?" Zhu Wen exclaimed. "Don't tell me this set belongs to the person mentioned in historical records." They all knew the famous characters of the period of destruction and had discussed them in history classes. If this person had not passed away so early, Yanzhou would have had a different name. However, people named after martyrs were very common. From primary school all the way to graduating from university and the start of a working life, one would meet many such people. On this subject, most people would find it surprising, but as it went on, people became indifferent toward it. Even if they had heard that the virtual idol project would be handed over to a new guy named Fang Zhao, it would not have rang many bells. "Oh, so it is him." Zhu Wen glanced at the portraits in his hands. "Back in secondary school, we had a test with him as the exam question." "Yeah. I remember seeing students complaining on the message boards about the question of who the two statues standing guard outside the main hall of the cemetery for martyrs were. Most people could not even answer. Some only managed to guess Wu Yan. After all, we are in Yanzhou, so General Wu Yan is pretty familiar to us." As for the other one, many were left dumbstruck, Pang Pusong said as he examined the portraits he'd received. "We never ever got this question wrong." Zheng Huan laughed as he snuck a glance at Wan Yu. Wan Yu was smiling too. This sort of question was like free marks for them. Ever since they'd learnt about a martyr by the name of Fang Zhao, it had stuck to their memory forever. The rest of the staff were thinking that their boss was really great. Just before the memorial holidays, he'd given out military postings, and now he was handing out commemorative portraits of his namesake martyr. Was the mind of an artist really that special? Remembering something, Zhu Wen said, "Hey, boss, let's say you become popular and famous. Do you reckon that you will be invited to act as Fang Zhao during the period of destruction?" "Hee, you could start practicing your acting first." Fang Zhao did not reply, he just gave Zhu Wen a dazed look. Zhu Wen caught the look Fang Zhao shot him and felt that what he'd said was absurd. How could a situation like that happen? The others thought this to be laughable too. Fang Zhao was a composer. When the composer behind the Period of Destruction series was revealed, he would become a famed composer, highly reputed within the music industry. This was certain. After all, the previous 3 movements were the best proof. Yet Fang Zhao was not an actor. Besides, shooting a film based on an actual person during the Period of Destruction required the approval of the Global Film Association, as well as the martyrs' descendants. The entertainment industry during the early years of the new era was a mess. Many accounts of the history of the Period of Destruction were distorted, be it through film, music, or virtual idols. These capitalized on the martyrs to attract the attention of viewers. After some vehement opposition by descendants of martyrs, the entire world set up a restriction to stop this madness. Any films related to actual persons during that period would require a thorough audit as well as approval from the descendants of the concerning martyr. As the restrictions were widespread, whenever each continent did a film based on actual characters, they would only select one or a few important people who'd had a great impact from that period. This was due to the fact that, if too many characters were lined up, the approval process would be much more troublesome and complicated. Hence, since the restrictions set by the Global Film Association up until this moment, there had not been a film made about Commander Fang Zhao of the Period of Destruction. Little did Zhu Wen know, Fang Zhao's expression did not mean that it was impossible. Rather, he was thinking, I am still me. Do I even need to act? Come to think of it, didn't the Global Film Association intend to shoot a film regarding many important characters from the Period of Destruction? Has it been done yet? Rodney asked, remembering a piece of news he had read during his university days. It has been shelved. Apparently for quite some time. They tried to reboot it a few times, but it was never successful. I have no idea why, Song Miao replied, as she generally paid more attention to the entertainment industry. However, in recent years, it has been brought up much more frequently. I reckon there is hope for this program yet. If they do start it, it is going to be a revolutionary, groundbreaking blockbuster, said Zhu Wen. The other nodded their heads in agreement. If such a program was really announced, the big investors would surely be the influential families of every continent, such as the Renaults of Liezhou and the Wu family of Yenzhou. After all, it was their ancestors that would be portrayed in the film, and they were all famous founding characters of the new era. The casting would, of course, be way more stringent. The main characters would definitely be played by global megastars. Even the A-listers in Silver Wing Media could only hope to achieve a bit-part role in this sort of film. That would be a really impressive film program. There was no way they had the capability to participate, so they could only stay here and discuss it like losers. Anyway, no matter how big the program, it still can't do without accompanying music. Song Miao turned to Fang Zhao. Boss, work hard. Who knows, when the time comes, you might contest for the rights to the soundtrack. There won't be only just one soundtrack for such a big program, and it will not only be from just one company. On that note, when the time comes, we will fight with you. Even though she said all that, Song Miao was not too optimistic for Fang Zhao. From what she understood, for such a production, the soundtrack would normally be sourced from experienced and established studios or from reputable master composers in the music scene. Given Fang Zhao's age and influence, the odds of him being picked were not high. Maybe in another 100 years he would stand a good chance, but by then, the production would have already been completed. Fang Zhao seemed deep in thought, as if he had taken Song Miao's words seriously. Zhu Wen was thinking of changing the topic to something more realistic to raise their spirits when Fang Zhao's bracelet rang. Someone was calling. Director Duan. Fang Zhao answered. Come up for a while, Duan Quanji said. Alone. With that, she ended the call. Director Duan wants to inquire about the progress of the fourth movement again. Most likely, given the importance Director Duan places on this series. Or she might just have questions pertaining to the project. Zhu Wen and the others continued to discuss. However, Fang Zhao felt that it was not related to the fourth movement. He had submitted a progress report to Duan Quanji yesterday. It was unlikely that she would ask again so soon. I shall head up first. The others went back to their individual stations to continue working while Fang Zhao rode the escalator to Duan Quanji's top-floor office. Entering, he noticed that, aside from Duan Quanji and her 4 assistants and secretaries, there were 2 other strangers. As Fang Zhao walked in, the 2 strangers watched him. The one of a similar age eyed him with obvious apprehension, whereas the more senior of the 2 seemed to be sizing him up. His expression showed neither suspicion nor contempt. He was purely examining Fang Zhao. The 2 men were neither extravagantly dressed nor wearing any luxurious ornaments. At first glance, they just seemed like any normal technicians. However, emblazoned on their chests was an emblem of a fiery red bird in the shape of an S. That tiny emblem was more than enough to make anyone take notice. It was the best proof of their identities. They were from Fiery Bird. Fiery Bird. The undisputed #1 gaming company in the world. Sit. Duan Qianji pointed to a seat. Following that, she faced the 2 men and said, this here is the creator of the first 3 movements of the period of destruction, Fang Zhao. She then turned to face Fang Zhao and introduced the 2 men. These are the department heads of Fiery Bird Sound Effects Department, Yu Chuan and Mr. Bai Fu. Deputy Department Head. Deputy. Yu Chuan waved his hands, not thinking that there was anything awkward about adding the word deputy. After which, he turned to Fang Zhao and smiled. The members of our department enjoyed the 3 movements of the Period of Destruction series very much. We are all eagerly anticipating the release of the 4th movement. As for the purpose of our visit, it has nothing to do with the endorsement. We are just in charge of sound effects and related stuff. This time, we came with an invitation for Mr. Fang. Invitation? Fang Zhao repeated. Yes. We wish to request Mr. Fang compose a piece. A custom-made one? That's right. Accompanying soundtrack for a portion of a 2-minute animation in Battle of the Century. To be honest, we had already prepared 4 pieces of music and were going to choose one out of the 4. However, at this point, Yu Chuan examined Fang Zhao once more. After hearing the 3 movements of the Period of Destruction, our department head found 3 of the previously prepared pieces to be unsatisfactory. It wasn't that they were no good, just that, in line with the game itself, they did not seem to blend well, as if they were lacking a little something. Therefore, we have already approached 18 soundtrack composers and studios across the 12 continents to request a custom-made composition. As for Mr. Zhao, this is our last stop, and we were tasked to personally hand over the request by our department head. I am number 19. Fang Zhao asked. Yes. Fang Zhao remained silent. Fiery Bird had requested 19 compositions and promised to purchase the rights to all 19. However, for the game, Fiery Bird would only pick the one they were most satisfied with. It was really inhumane. Mr. Fang is the 19th and also our last invitee. Yu Chuan smiled at Fang Zhao. There was still a slight air of seriousness about him as he continued, however, if Mr. Fang has his own commitments or he finds the time frame too short, he can choose to reject the offer. I forgot to mention, but the first draft of the piece has to be submitted before March. As Yu Chuan spoke, he observed Fang Zhao's expressions. Ever since Fang Zhao had entered the room, he'd felt that this youngster was not like his peers. His calm demeanor was not faked. Even upon seeing the Fiery Bird insignia, he'd only been a little surprised. He had not made any effort to conceal or suppress his emotions either. Even now, upon being informed that he had been invited to create an accompaniment for a game by the reputable Fiery Bird Company and compete with great composers across every continent, Fang Zhao did not have much of a reaction. He just sat there, listening attentively, as if he was listening to a report. Listening to a report? Yu Chuan's figure of speech flashed across his mind, startling himself. After that, he found it quite funny. Perhaps he had been traveling a lot recently and had been too busy handing out invites, so his mind was playing tricks on him. Brushing aside the thoughts in his mind, Yu Chuan turned back to Fang Zhao, but he just saw Fang Zhao drumming his fingers without rhythm on his thigh. As for Fang Zhao, he looked like his mind was wandering elsewhere. Cough. Duan Qianage could not stand by and watch idly, so she coughed to catch the attention of Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao's fingers stopped and, tilting his head toward Yu Chuan, he said, "I would need to see the opening animation." In his heart, Yu Chuan was thinking, he was still listening while his mind was wandering. Sure. But Mr. Fang has to first sign a confidentiality agreement, Yu Chuan answered. Fang Zhao's request was reasonable. If Fang Zhao had agreed without first watching the animation, Yu Chuan would have been disappointed. I understand the rules. After the confidentiality agreement had been signed, Yu Chuan passed over a miniature projector with a palm-sized Fiery Bird insignia on it. As the image was projected into the air, Fang Zhao watched the short 2-minute opening animation attentively. Animation was what they called it in the industry. But in reality, as Fang Zhao watched, he felt that it was very real, as if an actual scene had been shot. This animation was comparable with the movies that Silver Wing Media invested in every year. As Fang Zhao was watching the 2-minute-long clip, Yu Chuan was still examining him. In his heart, he wondered whether this person really had the ability to create such quality music and whether there was a possibility of them working together in the future. Fang Zhao was seriously watching it. At the same time, his fingers starting drumming once again. The extent was not large, and Yu Chuan could not see the rhythm this time either. After the 2-minute clip ended, Fang Zhao turned his head to Yu Chuan and said, "No problem. 1 month. That's more than enough time." Everyone in the room stared at Fang Zhao. Duan Xianji had wanted to stop Fang Zhao, but he'd spoken too fast. Beside Yu Chuan, the other fiery bird staffer, Bai Fu, widened his eyes in disbelief at Fang Zhao's show of self-confidence. Having self-confidence was a good thing, but having too much was just downright stupid. Bai Fu had gone with Yu Chuan and invited 18 parties to compose a soundtrack. Of the 18, when some heard the limit of "before March," they found it a little difficult. After watching the animation, some had said that they would try their best, meaning that they would only strive to do it but had no guarantee it could be completed by March. The higher one flew, the more they cherished their wings. These people would only submit if they themselves found it satisfactory. If it was unsatisfactory, they would rather give up the opportunity than harm their reputation. Yet Fang Zhao was number 19 and the last among the list, also possessing the lowest status. He was simply a composer with no reputation at all. To think that after watching the animation, he had the cheek to be that self-confident. Bai Fu could not bear it and wanted to say something, but Yu Chuan stopped him with a glance. Bai Fu then could only swallow his words. "In that case, we look forward to some good music." Yu Chuan did not stay long. Taking his leave, he and Bai Fu headed straight to the rooftop garage and left in their flying car. The car the two of them had come in did not bear the distinctive fiery bird insignia and was inconspicuous. They did not want to let the outside world know that, even though they were approaching the publishing date, the opening sequence animation was still lacking a soundtrack. Inside the car, Bai Fu puzzledly asked Yu Chuan, "Why didn't you probe more? Test him a little to find out if he was really the creator of the 3 movements and if he is really capable enough of producing work with sufficient quality within a month or so." It was already nearing the end of January. A deadline before March meant that, essentially, there was only the month of February to come up with a composition. A month's time to produce a compatible soundtrack to such a large-scale gaming project was really difficult. Even a newcomer in the industry would know that. Yu Chuan laughed and shook his head. There would be no meaning to that. We do not understand Fang Zhao, nor do we understand Silverwing Media. This is all our own assumption. The answers will be made known to us when their work is submitted. After the two left, Duan Xinji no longer had any misgivings. She told Fang Zhao, "You don't have to force yourself. If you are uncertain, it is still not too late to retract your previous words." As long as Yu Chuan and Bai Fu had not left Yenzhou, Duan Xinji could still stop them. "I'm not forcing myself. I agreed to their invitation because I could guarantee that, within a month, I can create a piece that is satisfactory to me. As for whether they like it or not, that I cannot guarantee. Other than the 4 movements of the Period of Destruction series, do you still have the inspiration to create something of a similar quality?" Duan Xinji was astounded. Although she did not know much about composing, she also knew that inspiration was very important to creative personnel. For the deputy department head to personally rush around every continent to hand out requests, the difficulty for this task would certainly be high. Previously, no, but now I do. Duan Xinji watched Fang Zhao silently for 2 seconds. "Okay. Got it." Fang Zhao went back downstairs to keep an eye on the production of the 4th movement. In Duan Xinji's office, an assistant with a concerned and puzzled look asked, "Director Duan, are you sure handing it to Fang Zhao is all right? When the time comes, if Fang Zhao's finished work does not match up to the expectations of Fiery Bird, will Fiery Bird take it up against our company? Do you all reckon the specialized staff members of Fiery Bird's sound effects department would understand music and know how to differentiate quality?" Duan Xinji asked. The assistant did not reply because the question was too simple. Would an unreliable person be able to stay at Fiery Bird? Previously, Yuchuan had mentioned the one who requested a personal invitation for Fang Zhao was the sound department's own department head. To be able to make it all the way to the top of the sound effects department of Fiery Bird, the undisputed best game company in the world, there was no way the department head was a knucklehead. Duan Qianji was not testing them. She continued on by saying, from what I know, of the 19 parties that Yuchuan handed the invitation to, there is only one from Yenzhou. In Yenzhou, there was Silver Wing Media's, Flying Pegasus, Neon Cultures, Metal Torrent, and Tongshan True Entertainment's, Fourth Dimension. These three elite cooperatives of the respective media conglomerates had each worked with Fiery Bird before. Silver Wing Media had not had success with virtual idols in the past, but as Yuchuan had said, Fiery Bird had many different departments, each with their own duties, and they would not interfere with each other. Virtual idols were just virtual idols, and music was just music. Yuchuan's side was in charge of music. Downstairs, after Fang Zhao returned to his department, he made no mention of Fiery Bird's request. The others did not probe Fang Zhao. Their expectations were not high. They would be happy just by working hard and making more money. Fang Zhao sat down in his own office, brought out a notebook, and starting jotting down some scores. He wrote down all the inspiration in his mind that he'd gotten from watching that 2-minute animation. The first 3 movements of the Period of Destruction series were something Fang Zhao had come up with in his previous life. After getting a second life, Fang Zhao only made minor adjustments to the arrangement of the scores. The 4th movement was a collection of his inspiration after he had been reborn. As for the little characters and scribbles appearing on the paper, this was his inspiration gathered after his visit to the cemetery for martyrs today and after viewing the 2-minute animation provided by Yuchuan. After the first draft was completed, Fang Zhao continued thinking about the day's experiences, especially the cemetery for martyrs and the 2-minute opening sequence. The first draft needed amendments, so Fang Zhao continued to look for places that could be improved to make it more outstanding. At this moment, Zheng Huang came over to find him. Big Zhao, the 4th movement is progressing smoothly. We can probably complete it before the 25th. You mentioned that, after the 4th movement is complete, the entire department will be given a vacation. Just like previous years, Wan Yu and I are not going back. What Zheng Huang meant by going back was going to the city where they were all born, Yanbei City. Back then, after the accident with their housing block, the government had given them quite a bit of compensation. There were a few relatives who'd lusted after the compensation, but Zheng Huang was unwavering and held on to it. Wan Yu was in a similar situation, just that it was not as severe as Zheng Huang's. However, Wan Yu did not want to go back either. After graduating from university, the two of them had never gone back to Yanbei City. Will you be joining us to celebrate Memorial Day? After all, it's only me and Wan Yu, one more person would make it more lively. This year, we got a new house that's even bigger, and the guest room has already been prepared, Zheng Huang said. Following Fang Sheng's betrayal, he was now behind bars in some prison. After breaking up with Fang Zhao, Shi Hong had yet to reappear. This year's Memorial Day, Fang Zhao would celebrate it alone. No, there was still a dog. I won't be going over to your place. Seeing Zheng Huang about to say something, Fang Zhao opened his mouth first. I'm going back this year. Going back. Zheng Huang clearly had not expected that Fang Zhao would make that choice. Back when they were all in university, they never wanted to go back. At the start of university, he still heard Fang Zhao saying that he never wanted to go back, and at that time, he was at loggerheads with his second uncle. Not understanding the family situation of Fang Zhao's original body, all Zheng Huang heard was Fang Zhao's complaints. Thus, hearing that Fang Zhao wanted to go back, Zheng Huang was flabbergasted and skeptical. Fang Zhao did not say a word, he just selected an electronic mail from his bracelet and showed it to Zheng Huang. Second uncle, are you coming back for Memorial Day this year? Jan 20th, 10:23 p.m. Fang Zhao, going back. January 21st, 7:02 a.m. Second uncle, what happened? January 21st, 7:36 a.m. Second uncle, what did you change your contact number to? January 21st, 7:36 a.m. Second uncle, my number is, give me a call. January 21st, 7:37 a.m. Zheng Huang realized that of the full page of electronic mails, there was only one reply from Fang Zhao, the others were all sent by his second uncle. Most likely, he had been shocked by Fang Zhao's reply. In the past 6 years, he had never received a reply. Every year, he only received a "not coming back" answer. This year, Fang Zhao's second uncle was probably prepared to receive the same reply. This was confirmation that something had happened. This was the first thought that came to Fang Zhao's uncle's mind, thus his urgent questioning. You haven't returned a call to your second uncle? Zheng Huang was guessing that Fang Zhao deliberately did not want to return the call. However, Fang Zhao had really forgotten. He had settled the matter regarding Pang Pusong's and Fu Yingtian's military posting in the morning before being called upstairs by Duan Qianji. After coming down and checking on a few notifications, he was informed of Fang Xing's situation. After heading down to the police station, he then went to the cemetery for martyrs and was called back for the meeting with the Fiery Bird staff when he returned to the office. Only after Zheng Huang had mentioned it did Fang Zhao realized he had received a number of notifications but had not yet replied. He had no choice. In his previous life, toward the latter stages, Fang Zhao simply did not have any relatives. Unconsciously, he still did not realize that he had relatives. I forgot, Fang Zhao said. Zheng Huang did not believe him one bit. Leaving the office, he advised Fang Zhao, have a good talk with your second uncle. I feel that he is really sincere. It is getting late, hurry up and return the call. If your second uncle believes that something happened to you, what if he makes a police report? Fang Zhao glanced outside the window. Indeed, it was getting late. The sky had turned dark. When Fang Zhao returned the call, that second uncle of his was apparently shaken and could not speak properly. But from his gasps and grunts, it was obvious that he was delighted. He even sent a photograph. From the original owner's memory, Fang Zhao remembered that there were 4 members in his second uncle's family. His second uncle, an aunt and 2 younger male cousins. In the photograph that was sent, there was one more little girl. During the original owner's university days, the aunt had given birth to a girl. Now, she was already 6. In the following days, the entire department worked around the clock. Finally, on the 24th, production for the 4th movement was completed. This signified that the Virtual Projects Department's Memorial Day holiday had begun. On the 25th, Fang Zhao took the entire team out for a big feast, and after that, the members respectively left. Fang Zhao would not be bringing curly hair. Instead, he left the dog in the care of Zheng Huang and Wan Yu. On January 26, Fang Zhao rode in the car of a technical staff who was on friendly terms with Zhu Wen as they departed from Qian City for Yanbei City. This technical staff was from Yanbei and only went to Qian to work. When he heard from Zhu Wen that Fang Zhao was also heading back to Yanbei, he suggested he give a lift to Fang Zhao. However, this staff member's final destination was different from Fang Zhao's. The 2 of them were heading to opposite ends of the city. Fang Zhao politely refused the staff member's offer of sending him straight to his doorstep and instead called a cab upon arrival in Yanbei City. To carry a street? Yes. It will be a little crowded there. Recently, there have been lots of people, so I will have to drive slower. The charges will be slightly higher, the cab driver explained. Understood. Fang Zhao glanced out the window. Passing by the throes of people strolling through the streets and the plaza, Fang Zhao felt a sense of déjà vu. If the world had not gone through an apocalypse, during a large-scale holiday, the world would pretty much still be the same. Crowded yet bustling, everywhere filled with festive spirit. However, that feeling quickly faded away. The 100-year period of destruction had been real, and the new era had since taken over. Trains sped along the railways and the sky was filled with flying cars coming and going. There was no returning back to that time, because the world was continuing to progress. We have reached Carrier Street. Outside, skyscrapers towered on either side. Residential housing was all concentrated together. At least here, the distance between the buildings was larger and the streets below did not appear dusky in broad daylight. The housing blocks had approximately 100 floors. For every 5 floors, there would be a passageway that extended outward that had enough space for 2 cars to fit through. However, cars were not allowed to travel at high speeds along these passageways. Above the passageways, there was a more protruding semicircular platform that served as a drop-off point. Numbers were written on top, representing the pickup bay's number on the building. 25th floor, stop at the next drop-off point, Fang Zhao told the cab driver. Fang Zhao's memory of the address of his second uncle had long since gone fuzzy. However, when he had called a few days back, his second uncle had foreseen the situation and had sent him the address. Fang Zhao just needed to follow according to the written address to find his uncle's house. Fang Zhao paid the driver and got out of the cab. He noticed a group of kids running over. Some of the slower ones were red in the face and panting. The lift had a limited capacity, and missing out meant they had to run. Turning around to look behind him, Fang Zhao noticed a festive car slowly pulling in, landing on the drop-off point that he had arrived at. Whether it was in Qian or Yanbei, it was common to see a bunch of cutely decorated festive cars about everywhere. These festive cars sold candy, which little kids loved. The festive car wound down its windows to reveal candy of all shapes and sizes. With dazzling multicolored candy, the waft of sweet fragrance and signature music of the candy-selling festive car, it was little wonder that, wherever such a car was found, it was surrounded by kids. As the festive car stopped, the kid running at the front rushed over and skillfully ordered his favorite kinds of candy like a pro. The slower kids still running over called out anxiously, worried that their favorites would be sold out. A smile broke out on Fang Zhao's face as he saw the kids heading to the festive car. His own memory of his childhood was fuzzy. However, seeing the kids vigorously chasing the car, a few vague memories came back to him. Even though the memories were not that distinct, they were fond memories. Fang Zhao was about to withdraw from the place and leave it to the kids who only had eyes for the candy. Just as he was about to leave, Fang Zhao spotted a familiar face among the group of kids. The 6-year-old little girl nimbly bypassed 2 larger kids in front of her and arrived at the window of the car, tiptoeing and making her order. Beaming, the brightly dressed salesperson picked out a few types of candy and handed them over to the little girl. After receiving the candy, the little girl raised her hand wearing a bracelet adorned with little bears and tapped it at the payment scanner at the window. She turned to leave, but not before raising her head with a reluctant gaze at the little bear-shaped candy that was displayed right at the top. Festive cars arranged their candy according to the district's level of affluence. The more expensive candy had less sales here and was displayed higher up. The surrounding kids would look through the window enviously at the sweets right at the top but could only covet them. They knew that they could not afford it as their families were not that well off. I would like one of those. Used to facing kids, the friendly salesperson looked up when he heard that. Seeing a young man, he stared for a second before a smile returned to his face and he proceeded to pick out the candy that the man had selected. The little girl who had just bought candy raised her head and immediately exclaimed, "Brother Zhao." "Little Belle Fang?" Fang Zhao asked in a low voice. This little girl was his second uncle's 6-year-old daughter, Fang Ling. When she'd been born, his second uncle and aunt had heard the sound of bells, thus giving her the name Fang Ling. Her nickname was Little Belle. "That's me." Fang Ling nodded her head enthusiastically. Her dad had kept showing her a photo of Fang Zhao over the past few days. The photo was taken before Fang Zhao had gone to university. In the past 6 years, there had been changes, yet Fang Ling guessed who he was at one glance. Maybe she really recognized him, or perhaps it was just the subconscious mind of a child associating a candy-buying person to someone she knew. The surrounding kids glanced at Fang Ling enviously. So it was Fang Ling's brother. Fang Ling was so lucky to have someone buy candy for her. "Hello, here's your candy." The salesperson handed over the candy sealed in a wrapper over to Fang Zhao. Fang Ling's eyes widened. Her eyes seemed to be shining like stars. Then she watched as the stick of candy that she had longed for such a long time disappear into the mouth of the cousin she was meeting for the first time in 6 years. Seeing the now headless bear candy on the stick and then glancing at Fang Zhao, Fang Ling was dumbstruck. The salesman in the festive car and the surrounding kids were all stunned as well. Had he actually bought the candy for himself? Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding bunch, Fang Zhao calmly proceeded to finish the entire candy. During the end of days, they'd also had candy. Just, that sort of candy was created as combat supplies. It did not taste good and was as hard as a rock. However, as long as it provided enough energy, they liked it. The aim was all about replenishing sufficient energy, and thus they would not complain about how it tasted. As for this sort of candy that was purely meant as a snack, Fang Zhao had not enjoyed one in a long time. Soft candy wrapped in icing slowly dissolved in his mouth. The lingering sweetness brought about a certain warmth, as if dispersing a cold winter chill. Actually, Fang Zhao had just wanted a taste and to tease the little kids at the same time. He did not especially like these kinds of things. He cast a glance at the still dumbfounded Fang Ling before scanning the interior of the festive car and asking the salesperson, "Is that for sale?" The salesperson turned his head to where Fang Zhao was pointing. A transparent box in the shape of a bear was sitting there, the inside filled with more of the bear candy that everyone had just seen. "Why, yes. Then I would like that." "Ah. Oh. Sure." The salesperson shifted over the box that was nearly half a meter tall. "There are 50 pieces of little white bears inside. Here, you can count them." On a normal day, the salesperson would have found it hard to sell even one stick of this candy. He had never expected to sell an entire box when he came out today. Fang Zhao opened the box and eyed the surrounding kids that had not yet dispersed. "If you kids can line up from the shortest to the tallest within 10 seconds, I will give everyone one piece." The gaggle of kids had not grasped the concept of 10 seconds, but as soon as they heard the word seconds, they started moving about haphazardly. 10, 9, 8. There were kids of similar heights disputing their positions in the line, but upon hearing Fang Zhao's countdown, put aside their petty squabbles and promptly got into line. Fang Ling watched the forming procession, then glanced at Fang Zhao before shuffling to find her spot in the line and slotting herself in. The salesperson in the car gaped in astonishment. The rowdy bunch of kids that had been crowding around the window had formed a line in the blink of an eye. The line stretched to the end of the drop-off area before winding back, forming a line in the shape of an S. Passerbys in the airspace passage on the 25th floor looked over in curiosity. Some people within the building also opened their windows to take a good look. 3, 2, 1, time's up. It's time for my inspection. A grave-looking Fang Zhao inspected the line, making the kids nervous. They were afraid that standing in the wrong spot might have destroyed their chance of having the candy. "Seems fine. Okay, now, starting from the first in line, come and get your candy from me." After all the 32 kids present had received one piece each, the box still contained 18 pieces. Fang Zhao handed the remainder, including the box, over to Fang Ling. For me." Fang Ling was so startled that she nearly dropped all the candy she was holding. "Is it really for me?" Fang Zhao nodded. "You don't want it?" "I do. Thank you, brother." The dumbstruck look on Fang Ling's face turned to foolish laughter as she hugged the box tightly. Thus, when Fang Zhao's second aunt opened the door, she saw two people, one large and one small, with traces of sugar on their lips. Translator's thoughts. Beetle Barker. Uncle Ben used to tell me, when one gets too old, one becomes a troll. Guess that explains FC's behavior. From Fang Zhao's memory, the original owner of the body had only stayed within his second uncle's house for only a short period of time. That was after the incident with their original homes. After a short while with his second uncle's family, Fang Zhao had then stayed in school. In addition, the government had allocated a compensation home for him as well as compensation money. Thus, having grown up together with Zheng Huang and the rest, they all decided to live in the same housing block, and they rarely met anyone else. For this reason, he'd never needed the assistance of his relatives. The original owner of Fang Zhao's body had had a rather estranged situation with his other relatives. Perhaps it was due to seeing the situation that Zheng Huang and Wan Yu had with their relatives, or perhaps it was due to Fang Xing's influence. The original would rarely visit his relatives. However, in university, his second uncle, who had doubled as his legal guardian, had still helped him quite a bit. Just that, communication between the two of them was not always good, so before university, Fang Zhao started to isolate himself from his uncle. Before the original had killed himself, he had remembered what his uncle had said. Early on, his uncle had warned him to be wary of Fang Xing. Because of this, the relationship between Fang Zhao and his uncle worsened. It was also because of this that Fang Zhao became much closer with Fang Xing. When he changed his number, he also did not inform his uncle. Every year, the only form of communication was through electronic mails. There were some things the original owner would reply to, while other times, he would ignore them. People always make mistakes. However, some mistakes can be deadly, and regret cannot make things right. His second uncle had a squarish face with two rough eyebrows sticking high up his head. His face was slightly flush, probably from drinking some wine. It was obvious from his eyes that he was really excited to see Fang Zhao, yet his face had on the solemn expression of a senior. A few times, he opened his mouth as if to say something, but he quickly swallowed the words, as if he was afraid to say the wrong thing. Rather, it was Fang Zhao's second aunt who pulled him over to do some questioning. She asked about his experiences over the past 6 years and what he was working as. Fang Zhao went through his memories and selected a few stories to share. Watching the warm smile on his aunt's face, he felt a sense of regret. If they knew that the original Fang Zhao had committed suicide, what would they be thinking? That means you signed a contract with Silver Wing Media and are producing songs for them? His second aunt thought for a while before continuing, Xiao Zhao, don't mind second aunt being long-winded. When composing, make sure you guard your completed works properly. Don't let yourself be swindled. Be wary of others. A while back, I heard there was an incident with a large company regarding the stealing of songs. Whatever it is, once you complete a song, make sure you make a production record, don't just write it down on a piece of paper. I'm saying if by any chance it really gets stolen, even in a lawsuit, at least there will still be your earliest record. If the piece of paper is lost, there is no hope. Fang Zhao nodded his head. I know. Second uncle could no longer hold back his words any longer and interrupted. Be especially wary of that Fang Sheng who is always sticking with you guys. After saying that, both second uncle and second aunt looked at Fang Zhao, wondering if those words would cause an argument yet again. There is no longer any need, Fang Zhao replied. What do you mean, no longer any need? One look at that fellow and you can see the bad intentions all over him. Second uncle was still thinking what else to say when Fang Zhao continued, Fang Sheng is already in jail. The words that second uncle had not yet said remained stuck in his throat. Jail. Second aunt was surprised. Fang Zhao gave a simple explanation of Fang Zhao's song stealing, but he did not mention creating the movements of his series yet. He was still under a strict confidentiality agreement with Silver Wing Media and could not yet reveal it. Second aunt sighed. So the news I heard was about him, huh? The news reports on the case regarding Fang Xing's thefts were not comprehensive. The reports had excluded his full name, and the main point of the report was to remind other artists to be wary. Neon culture had some part in the hushed reports. Fang Sheng was just a lowly employee. If the reports were too extensive, they could hurt the company's reputation. Most people who did not follow the creative industry, after hearing about the matter, did not really care where it happened or who was involved. I told you back then to be careful of that fellow. He was a little schemer. Second uncle was still mad. His already sharp eyebrows were like knives as they rose up. If only you had been wary of Fang Sheng, this wouldn't have happened. It's a pity you didn't listen back then. He had good intentions, he just didn't know how to express himself well to the younger generation. The words that came out of his mouth seemed like a reprimand. Realizing his words were too much, second uncle stiffened up and changed the topic. Pointing at the fruit juice on the table, he said, "Have some juice. Yesterday, someone brought it all the way from Muzhou. Don't you kids love to drink this type?" Second uncle suddenly remembered that Fang Zhao had already graduated from university and started working. He was no longer the little kid from his memory. Don't mind him. He always has that bad temper. Actually, your second uncle is concerned about you. Although you are no longer a student and have started working, in our eyes, you are still a child, second aunt said, smiling at Fang Zhao. It was not looking down on him, rather, it was the kind of concern that elders couldn't help but show. Furthermore, Fang Zhao was the only son left behind by second uncle's own brother. Hearing this, Fang Zhao thought, "In my heart, you are also children. Can 45 years be considered old? Oh, I'm over 100 years old." At the same time, his second auntie, who was oblivious to what Fang Zhao was thinking, felt moved. In the 6 years they had not seen Fang Zhao, he had matured and was much more settled. When she had opened the door and seen Fang Zhao, for a second she had been stunned. Fang Zhao had seemed a little different. The Fang Zhao 6 years back had seemed as though he had drawn himself a circle. He would always distance himself from people and wear a guarded and alienated look. Now, the Fang Zhao in front of them. The feeling couldn't be described, but he was no longer the same as his past self from 6 years ago. Although still not that warm, he no longer had that guarded behavior. At that moment, the door opened. Second uncle's eldest son, Fang Yu, and his second son, Fang Qi, came in carrying quite a number of items. Fang Yu was 20 this year and Fang Qi was 12. Seeing Fang Zhao sitting on the sofa, Fang Yu's originally smiling disposition faded somewhat. Second uncle's eyebrows spiked up once more. "Why are you only back now? Did you have too much fun playing?" He was displeased with the behavior of his two sons. He had told them early in the morning to come straight home after buying the stuff, but the two of them only came back at this time. 12-year-old Fang Qi looked at the floor as his dad got angry. Fang Yu, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. After all, he was used to his dad's temperament already. Probably because Fang Zhao was here, second uncle only said a little before stopping. Glaring at the two of them, he said, "Come over, this is your brother Zhao." "Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao." Compared to Fang Qi's, there was an obvious dissatisfaction in Fang Yu's tone. Second uncle's eyebrows shot up again, and he wanted to say something, but he was stopped by a tug from second aunt. Fang Zhao did not mind Fang Yu's attitude. From his memory, Fang Yu's attitude was not without reason. "Oh, right," Fang Zhao took out 2 boxes from his backpack and handed them over to the two brothers. "Here is your Memorial Day gift. I wasn't too sure what you guys would like now, so I asked my entire department before picking these out. I tried out my fellow colleagues' version, the sound quality is quite good." What seemed like a simple transparent case held 2 bean-sized items. They were shaped like the beak of a bird, part red, part black. The intense clashing combination of fiery red and jet black was eye-catching. For anyone familiar with earpieces, the color scheme would only bring to mind one company. Fang Yu's and Fang Qi's eyes were fixated on the jet black portion of the earphones. On them was a fiery red S shape. FFF fiery bird earpieces. FFF for us. The younger Fang Qi was so excited he'd started to stutter. If he had a tail, it would have started wagging non-stop. Fang Yu tapped his younger brother on his head. In his heart, he felt disgusted at his brother for his turncoat behavior. However, his own eyes unconsciously kept looking at the earpiece. Regardless of whether it was music, films, or games, earpieces were indispensable. In the new era, whether one was young or old, everyone grew up using earpieces for the internet or various electronic appliances. Even if one was not proficient with earpieces, they would at least have a basic understanding. Second uncle also knew the name of Fiery Bird and told Fang Zhao, "Don't spend money recklessly." Second aunt clapped second uncle on the back, giving him a look that said, "Keep your mouth shut if you do not know how to speak." What reckless spending! His nephew only did this out of kindness, and his own children were on the receiving end. What sort of tone was he using? It was no wonder that, back then, uncle and nephew quarreled often. "Okay, enjoy your gifts. Fang Yu, go and tidy up your room." Second uncle waved his two sons off. "No need, I bought a place in Yanbei," Fang Zhao said. "When did you buy it?" "Are you coming back to Yanbei to work?" a surprised second uncle asked. "I just bought it. I won't be coming back to Yanbei to work, I just bought a place here, that's all." Second aunt could immediately tell what his purpose was. Fang Zhao had bought the place as an occasional lodging for when he returned to Yanbei from time to time. "Just stay here tonight. We haven't seen you in 6 years and we are all very happy to see you. Your second uncle woke up early just to buy groceries to prepare his specialty dishes." Cough. Second uncle's face became redder and he decided to change the topic. After some thought, second uncle's smile faded and he firmly asked, "Little Zhao, have you done your military service?" If Fang Zhao had enlisted for the military, there was no doubt someone would have informed his friends and relatives to prevent having uncontactable family events in the event of an accident. According to the information in the government records, second uncle would have received a notification, as he used to be Fang Zhao's legal guardian. He used to wonder if Fang Zhao had replaced his contactable personnel with someone else. He'd asked Fang Zhao about it a few times back when Fang Zhao had been in university but was ignored. Today, finally seeing Fang Zhao, he could not help but ask. At the mention of this matter, second aunt also became serious. "I haven't, but I will not be serving this year. My schedule is still a little tight," Fang Zhao replied. "If it is like this, then it's okay. When the time comes, let second uncle know if you need any help. I have 2 classmates that I am close to who are working in the military. Every year, they will need those clearing their military service." Xiao Yu decided in spring that he was going to serve his military service too. He is in year 3 of university and is more than 20 years old. As his contact personnel, I hope to arrange for Xiao Yu to be sent to my friend's division. Second uncle shared his own plan. The place he hoped to arrange for Fang Yu to go was not an easy or comfortable place. It was a relatively newly opened planet and mineral resources were not the main priority. They were still busy with construction, so military service personnel would likely be sent to help with the construction there. Military service is to toughen him up, so a little hardship is fine. It's just that we would worry about other stuff. Having cleared their military service before, second uncle and aunt were both very clear what it was like. With someone to assist, a little suffering was manageable, and when training, it would polish one's temperament, which went a long way and helped even after the service was completed. What they were most afraid of was that the atmosphere among that batch would be bad and the place he got posted to would have little security, making it easy to be bullied. Fang Yu was not a very smooth person, and it gave them conflicting thoughts. Considering the impulsiveness of young people that age, there was no telling what sort of unpleasant events could occur. Although second uncle knew people who were in the military and his old classmates were willing to help, when it came to arranging for a person to be transferred to their division, they were totally helpless. When it came to military service, people in the new era always had two responses. Find people or find money. Money had already been collected, and second uncle's family had spent recent times finding someone who could mediate and hopefully help get Fang Yu a posting at second uncle's old classmates' division. Fang Zhao sighed in his heart. The way people in the new era saved up money to obtain favorable postings was like how people before the apocalypse saved up money to buy a house. Some families started having a target and saving up even before their children were born. Have you decided on the place to go? Fang Zhao asked. Yes. The place I told you about just now. It would be best if he could go there, second uncle said. You don't have to continue finding anybody for the time being. Let me see if I can settle the matter with Fang Yu. Fang Zhao sent a text to Duan Quanji. As he did not know if Duan Quanji was busy, he only sent a short text. Fang Zhao asked, what is Fang Yu's student ID, personal ID, and the place you want him to be sent to? Which divisions are your classmates assigned to? Second uncle was a little too stunned to react, but his second aunt's reaction was quick, she replied immediately. Beside them, Fang Yu, who had originally decided to head back to tidy up his room, stood rooted to the ground and looked in Fang Zhao's direction. He did not understand whether Fang Zhao was just talking big or if he really had the means, but as the matter concerned him, Fang Yu also listened in. Duan Qianji could not have been very busy, as she returned Fang Zhao a text a few moments later. Xiao Zhao, second uncle understands that you wish to help, but with regards to this matter, a lot of things are not as simple as you think they are. Second uncle had not yet finished speaking before Fang Zhao handed over a serial number. This serial number is Fang Yu's military assignment number. Check it out and see if it matches. Translator's thoughts. Beetle Barker. Hey everyone. We have hit our first Patreon community goal, so 2 extra chapters will be released today. Big shout out to all the Patreons who made this possible, especially Shelwyn for helping me promote it. Handed the serial number, second uncle didn't know how to respond. Second aunt got busy. Folks from their generation had all served, so they knew where to look up an assignment. After she found the official website, second aunt entered the numbers and letters in the serial number. When she was done, she triple-checked her input before hitting enter. Then she gazed at the computer screen waiting for the result. When second uncle saw the result, he questioned his eyesight. He checked the website. It was the right one. It was where they had checked their assignments when they served. This. Second uncle looked at the result, then looked at Fang Zhao. He couldn't manage a complete sentence. Fang Zhao had changed so much in 6 years. He could understand the change in personality, that wasn't uncommon. 6 years was enough to transform someone's personality, but not anyone could swing a preferential military posting with a phone call. Fang Yu joined the scramble to check the search result. The length his jaw dropped revealed how surprised he was. Company perk for Memorial Day, Fang Zhao said. Your company hands these out as perks. It was the first time Fang Yu had heard of such a thing. Even though past events had soured his impression of Fang Zhao, his cousin was now helping him out, and he couldn't give him simple, perfunctory attention anymore. He was in an awkward position. He was also curious how Fang Zhao had secured the posting. People usually kept preferential postings for themselves. No one handed them out so casually like Fang Zhao. Second uncle and second aunt were wondering the same thing. Little Zhao, aren't you due to serve too? Why don't you keep the posting for yourself? Second uncle asked in a worried tone. You may not understand the importance of a plum posting, but let me tell you. I still have one for myself. Fang Zhao's comment left second uncle speechless. He paused before saying, with a confused expression, That's great. The hand with which he was carrying his glass was trembling. He wasn't as calm as he seemed. One preferential posting was enough to blow them away. To think Fang Zhao had one more. Little Zhao, second aunt, thanks you from the bottom of her heart, second aunt said while looking at Fang Zhao in earnest. What a difference 6 years makes. You're your own man now. And to think that second uncle and I were worried that you would struggle at work. You must be much tougher than we thought. But even so, if there's anything you need, second uncle and I will do our best. Of course, of course. Little Zhao, if you need help with anything, don't be a stranger, second uncle added. The huge favor that Fang Zhao had done for them left second uncle and second aunt at a loss. It finally dawned on them that the Fang Zhao of today wasn't the kid they used to know. He was someone in charge. Little Zhao, Fang Yu will take you to your room. If you don't have anything else planned, do spend the night. Second uncle wasn't particularly articulate. After mumbling a few orders, he joined second aunt in the kitchen. They ate takeout or instant food most of the year. There was a dazzling selection of instant food products in the new era. When the couple was busy at work, they would order from the company cafeteria or have takeout or instant food. The kids ate at school. Only when the family reunited on holidays did the couple cook for themselves. Second uncle was in a great mood. First, the issue of Fang Yu's military assignment had been resolved. Second, Fang Zhao had turned out to be quite competent. He was delighted. After all, Fang Zhao was his nephew. As for how Fang Zhao had obtained the 2 preferential postings, if Fang Zhao wouldn't volunteer, they wouldn't press the matter either. As second uncle and second aunt took in Fang Zhao's changes, Fang Yu took Fang Zhao to his room. His father had asked him to vacate his room for Fang Zhao the day before. He would bunk with his younger brother for the time being. Since leaving for university, Fang Yu hadn't spent much time at home. He didn't want to tidy up his room. He only put up appearances with his father breathing down his neck, so his room was still a bit messy. Let me clean up a bit. Fang Yu felt embarrassed. After Fang Zhao took care of his military assignment with 2 text messages, he had put his cousin on a pedestal. Fang Zhao had only brought a small suitcase. Apart from the gifts for his uncle's family, he only brought 2 changes of clothes. He scanned Fang Yu's room. Much of the 20-odd square meter space was cluttered, but his bookshelves were in neat order. Do you mind if I read your books? Fang Zhao asked, pointing at the bookshelves. Feel free. I haven't read them anyway, Fang Yu responded. The shelves were lined with mostly Fang Yu's secondary school textbooks. There were 2 types of secondary textbooks, paperbacks and the electronic versions. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that electronic communications were jammed and telecom equipment occasionally malfunctioned during the end of days, but despite the rapid advancement of technology in the new era, paperbacks were never completely retired. Students used electronic textbooks for the most part. They were convenient, and physical books took up space. By graduation, their paperbacks were often intact. It was the same case with Fang Yu's textbooks. They were arranged on the top shelf as decoration. Fang Zhao pulled out a secondary 2 math textbook. The secondary 1 and secondary 2 textbooks had been thumbed through somewhat, but the books for years 3 and onward were all brand new. When he opened the textbook, he saw the first page inscribed with the large characters, Fang Zhao is a major idiot. Fang Zhao. He flipped some more and discovered scribbles and drawings. Scanning his memory, Fang Zhao realized that, when Fang Yu was a second year, the original owner of his body had just graduated from secondary school. That was also when his relationship with second uncle and family was at its worst. Fang Yu was under his father's tight supervision at the time. One ill-advised remark and he'd be confined to his room reading, so he vented by scribbling in his textbook. When Fang Yu turned his head after tidying up, he noticed Fang Zhao holding his secondary 2 math textbook and caught a glimpse of the page he had turned to. Images of the insults he had scribbled as a second year came rushing back. He snatched the textbook and shoved it into a drawer. Oh, I was a clueless brat back then. Fang Yu was so embarrassed he wanted to hide under a rock. Just half an hour ago Fang Zhao had secured him a preferential military posting, and now he was staring at an insult directed at him scribbled in Fang Yu's secondary 2 math textbook. Fang Zhao actually wasn't upset. Decent drawing, he said. From his point of view, considering what went down between the original owner of his body and the Fang family, Fang Yu wasn't off the mark. But the original owner was no longer around, so Fang Zhao refrained from passing judgment on past events. Fang Yu didn't want to discuss the past and his previous grievances anymore. He pondered briefly and said, "Oh, big brother, are you going to visit great-grandfather and great-grandmother on Memorial Day?" He remembered that Fang Zhao would tag along with their family on their previous visits after his own parents passed. But after quarreling with his second uncle a few times, Fang Zhao had stopped going. He hadn't visited his great-grandparents since. Fang Zhao canvassed his memory and found a bit of relevant information, but not much. He only had vague memories of the great-grandfather and great-grandmother that Fang Yu had mentioned. He only remembered the couple were the most senior members of the Fang family. They lived in a retirement home for former government officials in Yanbei. They should have been in their 150s, even older than Fang Zhao was in his previous life. "Yeah, let's go," Fang Zhao said. "Every time we visit, great-grandfather hands out red packets. You haven't been in 10 years, no. If you're on your best behavior, maybe great-grandfather will be impressed and give you all the red packets you were due for the past 10 years. Great-grandfather Fang had retired with merit. Even though he no longer retained his military title, he enjoyed a comfortable retirement package. He didn't have to worry about daily expenses and was entitled to a considerable pension. At the Yanbei retirement home for former officials, elderly residents were starting to get busy. Their daily chores were taken care of. What occupied their time was brainstorming how much cash to stuff in their red packets. "Old Fang, you're skipping your grandkids again," a neighbor yelled from his window. In a room equipped with quasi-antique decor, the spirited old man who sat in his chair leafing through a ledger responded, "Yes. They're so old. Even if I give them red packets, are they thick-skinned enough to accept them? Then it's down to your great-grandkids and great-great-grandkids, then," the voice next door said. "I'm thinking of skipping my great-grandkids as well. A bunch of little brats. None of them have amounted to anything," great-grandfather Fang fumed. The old woman sitting next to him laughed. "What are you laughing about?" "That's exactly what they are," great-grandfather Fang grumbled. Great-grandmother Fang went silent. Even though her old companion complained that none of his great-grandkids amounted to much, he always included every single one of them on his list, including Fang Zhao, who was alive and well but hadn't shown up in 10 years. The old lady's laughter subsided when her thoughts drifted to her grandson and his wife who had died young and the great-grandson they hadn't seen in 10 years. Word was that the great-grandson had been accepted to a decent school and moved to Qian, but he hadn't bothered visiting before leaving for university. Little did Fang Zhao know how much his great-grandparents had intervened and staved off trouble behind the scenes. So be it. If he doesn't show, he doesn't show. Family members easily became distant to each other in the new era. If the two of them weren't receiving such a huge pension, few of their kids and their kids' kids would visit on Memorial Day. Great-grandfather Fang couldn't keep quiet while doing his math. "That kid Fang Yu is due to serve soon, no?" The old lady put down her book, removed her glasses, and responded slowly, "I heard a while back about our third son's kids, not Fang Yu, though." Tisk. Great-grandfather Fang shook his head. He was about to speak again but held back. "Whatever. There's no point. Same routine again, if I like what I see, I'll give them a bit more cash. If not, I'll wing it." Fang Zhao spent the night at his second uncle's home. In the morning, he visited the apartment he'd bought in Yenbei and tidied it up a bit. It was just a place to crash, 80-odd square meters, a bedroom, and a study. After he was done, he went to the cemetery to pay his respect to the parents of his body's previous owner. In the new era, cemeteries for the masses weren't typical cemeteries. They were run by individual companies. The parents of his body's original owner had died in an explosion. The entire building was reduced to ashes, so the cemetery held not their remains but some of their personal items. The original owner of his body never visited his parents' gravesite in Yenbei. Instead, he would pay his respects remotely by logging into the website of the company that ran the cemetery where his parents were enshrined. You needed to make an appointment in advance to pay your respects in person. You were assigned a waiting area, and the remains of the deceased or their personal items were pulled from central storage. In contrast to the martyrs' cemetery, these centralized corporate cemeteries were more compact. When Fang Zhao arrived, he was told he owed a year in back fees. After paying the overdue bill, Fang Zhao went ahead and paid for 10 years of storage in advance. In the new era, rank-and-file citizens weren't allowed to be buried. Their remains were housed in cemeteries like this one. You chose from the various private cemetery companies according to preference and affordability. Some were backed by the government. Others were completely private. The cemetery where the parents of the original owner of Fang Zhao's body were enshrined was funded by the government. Even though it wasn't something to write home about, it was managed with more discretion. Despite incurring a year's worth of back fees, the Fang parent storage box hadn't been cleared. All the cemetery company had done was send a reminder via text message. Fang Zhao had not been pestered endlessly. Second uncle wanted the whole family to visit great-grandfather Fang at his retirement home on Memorial Day. He also wanted Fang Zhao to meet other elders in the family, so he kept Fang Zhao for the night. As a result, Fang Zhao had yet to spend a single night in his new apartment in Yenbei. Fang Yu's military assignment had been settled and Fang Zhao was back, so second uncle couldn't stop smiling. This gave Fang Qi, who'd almost flunked his exams, some breathing room. But what second uncle and family felt awkward about was the fact they were still guarded in front of Fang Zhao. It wasn't entirely due to the favor Fang Zhao had extended, although that was part of it. Second uncle couldn't quite explain himself. He just followed his gut feeling. Fang Yu also felt that the way Fang Zhao looked at him reminded him of the old man who lived upstairs. Fang Zhao's gaze was somewhat paternalistic, to the extent that Fang Yu felt inferior in front of his cousin. He even spoke with caution. Fang Yu tried to figure out why he acted this way. Maybe it was like his father had said, people who are competent command a sense of respect. Fang Zhao also noticed that second uncle and family were wary of him, but he couldn't change overnight. He didn't know how to act young, or rather, he didn't know how to pretend to be a young man. The reason for his visit was simple, he wanted to see what Yenbei looked like in the new era. It had been 6 years since his last visit. Even if his personality had undergone massive changes, friends and family wouldn't make a big deal of it. On Memorial Day, Fang Zhao, second uncle, and his family took a public train to a retirement home for former officials in the suburbs of Yenbei. It was a bustling day at the retirement home. Rapid advancements in technology and improved human health after the period of destruction had increased life expectancy. The retirement age for most industries was now around 150. At that age, it was common for 5 generations of the same family to be alive. As a result, families were quite large. Some families had 6 or 7 kids. The numbers added up. But in the new era, what counted was personal ability, not the size of your family. Jobs in the new era were demanding, which put a strain on family relationships. Even siblings could easily grow apart. The various branches of great-grandfather Fang's family decided whether or not to visit the head of the family on their own. They never coordinated their visits. When Fang Zhao and second uncle's family arrived at the retirement home, their first stop wasn't great-grandfather and great-grandmother's living quarters but rather the neighboring woods. The two elders get many visitors on Memorial Day. If everyone visits at the same time, it's way too crowded in their residence, so the retirement home allocates a small house for the family reunion. Second uncle was worried that Fang Zhao wasn't familiar with the protocol. When Fang Zhao and party arrived, there was already a crowd of 20-odd people. They sat at adjoining tables. The family members on good terms chatted in groups, while relatives at odds with each other ignored their enemies. The two elders will also chat with the younger Fangs, but the time they spend with each person varies. The more they like you, the longer they'll spend with you. Last year, they spent a lot of time with a female cousin, and the year before that, it was a male cousin. But I don't know either cousin well. We've never spoken. Fang Yu filled Fang Zhao in on scenes from previous Memorial Days as he walked. Second uncle's family typically dropped by to pay their respects. They were never the center of attention. I don't see Granddad. Maybe he's come and left. Granddad doesn't like our family. He typically shows up every year with third uncle and third auntie, Fang Yu continued in a whisper. Not only did second uncle struggle to communicate with his nephew's generation, he got into arguments with his own dad easily because they had similar temperaments. "Oh, you're here, Fang Lang," said a man sitting at a table beneath a tree. Fang Lang was second uncle's name. The man who noticed second uncle was his cousin. Their fathers were siblings, although they weren't close. They got to know each other better recently after working on a project together. "Who's that over there?" the man asked, gesturing to Fang Zhao. "That's Fang Zhao, my late older brother's only son," second uncle responded. The man pondered briefly before making the connection. Oh, him. He had too many relatives to keep track of. He didn't want to bother with minor characters. Second uncle's cousin was more interested in the box Fang Zhao was carrying than in Fang Zhao himself, but it was their turn to meet great-grandfather and great-grandmother, otherwise he would have pried. Fang Zhao watched second uncle's cousin and his family enter a neighboring house. The houses located in the woods were all rather retro, resembling the homes with tiled roofs from before the apocalypse. This was the only house in the vicinity. It was winter already. Although it had been sunny the past 2 days, temperatures were quite low. The two elders were holed up inside. "Why don't you take a seat? My cousin's family will be at least half an hour," second uncle said. Fang Zhao was about to sit down when he heard someone inside the house yell his name. "Fang Zhao. Hey, Fang Zhao. Yes, you. Hurry up. Your great-grandfather and great-grandmother want to see you." It was second uncle's cousin. He must have mentioned Fang Zhao to the two elders, so they let him cut in line. "Oh, they didn't ask for you, Fang Lang. You and your family wait here." Second uncle's cousin gestured at him to stay put, letting only Fang Zhao through. "Little Zhao, you be careful." Second uncle was worried. He himself was super nervous every time he met with the two elders. They projected a dominating aura. He was worried Fang Zhao was too young and would cave under the pressure. Fang Zhao picked up the gift he had prepared for his great-grandparents and walked in confidently. The house was quite warm. About a dozen people were sitting in the living room. They spoke in whispers. They whispered to each other when they noticed Fang Zhao entering. Their gaze also landed on the box Fang Zhao was carrying, as if gauging its contents. "In here." Second uncle's cousin pointed to a room. "I'll take you." Second uncle's cousin led Fang Zhao into the room and left. But when he left he made a sly move. He didn't shut the door completely, leaving a small gap, so he could eavesdrop from the living room. Inside the room, Fang Zhao saw the two gray-haired elders sitting inside. The old lady looked friendly, wearing a gentle smile. She gauged Fang Zhao, as if comparing his stature now to the small child from 10 years ago. However, the old man sitting next to her was in a foul mood. His gaze was hawk-like and he projected an intimidating aura. An untested young man would have felt nervous. "You two look like you're in good spirits," Fang Zhao said with a laugh. He placed the box he'd brought onto the table and opened it to remove its contents. Great-grandfather Fang was going to throw a tantrum. The kid hadn't shown up in 10 years, after all. He needed a dressing down. But when he saw what Fang Zhao removed from the box, he couldn't maintain his composure. "The serious?" Great-grandfather Fang exclaimed. What Fang Zhao removed was a silver-gray spaceship model about 30 centimeters long. It was emblazoned with a logo and lettering. The Sirius was a battleship built by mankind for space exploration during the New Era. One of the pioneering spaceships, the Sirius had already been retired. But even though it was retired, it was still a popular design among model manufacturers, not because of its historical significance but for its economic value. And the reason Fang Zhao had picked the Sirius was that great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang had served on the spaceship. When Fang Zhao handed over the model, great-grandfather Fang played cool and didn't lift a finger. It was the old lady who accepted it. She was stunned the moment she felt the model. This material. She also examined the detail before looking at Fang Zhao and saying, "How thoughtful of you." Their children and other grandkids had bought them models of the Sirius before, but great-grandfather Fang had tossed all of them. His descendants were under the impression that they didn't like models, but the fact was that those models were poorly made and got many details wrong. Only model makers who understood the history of the spaceship would notice the finer features. But the model Fang Zhao presented got all the small details right and was made with the exact same material as the real spaceship. The model had to have cost a fortune. Great-grandfather Fang's mood improved somewhat. At least Fang Zhao had put some thought into the gift. He and his wife loved it. Now that Fang Zhao had extended an olive branch, great-grandfather Fang stopped pouting. "It's been 10 years since we last saw you. Looks like you're doing well. Where are you working?" Great-grandfather Fang asked. "An entertainment company." Fang Zhao sat down on a chair next to the elderly couple. "Oh, the entertainment business." Great-grandfather Fang was intrigued. Another thought struck him and he asked, "Where did you complete your military service?" "I haven't yet. I've been too busy. My schedule for this year is full," Fang Zhao responded. "Oh, you haven't served yet?" Great-grandfather Fang straightened his back. "You're that busy. What are you busy with?" "Gaming." Great-grandfather Fang withdrew the hand with which he was about to offer a red packet. Hearing Fang Zhao's reply, those eavesdropping in the living room nearly broke out laughing. They all knew that great-grandfather Fang hated hearing the younger generation mention gaming. Occasional gaming was fine, but addiction to gaming, that was a total waste of life. Great-grandfather Fang felt a little depressed. On account of the fact that this youngster had finally came to visit them after all these years, he had intended to give Fang Zhao the 10 years' worth of red packets that he had missed out on, but after hearing his reply, he no longer felt in the mood to do so. Seeing the eyebrows of her husband rising, great-grandmother Fang patted his back then looked toward Fang Zhao. She was not at all angry, instead, she amiably told Fang Zhao, "We feel relieved that you are doing well. Starting work shortly after graduating is not always smooth sailing. Did you encounter any difficulties?" "Yes. I am not too familiar with military service. Could you tell me about both your experiences serving on board the Sirius all those years back?" Fang Zhao asked. Great-grandmother Fang had thought Fang Zhao was going to take this opportunity to seek their help. Amongst all their descendants, many who rarely came to visit in ordinary times would come running over seeking assistance and help when they encountered a problem they could not resolve themselves. Great-grandmother Fang had seen too many of such descendants, so when Fang Zhao said, "Yes," her heart felt a little disappointed, but Fang Zhao's following words surprised her. "Experiences aboard the Sirius?" The old lady scrutinized her great-grandson sitting before her, wondering if Fang Zhao really wanted to know about the two elders' experiences or if he was going to use this topic to ask for help regarding military postings. When we were on the topic of military service, second uncle had mentioned that the two of you served on board the Sirius, and I was a little curious. Fang Zhao looked straight into the eyes of great-grandmother Fang, his eyes full of seriousness, and he continued, I'm guessing that the confidentiality period has already passed. Great-grandmother Fang retracted her scrutinizing gaze and thought back to those days. Although it had been a long time ago, when she thought back, her recollections were surprisingly clear and distinct. When the Sirius had been retired from service, all those who had served on board also received some recordings and photographs. After retirement, whenever great-grandmother Fang had nothing to do, she would take out those old videos and photos to browse. Thus, even if she were to choose to forget about it, she could not do so. The existence of videos and photos were to remind people of their past experiences. Even if 100 years had passed, because of the existence of videos and photos, memories became way more vivid. On the Sirius all those years ago. You should ask me about this matter. I spent more time on the Sirius than her. Back then, during my days in the military on board the Sirius, I was around your age. Back then. Great-grandmother Fang had only just started when great-grandfather Fang could not bear it any longer and interrupted his wife. He rambled on and on to Fang Zhao about his military experiences on board the Sirius all those years back. The eyebrows that were about to shoot up a while back now flew upward. Outer space was unlike the army or the navy. The unpredictability was much higher, and unexpected crises could occur at any time. That was the reason lots of people would think up any method possible for their children to stay on the planet for their military service. But Fang Zhao was different. His former battlefield had been on land, he had never experienced space travel. Before their military service, many people would gain some experiences from their own parents. What was available online was limited, and it was mostly only government-issued information. There was very little private information, as outer space service personnel were required to sign confidentiality agreements, and even after the expiry of the agreement, what they spoke of was what everyone knew. Only their closest relatives or trustworthy friends would get to hear the truth and their true thoughts. From second uncle, Fang Zhao had heard a little. However, second uncle's military service experience had been more ordinary. On the other hand, his great-grandparents' experiences were full of ups and downs. During their military service days, they'd received meritorious service awards, and when the service was completed, they had decided to stay with the military. Great-grandfather had served and achieved regimental rank before he was unable to climb any higher. At that time, he was getting old and regrettably had to transfer to civilian work, working in Yanbei City's governmental office till he retired. However, for great-grandfather Fang, his life while working in Yanbei City's government office was no different from his lifestyle after he retired, as he reminisced often. After retirement, he would often take out his collection of military medals and tell his wife about those days. Great-grandfather Fang especially loved talking to people about his military experiences back then. It was a pity that most of his descendants did not like hearing these stories. A few members of the younger generations would be slightly more curious, but once they started listening, their minds would wander, and thus, great-grandfather Fang would not continue. Great-grandfather enthused till his spit splattered all over. Beside him, great-grandmother Fang held on to the model of the Sirius, showing and telling Fang Zhao on which parts of the spacecraft the incidents her husband was explaining happened. Great-grandmother Fang observed Fang Zhao at the same time. She found out that Fang Zhao had not deliberately raised the topic to attract their attention but was actually listening attentively. Great-grandmother Fang felt that this great-grandson was a little odd. Seeing the two elders, he had not felt uncomfortable or been nervous. Hearing his great-grandfather's military experiences, he would continue with a few words of his own, each time emphasizing the important points. This made great-grandfather Fang elated, and he did not stop talking even when his mouth was dry. With this, great-grandmother Fang felt that they were not talking to a great-grandson but rather as if they were chit-chatting with an old friend of a similar age. Fang Zhao filled up the cups beside them with warm water before handing them over to the two elders. Great-grandfather Fang took a sip from the cup and then picked out a few photographs that he had stashed away. "Have you ever seen this gun? And this, back then when we were on a foreign planet mining, when we encountered an attack by an organism from that planet. It ate 2 members of our squad, and I used this gun to kill it in the end. Oh. And there is still." A number of photographs were of great-grandfather Fang holding a gun when he was young. Some were solo shots, while others were group photos. However, all those inside, only this gun followed me throughout my career and into retirement. Fang Zhao looked over. It was a black so dark that seemed like it was radiating coldness. Not large, it seemed slightly low profile. Watching Fang Zhao's gaze that was fixed onto the gun, a proud expression appeared on great-grandfather Fang's face. Envious? An average person will not have this gun. He became even more excited and continued, "When you become well known throughout Yenzhou, I will give this gun for you to play with." The moment he said this, a slap from great-grandmother Fang landed on the arm of her husband. What nonsense! Could this sort of gun even be given to anyone for them to play with? By violating the law, the gun might be confiscated, and even at their age, punishment was still unavoidable. I am not speaking nonsense. If Fang Zhao really becomes well known all over Yenzhou, what is wrong with giving him a little extra protection? We could also sneakily give. Seeing the room door not fully closed, great-grandfather Fang was jolted awake. Some words could not be revealed casually, even if they thought that way, it still should not be revealed. Cough, what I said was just a joke, teasing the younger generation. Right, little Zhao? Great-grandfather Fang looked at Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao returned a smile. But that smile made great-grandfather Fang shake slightly, as if he felt there was something amiss. Enough of that, let us continue with the story. Where was I just now? In the room, great-grandfather continued and did not look like he would be stopping. Outside, those in the living room were not in very good condition. Never did I expect that little Fang Zhao, who was absent for 10 years, would show up and give such a precise bootlicking, someone mumbled. Another's lips twitched. No one has ever kept great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang occupied for so long, right? With the momentum he has, he does not appear to be stopping. The people outside grew impatient from the waiting and came over to scout the situation. The one sitting nearest the door said, "I never even got the chance to enter before my turn was cut by that little fellow. Now great-grandfather is talking to him enthusiastically and is not willing to see anyone else who comes. Just wait to one side for your turn." Great-grandfather Fang continued for an hour, until he had no voice. He never talked this much on normal days, so today, his throat could not take speaking so much. "All right, then the two of you, please take a rest. I will make a move. Today I came with second uncle's family to pay a visit to you too. Although you did not bring it up, I know how much effort the two elders have put in." This was what Fang Zhao surmised from his memories. Back then, when the original owner's parents met with that accident where the entire block exploded, the original owner was still a young child. He could not have received all the compensation on his own. That he smoothly managed to get the compensation paid out as well as a compensation lodging was no doubt due to the assistance of someone. Second uncle's family did not have that sort of power. With some thinking, it could only be the two elders. As long as you understand, all is well. Don't play games every day and let it affect proper work. What is your terminal number? Here is a red packet for you, great-grandfather Fang said. After Fang Zhao told him, he received a notification on his bracelet that a gift had been sent to him. Clicking on it, a red envelope appeared. The sum of money displayed on top made Fang Zhao arc his brows. $20,000. According to Fang Yu, the average amounts in red packets that the younger generation received from the Fang great-grandparents was $1,000. The amounts might differ slightly depending on great-grandfather's mood. Given the averages, 10 years' worth of red packets was only $10,000. Now that great-grandfather Fang had given him $20,000, did it mean that he was in a very good mood? Oh, right, for your military service situation, what are your opinions? Great-grandfather Fang asked. Those eavesdropping outside the door were flabbergasted. Amongst them, some had insinuated the subject before for their own families or children, but great-grandfather Fang only had one approach when it came to this. Settle your own problems yourself. This old man does not care. But now, the old man wanted to help Fang Zhao. Were his previous words all bullsh*t? Inside, Fang Zhao replied, I do have some opinions. Oh. Let's hear it. Great-grandfather Fang had decided to listen to it. I haven't contemplated fully yet. When I'm done thinking, I will consult the two elders. Hey, are you putting on airs? Great-grandfather Fang wanted to be difficult, but it did not work. He was still in a good mood. All right, when you have finished thinking, come tell us about it. We will advise you properly. Fang Zhao stood up and walked toward the door. He did not leave immediately, instead shutting the door tightly so the people outside could not hear the conversation clearly. The words you said just now, do they still count? Fang Zhao asked. Which words? Great-grandfather Fang had slight misgivings. When I'm well known all over Yanzhou, you will give me the gun to play, to protect myself with. Great-grandfather Fang did not take it seriously. It counts. Make yourself well known first. Don't let me wait too long. I'm already so old, and I don't have that long to wait. Fang Zhao laughed. You aren't old, only 150 years old. Fang Zhao opened the door and was preparing to go out when he heard great-grandfather Fang speak once more. Wait, don't you do something stupid like commit a crime. What I mean by well-known isn't the same as being infamous. You think too much. Goodbye, I will come back to visit when I have time. Fang Zhao walked out and closed the door at the same time. In the room, great-grandfather Fang pondered for a bit before telling his wife, hearing what the young fellow said before leaving makes me feel like he is up to something, eh? You are thinking too much. I guess. Great-grandmother Fang glanced at the serious model that was placed on the table, seemingly entranced by it. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.